Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League. Today's week 7, which is not right after week 6 because elephant in the room last week was the New York City LAN, and so today I'm gathered, joined by Vaughn, Threezy Breezy, and Liari to talk about the LAN, and so I'm doing a big Q&A. So if you have questions that you want to ask, put them in the chat. It's not because I don't have enough questions, I promise. And so,
Well, Ian, while we wait for the LAN, how was your experience?
that was my experience. I had a phenomenal time. I I was very excited to go. I've never been to New York. It was a very pretty place. I came back, and unlike most people who came back with COVID, I felt fine. And then yesterday, I got shot down, and am currently very sick, but not with COVID until further testing has been achieved. So a big day for me. I'm up. I'm mostly aware of my surroundings, and I'm ready to rock today.
W.
And
That's what I
so,
like to hear.
yeah, I want to ask first off the riff, how we feeling coming back after LAN? Getting back into the NASA week.
Threezy?
What's the vibes?
Threezy?
Oh, whoa, whoa,
Alright,
whoa,
Threezy, how we
whoa.
feeling?
Yeah, we're doing great, you know what they say, brawlers get it done. We'll be getting it done again this week. I'm excited to play against my former teammate, Gramella, Josh, and the rest of the Bang Bang squad. Shout out to Fudgy and Drew. Fell asleep watching some Ted Lasso with those guys last night. It was a pretty chill vibe. So yeah, excited to play them. Not really sure who's going to be playing for my team. I'll be honest. There's Fresh is COVID ridden, so who knows if he'll play or not. Borg, uh, I don't know where he's at. We'll see. But hey, Brawlers get it done, so I'll be there no matter what. On some Mbappe shit. So hey, uh, let's have some fun today. NASL.
Woo! All right, Vaughn, how we feeling?
I'm
What
feeling
are the
good,
vibes
Ian.
like?
I'm
Oh
feeling
yeah.
good. I'm wondering how Liara's feeling because she was on her LAN red zone for like 12 hours. So just curious how the spectator POV into NAS. How's Bun Bun ready to go, Liara? Now that none of you are COVID infected.
Bun Bun's feeling great. As you said, none of us with COVID. Last season after LAN, we came back with a vengeance, 6-0ing Sundubu Strikers, and I'm looking to replicate that today.
That is so real. That's a crazy stray. That was wild.
I thought of it a minute ago. I had to go with it.
Well, who among
Damn.
us hasn't 6-0'd a team with Threezy on it?
Whoa! Threezy, fight back!
Poor Threezy.
No!
No team, no friends on the pre-show. I love you, Threezy. Thank you for officiating my wedding.
What? Threezy, I'm your ally. I stand with Sundubu Strikers. I stand with Threezy Breezy.
What roster are you on again, Ian?
I'm on Bang Bang.
Oh, okay. I mean, child of divorce.
Y'all don't know how good the
It's
Sudoku
tough.
Strikers were. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all don't know.
Bygone era. Well, you got my next question locked and loaded, ready to go. What was you guys' favorite part of the LAN? It's like in general. It could be like something about New York. It could be the event itself. Threezy, you have your hand up.
Yeah. Well, my favorite part was meeting new people that I hadn't
Yep.
met before.
Yeah.
Especially my fellow brawler, who's also apparently been forgotten by the masses, Leo Leon 500. That guy. I mean, aside from playing like a beast, just a great guy to hang out with. Really enjoyed his company, and everyone else I got to meet in New York. A lot of people actually showed up, which was really nice. Streak made his first appearance at a LAN, which was really cool.
Gremlin.
Yeah. So that was fun. I got to meet my other last call teammate Fresh, which was cool. And he made us these really sick mugs. Let me find them. Hold on. It's over here.
Yeah, well,
We
he's
lost
finding them.
him.
I'll chime up a bit. I think I actually one of my favorite parts was being with Threezy, because we had a ping pong table in our Airbnb, and seeing him rediscover the joy of being able to win something almost moved me to tears. I loved how he kicked my ass in ping pong, and I had a good time playing. And while he rediscovered the joy of winning ping pong, I rediscovered the joy of winning an S tier. This is definitely my favorite part. So we both got it done as brawlers in New York City. And just two winners sleeping in bunk beds every night. Nothing could go wrong, and just a joyous time. I love hanging out with my good homies in New York City. So, anyway, Threes, you want to show us your mug?
Yeah, this is my mug that Fresh's friend made. Last call. It's actually pretty heavy. It's very nice though. Nice and
No,
porcelain.
it is actually W mug.
It's
Mug.
it's really nice. So shout out to Fresh. It's legit our logo. So yeah. Oh yeah,
That
shout out
is
to
so
Saya
cool.
because I had $20 down if anyone in OS could beat me at ping pong at LAN. And Saya played like 8 straight games. This guy pushed me to the limit on that one. So shout out to Saya. And everyone else who played me in ping pong. I had a lot of fun. Obviously more success playing ping pong than in the tournament, as Vaughn
Hey,
alluded to. So
you got it done somewhere though, and that's what counts.
the brawler way. Yep.
the brawler way. Well,
Oh,
we already as someone who was not at the LAN. What was your favorite part of the LAN?
besides impersonating Gramella, honestly,
That
like
was big.
for real, honestly, I really enjoyed watching like the live view in between games and like guessing who was on the camera and seeing all the people like waving at the camera. It was really cute, and I think it like was a good reminder that like, whoa, OS people are people, and they're just having fun and goofing around even between the games.
That's facts.
Yeah, next time you go to ping someone after your game and leave horrible, hateful comments, remember that they are alive and well, and
Remember that you can picture their
probably
head in
doing
your
some good.
face as you do it.
Retweet.
That way,
retweet.
you can imagine
Yep.
looking them in the eyes and saying it to them in person.
Okay, well, we've been alerted immediately that it's time for predictions. It's predictions time. Predictions time, everybody. Good LAN. We got it done. But now I gotta hear, what are the thoughts on Com versus
Corn on the
Lob
cob.
City?
Yeah,
Yeah, Com versus Lobbers.
I'll start
Yeah.
us off. I think everyone knows how big of a simp I am for one of these teams every single week. Every time I'm on the air, I talk about this team and how good they are. And so that's why I'm mixing it up, and it's a lob sweep.
Oh!
I came off of the LAN, and Leo Leon is a beast. And Streak plays really bad goalies, but he's really good at the game, so he'll get it done. And Calm has a bit of a substitute situation, which I think Calm is one of those teams that feels like a some other parts team, and that's not like a diss on them. Like they kind of feel like my team, where it's like they mesh so well together that when one piece is missing, I don't know how well they execute. So 2-0 to Lob. I'm down for them to get their first win. Let's move it right along.
2-0.
Yeah, 2-0.
That's crazy.
Calm his main roster. I'll stick with it though. 2-0 Lob.
Whoa.
Wait, incorrect. Achi just lied. Yeah,
Achi's
all good.
just gaslighting the chat
All
room.
good. Just move on. Just move on. We gotta speed it up.
Yeah, who's next? Who's next fast?
All right, I'll go. Josh is subbing in for Frogert today. Josh has subbed in other weeks too, like for EKC
Yeah,
and
he
stuff.
played versus me.
He looked decent, but not sure if he's NASA level. Also, this Calm team, I agree with Vaughn, has a lot of synergy. So with the subs, I'm not sure. And honestly, I'm down for Lob City to get their dub. So I'm gonna go 2-1 Lob City this week. Even though I am Calm's legit biggest fan as well.
Well, I have a prepared mini speech in favor of Calm. Calm lives in their, or Lob City lives in their skyscrapers. They stare at the sky, shaking, waiting for the cosmos to fall. How can you dunk the galaxy? This isn't Space Jam. This is Omega Strikers. There is no counterplay. When the calamities come, the lobs don't land. 2-0 Calm.
Wow. Well, hey, true. I'm down to split the desk. I'm a big Calm believer. My heart and soul goes out to Kotone. He's my hero. I think that guy can get it done no matter what midfielder he has, which is not to discount Forgot at all, who is great at the game. But I think they can get it done. Even through Streak, who showed up at LAN after not like being missing for an entire season and just like played now goalie and won, which is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and it might just be that his matches are starting very soon and we don't have any other predictions. So, hey, good work, team. I think this was the best pre-show that's ever been on this channel. I'd like to see someone try and rival it. And,
I would like to say before we go, the most interesting game for me is the hold on, I'm bringing it up right now, and then we're done. I don't see it. It's the Bun Bun game versus. Wait, who do you play again, Liari?
Bozo
Bun
Bun.
Bozo.
Yeah, that. Thank you very much. That's the one I wanted to shout out before we're done. Super important for playoff implications. Really interesting. And so I'm looking forward to watching that one. Okay, that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you for watching, everyone. We really knocked out of the park here. We'll see you soon with some games. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
All right, we're here. It's Nassel. LAN is over. I have my ZZZ Luna shirt from Bestie and Slot Store. !shop in the chat to get one of those. I'm here with Lego Mage casting Cosmic Calamities versus Lob City with a couple new faces in the crowd, but some old new faces. How you feeling about this matchup, Lego Mage 15?
I'm kind of excited for this one. Cosmic Calamities is definitely a team that's been, I think, kind of a crowd favorite, to be sure. They started off a little bit kind of shaky, but they're always sort of a coin flip team. I guess kind of a wild card team, but they've been performing really well in recent weeks. Natty, as we've seen, has been kind of playing out of his mind, and the rest of the team as well. Also just looking really good. Josh subbing in this week as well for GOT is, shaking things up just a little bit here. But I'm still excited to see what they're going to be able to pull out. We are over on Demon Days. So going to be a bit of a volatile match, a little bit of a fighty match here. We see the primetime aerial start. Everyone going for primetime in the match. And we even see Josh pulling out the Magnetized Souls and the Vambrace Rasmus here from Leo Leon. So already things are getting shaken up a little bit. It's not entirely what you would normally expect to see.
Yeah, Streak running this Mom Boots. Finny has been kind of gaining a lot of favor lately because of that movement speed buff lately. You just kind of move it really, really fast as the Finny, and Finny's very, very strong on this map on offense, being able to keep the core up with that secondary, and especially the ultimate. If you get something like a Monumentalist later, that can just be a free double barrier every time you ult, if performed correctly. But Natty just sticking to that melee goalie, just playing the Dubu, might be able to just keep the core on their half and hold it down. Get it right with both barriers and getting it done.
Yeah, and thing about Dubu as well is Dubu ult is a really good counter to dropping the Finny ult on the barriers, even though this map does favor that, like right here, a lot. You just drop it in, but Dubu has enough kind of just stuffing potential and like anti-stuff that you can kind of deal with it a lot better. So it's a good way for Natty to kind of counter this Finny pick, and right now we're seeing some pretty good offense coming out from the side of Cosmic Calamities. A piercing shot there from Josh will be enough to stuff it in as Katone just keeping Kilius out of the play there. A lot of damage falling onto this Vice, normally the character who's dishing out the damage, but should they be able to scale later, it could switch around. First set is always a little bit wacky due to kind of low stagger bars, so we'll have to see if they switch it up as it goes along. Now it's actually Katone who's the one taking all the damage.
Yeah, Tony taking a lot of damage. I mean, you look at the two teams and you see the Dubu, not being able to keep up with the damage just causes both forwards to run out of health extremely quickly. Josh is trying to live at this point. Flip will be used by Natty, which will mean that you don't have that next set, because you're probably losing this one with the KO kind of inevitable here. But there's the KO, now it's an open net. Josh needs to come back to kind of help out, but it's probably not going to work out. They should be able to convert this power play, but there's the one cooldown they need, and Tony not able to block on the top side.
Yeah, definitely a bit rough there. I mean, there's the damage that we're kind of expecting with the prime time all around as well. I mean, that's double Pendulum Swing, double Power Chord, double Finny card. Like, that's just a lot of damage that Lob City can kind of dish out on a whim, really. And it's really just kind of up to Cosmic Calamities to try and stay alive really as long as possible. But I mean, once again, the damage is kind of going back in Calamity's favors right now, with Streak being the one who's kind of facing the cooldowns of Katone right here. It's Natty will try to find a way to get this core out from behind their barrier right now. Vice secondary coming in, not going to be a good setup though. Power Chord is going to, actually that's a perfect setup. Power Chord puts it to the top side, flip here from Kilius, gets it through the soup. A good shot, some unfortunate soup spread there. We'll see Lob City bring it to set point, as they're maybe looking to take this one. If they can keep the damage up and get maybe some heavy impact or something on this first draft, it could be really huge for this game.
Yeah, at the beginning of the round, we almost saw the damage go in the favor of Cosmic Calamities. Estelle Zen being a great combo at dishing out damage, but it just didn't last, and they didn't have those final hits to get through. But if they can trade the damage being taken for damage of their own and both barriers, then they can definitely find a way back into the set.
Yeah, absolutely. With the goal open now, a KO there from Kilius on the mini Supernova. There is a power play here for the side of Lob City, but they need to be careful with this Estelle on the board to not make any risky clears here. It's like Kilius gonna bring it up to this top side, try and play around the sound wave, but Natty will be able to stall it out here. Katone coming back online. Now Leo Leon's the one taking a lot of this damage here. The Soup coming out on the offensive there is going to allow Josh blink up to the top side. There's the Zen ult. Not going to get too much off of that one, though. There's now Kilius and Josh in the midfield, just trying to get something going for either of their respective teams here. Kilius doing a good job of keeping his core away from Katone at the moment, though, as Leo Leon now looking for this barrier. Natty with the good roll will shut that down. There's the Finny ult coming out. There's a Supernova, and that's another KO from Kilius this round. And the barrier falling down here as well. Streak looking to find a way to send this one in here down to Kilius. Leo Leon trying to get his hands on it. Will be enough. Shot to the bottom will be good, and that's Lob City taking set 1.
Yeah, not what you really want to see out of your set 1, where you're kind of hoping that you have the upper hand because your damage hasn't scaled yet, but just still dying on repeat is going to be a big issue. Even if Natty can hold it down for a really long time and you get the barriers, if they can just keep chaining those KOs, then you're just kind of not going to be able to find your way back in the game. If this draft is kind of a lot of options to be taken, probably one of the Size Awakening is going to be grabbed here unless you want to deny that explosive entrance, but really nothing being taken. They're just going to hold and deny explosive in the end. I mean, really, they can draft anything, and they're just going to be dealing more damage, where on the other end, Josh getting the bulk up, I think, is a really big deal for surviving just a little bit longer. So if that should be shown to help out, deal more damage, and survive, get these barriers like they have been doing, then that's their way back.
Yeah, absolutely. Calamity's trying to play for the late game, it seems, but beautiful shot there from Katone. Nice setup with the Zentaro primary off of that Soup. We'll see them actually take the first point in the set. You do need to be wary of the Stinger that Kilius picked up. It is percent staggered damage, so the damage on Josh will still be decently significant, at least coming out from the Vice here. Already getting some damage stacked up on him right now. Have to fall back for that orb a little bit here, as he's going to leave Katone to be able to get that second barrier for the side of Calamities, and now work around with the core in this top side, looking for the passive dash. Is actually the piercing shot from Josh. That's going to be enough to finish it off. And now it's Cosmic Calamities have brought it back in set 2. It's sitting at a comfy 2-0.
Yeah, a great way to play against damage is just win the kickoff and keep it on their half. If you keep it on their half in a good way and just kind of play safe and just keep playing to contain, then they're kind of not going to be able to find great ways to find like damage. So if they can keep doing that, because they're doing a great job once they're on offense of getting the barriers and scoring, they just keep the core on that half, and then hopefully Tony doesn't get KO'd, then they're able to, they're able to win these points despite being the damage disadvantage. But now Streak the one that's staggered and looking like they might get KO'd.
Yeah, but it's Leo Leon who finds the KO onto Katone with the pendulum swing. The power play with an open goal and 2 barriers up for the side of Lob City right now. Kilius passed down to Leo. Looking with that strike war, Natty makes his good save once, but not twice. Will be Lob City able to put themselves on the board here, but they are looking to reverse sweep this set to continue this streak up. They do have a pretty significant energy advantage, though, going into this. They're going to have 3 flips to work with, so they might just be able to pull this one off.
Yeah, they really should win, especially if this damage they got off kickoff. Tony and Josh both looking like prime targets, and there it is. Kilius finding the KO, and those are the 3 flips you were talking about. Kilius going to pass to Leo for the first. Leo flipping for the second, but Natty, with another amazing save, has been really able to hold it down in these power plays, is continuing to do so if this barrier staying up, despite 2 flips being used and like many ultimates. But now it's Josh who's next on the chain KO list. But if Tony can get some barriers in return, or at least not get KO'd, then maybe they can find their way through this point.
Yeah, Death Touch coming out, though. Will evade the pendulum swing, though, and stay alive, but the barrier is gone for the side of Cosmic Calamities here. Kilius also trying to stay alive right now as Streak and Leo looking to set up some kind of offense here. There's the Supernova coming out, but Natty will be able to hold it down. Missed the roll, but it will be good for now. It's Katone looking for the KO. Nice elusive from Kilius, though. Leo working his way up the field. Core flip burn here from Natty. Get it away, but Streak just sending it right back in. A great strike war from Kilius as he gets hit by the Soup, though. I don't know if that was some lag on my screen, but I saw 2 instances of Soup fly out, so that was kind of crazy, and that will be good enough to tie it up.
Yeah, looking, sometimes you gotta do a double order, but it doesn't get it done. Leo Leon, though, Kilius had no evade, might be able to be a target, but instead it's just Josh who's gonna immediately run out of stagger. Kilius has that siphoning wand to heal up a little bit. It's kind of hard to tell how significant that is in the game, but now we see Natty didn't take Pauldrons this game, has the strike shot, so he's going to be able to just get KO'd if Damage falls, and there's the KO, and now it's going to be really, really hard to hold this down. Josh, not a midfielder really known for that defensive prowess, but he can definitely get it done with the Stell. There we go. Able to clear it out at the very least, despite losing that barrier. If Tony can get a double here, then it's really close on both ends. Now everyone full stagger from Cosmic Calamities. Josh has the flip, can put this in, but Kilius is going to be able to save it out despite getting staggered. That's 2 staggered targets, but Leo Leon's turn to save it this time. Strike Force Josh is running forward. Streak is KO'd. Leo Leon has to play defense one more time and is able to clear it out. Kilius is going to stop it with the secondary, but needs to find a way to score this, or at least hold it down for Streak to survive. But Tony does the Borg flick and is going to send it right in between with perfect strike timing and take the second set of this game.
Crazy plays there from both sides, but Cosmic Calamities clutching it out there in the end. They will put a set of their own now on the board, and Josh going to be the MVP right now. We've seen both orbs show up, as well as Ad Rush and Rampage. Missile Prop is here too, potentially, but Reverb is the big pickup for the Estelle, scaling with that Stagger Exodius. It's going to be a lot harder to kill Josh now. Ad Rush will go over to Kilius, and Rampage here for Leo Leon is a great pickup on the Rasmus on the double barrier map. Missile Prop, interesting deny here from Katone, not going for a Dash Awakening, going to deny the Finny, and I guess get range on that passive, and then the orb's just going over to the goalies, but definitely an interesting draft there.
Yeah, some might consider that fan behavior, but playing against the Finny with Missile Prop and or Deadeye, it's pretty, like, I think it's equally as annoying, especially for your goalie to just have to deal with this Missile Prop the whole game and constantly being pelted with a bunch of free damage is just something you really don't want to have to deal with. And sometimes you don't want to deal with it so much that your Zentaro takes Missile Prop. So we'll see if we see any passive Zentaro dash Missile Prop shenanigans happen this game. We'll have my eye out for that, but pretty unlikely. But once again, Natty holding it down in the power plays. Kind of one of their win conditions is Natty just playing like an absolute beast, so that even if they get KO, they can just win. But and it's working out so far. They're having both barriers.
Yeah, they're in a pretty decent spot right now. Natty has a flip up as well if anything goes critically wrong right now. Katone also with the flip. Going to burn it right here. Get it right through Streak, timing out the strike. Good patience there. We'll see Cosmic Calamities put themselves first up on the board in this set right now. And looking at the orbs that people have been picking up, Streak unfortunately relegated to none at the moment, whereas Natty slowly stacking up that Orb Dancer. We've already seen him use that soup kind of offensively a little bit already, just with the extra strike shot range, and once he gets that Orb Dancer stacked up, this Dubu is going to be contributing pretty significantly to shutting off one of these lanes right now. But that being said, Cosmic Calamities are in a reverse power play and actually got both barriers off of it right now, and Katone back online, getting it back to the 3v3. This could be their moment once they are able to reconvert here. Core Flip burnt from Natty could be enough to get us back into midfield. Big plays, though, coming out from Lob City. Core Flip from Leo is going to go wide, though, around the back side. And now they're going to have to be on the defense once again. Core Flip from Kilius. Pass up to Leo. It's not going to get too far, though. Natty just keeps sending it right back in. And now Josh Katone in this top side trying to get it through. There's a Borg Flick coming out. A great shot once again from Katone to put Cosmic Calamities on set point.
Yeah, Calm's playing pretty crazy right now, and if you notice, Leo Leon has 0 Rampage stacks, and these 2 points have not gone a single barrier, not even KO'd or anything like that, just no barriers taken. But Tony and Josh had just crazy forward synergy with the passes to each other. When they're ever in front of the net, just like, look at that pass all the way to Tony from behind. Is able to put that into that second barrier, and now Tony has flip in front of the net. Is just going to hit it right through. And that's another set taken in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, Cosmic Calamity. Lob City, they took that first one kind of off the back of just being able to deal a lot of damage, but Cosmic Calamities have found some kind of synergy. And I guess just with stacking enough stagger on Josh as well, helping him survive a lot here. And now they're just kind of sweeping these ones. Rapid Fire pickup going over to Katone. That's primetime Rapid Fire Zentaro. That's a lot of primaries coming out here. 1-2 punch for Leo Leon. Extra special pickup on Natty is huge on the Dubu. There's the Deadeye Finny, so we get some more damage over on Streak, though. But Unstoppable pickup from Josh will be nice for staying alive even more. And then Hot Shot just going over to Kilius there. A really nice looking draft here, I think, from Cosmic Calamities.
I think this is a really huge draft for Lob City. This Hot Shot plus Deadeye plus 1-2 punch means they're getting so much more damage in core control. Tony instantly getting chunked and Kilius being able to hit the core at Mach 10 means it's just going to be harder for Cosmic Calamities to play to their sort of core control win condition. But Josh is still really, really tanky, and Tony having the rapid fire means more damage, so they aren't looking exactly bad either. And that's going to be an open net and a KO for Cosmic Calamities.
Now just looking for the power play. Streak finds the KO, though, onto Katone. And that's Kilius back online here. If they can just hold out against Josh and the Soup, which looks like they will be able to, they might be able to get something going of their own on this power play here. Streak sending it to Leo Leon. Kilius teleporting in. Katone is back online and are now looking to make a push here of their own. Shot to the top. There's the Zen ult, but Kilius able to rearrange it in there. Kind of send it backwards a little bit. Now Leo Leon and Kilius pushing up. There's the Whiplash in the corner. The Death Touch to bring it up, but it goes a little bit too fast. Leo can't quite get a hold of it. We're going to have maybe another chance here as we go into overtime. The Soup coming out, though, is a pass over to Katone. But it's going to lose the core just in time. Strike War win there from Leo Leon. The Supernova coming out. Josh trying to get it through the midfield, but Kilius holding it down right now. Josh bringing it up to the top side. Katone trying to get a hold of it. The piercing shot doesn't quite line up, but the Rose Thorns will. And that's Calamities putting themselves first on the board once again.
Yeah, Josh is showing why this Estelle pick is so strong this entire game, really. Just always having, even with the Mag Souls, is just able to have so much presence on the map from the midfield line. And sometimes you can also just blink in from the midfield line and you have to keep that speed for 2 whole seconds, which is just like longer than like Slick Kicks, I'm pretty sure. So sometimes those offensive plays going pretty crazy, but this speed could be the answer to Natty just being able to hold it down so long. So if we can see more of that core speed come out with 1-2 punch hot shot to get these barriers, especially on these power plays, if they're able to get Tony here, that's a great answer to the kind of the problems that Lob City have been having so far. But to do that first, they need to show that they can take both barriers off of Natty.
Yeah, and I mean, Natty just stalling out this power play absolutely flawlessly, not losing that second barrier there and actually putting pressure on Streak during it right now. But the grand finale coming out there, big finish is going to mean another power play yet again for the side of Lob City here. But Natty's still holding it down. Leo will be able to win the Strike War, get that second barrier, and Josh is not looking too good right now as Leo pushing up with that Whiplash. Is not going to be good enough to score. Burning the core flip it on death, Josh! A crazy angle off of the last minute flip. Use it or lose it. And he'll find the goal to bring Cosmic Calamities onto match point. An absolutely insane shot.
Yeah, on the back of Natty just holding it down, Josh is able to just keep finding these goals one way or another. It doesn't matter if Tony is just permanently KO'd. As long as his teammates are able to find ways to score, it shouldn't matter. But this one's looking pretty curtains. Natty on the way to the grave with 2 flips online. If Josh can hold it down, there's some possibilities here of Tony responding and making it happen, but it just seems so unlikely. This flip should be the thing that ends the point, but if they don't find a setup, Natty's back online, but nope. Kilius is going to find an angle.
Yeah, good shot. It looks like Kilius actually burned the mini supernova there to make it go like kind of fast as well. So
yeah, I'm kind of confused what exactly happened. It might have been like a org flick, like ult. Like it went in a weird direction, I thought, but maybe it was just off the ult and the flip.
it was like a mini supernova, and it like sent a slightly weird angle, I think. But I mean, that does mean the cooldown is down for a little bit at least here, and Streak taking a lot of damage right now from Katone. Looking to damage back, but that's 3 damage health bars on the side of Lob City right now. They're going to lose 1 barrier off of this pressure here. Be able to get it out and recover a little bit, though. Leo Leon pushing up, trying to find a second one. It's not going to be good enough, but Katone will be taken out by the Death Touch there. Another power play for the side of Lob City. Core flip burnt by Josh as well, and taking a lot of damage. Core flip here from Natty to try and buy a little bit of time. Power core, it's going to go wide. The Finny secondary will save the barrier, but that's an ace from Streak. And that's the point going over to Lob City. The damage finally paying out right now. They've got it on lock. They managed to do what they needed, and now they have a chance to bring this one back.
Yeah, especially if this Deadeye pickup is really, really huge. If you get a KO onto Tony, if you can convert that into a KO onto Natty, that's when you start to see Cosmic Calamities fall apart. So if they can repeat that success, especially after finding the first KO, then that they can definitely win this point and keep themselves in the game. But now Leo Leon has flip in front of the net. It's probably going to strike flip, and there we see it. But it's going to be the log that holds it down. Josh with the strike. One more log is not going to be enough, and it's going to be a set 5 for Cosmic Calamities versus Lob City.
Ooh, a tight game to be sure. Streak, the MVP right now. Svenny could potentially get something kind of dangerous. We see the heavy impact. We see the perfect form showing up, and also quick strike. Some really nice awakenings right here. Peak performances there for Josh as well. Looks like it might be just going to pick up the peak performance to deny the Stagger Exodia. Perfect form will go over to the Estelle. Pretty good awakening right there. Leo going for the quick strike.
Heavy?
Also really good. Heavy impacts deny here from Natty. Not going to let the Vice have it. It's going to be a stacks pickup instead. And then twin drive over on the Zentaro.
Yeah, we see the peak performance. It is a deny for the triple stagger build that Josh would have had. But at the same time, Streak was finding himself very low in a lot of these points. So having that as a backup for when Tony just decides to stand on him is going to be very useful. But both barriers found might be traded here if Tony can get the cooldowns off before KO. There we go. And just a lot of every time a team's on offense, kind of getting their offense done. But Natty has been doing a really good job on open net, and although Streak has that peak performance, if Streak can be KO'd, then maybe something can happen with Josh. Just used all the cooldowns, but does not even matter. Just strikes it in. What a play from Josh, subbing in, and just has been really the highlight of this game so far from Cosmic Calamities on the offensive side. Tony too busy getting KO'd, although Natty definitely having that defense just doesn't really matter. That no for Froggy today. Just Josh being able to score despite Tony being KO'd has been a huge boon for this team.
Yeah, Josh has definitely been working some magic, and there once again, a piercing shot to find the second barrier from Josh will open up Lob City's side of the net right here. Supernova coming out. Natty, unfortunate clear there will mean that both sides of the goals are going to be opened up. And now Kilius and Leo, there's the KO coming out from Leo Leon. A 10 KO streak. The power chord from Kilius will be enough to sink it in as well. Natty not going to be able to win that 1v2 from range, unfortunately. Will mean that Lob City are going to be tying it up, keeping this game absolutely just neck and neck, back and forth it seems, where really all the tiny things are going to end up mattering quite a lot. Lob City really have to prioritize the way that they're finding these KOs, because that seems to be the thing that's kind of carrying them through this.
Yeah, and there's a KO though for Cosmic Calamities, and the double flips used. This is huge. This means that both barriers are very, very susceptible to being taken right now. That's one being taken already from a great blink from Josh, but this other's going to stay up, and as Kilius comes back online, Tony is the target right now. A lot of cooldowns getting sent that way, but it's going to be kind of almost like an own barrier from that big finish. Now Natty has the flip, might walk up and try to put it in himself, but not going to find it. Instead of pass to Josh, isn't going to be shot, it's going to be dribbled, which is going to lead to another opportunity for Lob City. But an own barrier, the nerves are kind of starting to show through a little bit, but the Tofu Fortress is supposed to block that off, but a hole is found, and the big finish is going to be the one that finds the score. Now Kilius is going to be in the mix and scores that one, another 1 point away from taking map 1.
Unfortunately, I think the strike shot messed up that Tofu Fortress just a little bit when it made the spread. It went just a little bit like too far and kind of got in a zigzag pattern and was able to sneak through on that Vinny ultimate. But another KO here from Leo Leon onto Katone, who's just not allowed to play the game for the majority of this. Leads to the power play coming out right now. There's the Vinny ult. It's not quite on the barrier though. See if they find the angle. But Natty able to read that one and save it away right here. Tony back online as well. Supernova coming out though. Could mean Kilius almost dying. Burns the core flip to stay alive. There's the KO coming out from Katone. Now a flip from Natty gets blocked away by Leo Leon. And that's a barrier gone for the side of Cosmic Calamity's core flip. Burnt here, blocked away once again, but the angle is good. And the second barrier is gone. Now it's Katone looking for the shot. There's the passive. I don't know if the missile prop actually mattered there or not, but a great shot either way to bring it to 0.5.
I'm down to call that missile prop difference. Maybe it hits it a little bit harder, you know, and made the core go a little bit faster so Streak wasn't able to react in time. But now a 1 kickoff from Josh means that they have the offense this time. Tofu Fortress is going to lead to the second barrier. This could be extremely fast final point if they aren't able to recoup from this offense, but Josh is the one who's about to have flips soon. I don't know like, if they're going to be able to hold from here, but Streak has defense now. They're kind of starting to hold it together a little bit more, and as Leo Leon's able to get that off, the flip is used, but it is going to be a possible offense off of a possible KO. Lego Mage, how is this going to end?
Oh, the KO on Kilius, but Streak able to save that one away. Now it's Lob City who have to suffer through the power play right now. Katone into the top side. There's a Tofu Fortress. Josh facing the core, but can't quite get to it in time. We'll buy a little bit more time pass up to Katone. Look for another Borg Flick. It's good. It's good. The third Borg Flick from Katone to find the score. And Cosmic Calamities will take game 1.
That's a game that went down to the wire. Set 5.5. Both teams just trading back and forth. It felt like even though there's just so much damage coming out of Lob City, either Tony or Josh would just have some insane solo offensive play to be able to deal with the less defensive capabilities that Finny has, as opposed to whenever a KO happened, Natty was sometimes just able to hold it down and break through the power plays and just do better in those situations. With both teams finding power plays, although one finding only 5, with 5 total KOs coming from Cosmic Calamities, as opposed to the 23 KOs found from Lob City. You see Cosmic Calamities come out on top, much due to the 223 redirects from Natty, just kind of holding it down in a fierce manner. Just 50 more redirects and Streak that game. What a just holy moly.
Yeah, a great game, to be sure. Katone as well, when he was alive, was putting in a lot of work. Use that same Borg Flick from basically the same spot on the map 3 separate times and scored on all 3 attempts, which is kind of crazy. They just, I don't know, they found the setup that they knew would win, and were able to kind of checkmate Streak every single time, basically. But yeah, really great game there for game 1. Calamities, it was looking kind of scary in that first set with how much damage it looked like Lob City was going to be able to pump out there. But, I mean, Calamities held it together. They went through the power plays. Like you were saying, Natty was holding it down and just buying the time that they needed to just get their Zentaro back online. And, I mean, Josh was just putting in a lot of work. We were saying it during the game. Josh may have been the highlight of that game there for Cosmic Calamities. Held it down in the power plays. Even was able to score barriers and points off of power plays as well. So, we didn't know entirely what to expect with the substitute, but I mean, I guess we've got our word cut out for us.
Yeah, but now we're heading to Oni Village next up, which is actually Cosmic Calamity's map pick. That was Lob City's map pick. Their plan going into this game was kind of knowing that Natty doesn't play many damage goalies other than the Vice. So just kind of having the Vice on their side, and then knowing their opponents will deal less damage, getting a ton of KOs was supposed to be their plan. But weren't able to fully succeed, and now they have to get to Oni Village, where the game changes quite a lot. It is Big Fish rapid fire start, so not really like if sometimes you see like an adrenaline rush start, and then you can more justifiably pick damage because you're more likely to get things off in those power plays. But even if you go damage, having the worst defense when power plays are harder to execute is a bit harder on this map. So I mean, you never know. Maybe we see Streak just pick Zentaro goalie or something crazy, but it's much more likely, I think, to see more normal picks coming out this game. A lot less damage, or I guess normal. At this point, damage has become a little bit of the norm, so it'd be more like traditional non-damage picks, Oni Village stuff. I think Rasmus is going to be very high priority of Tony in the game in a Big Fish start. But it'll be Lob City that get the first pick and ban, so we'll see what they decide to do. Estelle banned.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. Estelle is very strong on this map. You have a rapid fire start as well, and Josh was just absolutely cooking with that pick on the last game. So pretty good ban there from Lob City. Like you're saying, the Rasmus is going to be probably highly contested here. I would not be surprised if it ends up being first pick for Lob City if Cosmic Calamities don't just ban it away. But I'm curious to see what Calamities' first picks are going to be, if they're going to go for the goalie or whatnot. But I actually see the Imi ban come out here. So not going to be having that.
I don't know what's going on there. I don't want Streak has picked it on this map. I guess they don't want to have to deal with that forward pressure. But I think that's a weird target. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that has to be targeting Streak. So I don't really know. Maybe they just don't want to ban anything, kind of, because they really want to get Rasmus or Kazan, and they did get Rasmus in the end. Normally, I know Forgot would probably pick Juno with Rasmus here, but maybe because they have Josh instead, they're going to opt for the Now. We see the Kazan and Rasmus traded on the Big Fish Rapid Fire Star, which makes a lot of sense. But I think Tony getting this Rasmus will be a really big deal. If the big thing is if Now we'll be able to support the Rasmus very well, but that's something we'll have to see. We see the Mako being picked. It's a very good pick into the Now. Rasmus has some ways to deal with Mako, but we'll see. It's going to be Streak on the Mako, though. Kind of a rare sight, I think. And I can't really think off the top of my head the last time or even a time I've seen Streak pick Mako, but I'm sure he'll be just fine with that pick. And Asher goalie being picked, signature pick for Natty. No surprises there. Maybe we could have seen the Debu come out again, but it's rapid fire start. You're going to get your primary a bunch, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of like both these team comps, really. I think there's not like too many big surprises other than maybe the Aimee ban. But yeah, I mean, this is just kind of looking to be like an Oni Village game, to be sure. Josh is Now, I've seen it before. It's pretty good. It can absolutely cook right here. But like you were saying, the question is going to be, is it going to be enough kind of offensive pressure to deal with Streak just sitting down on a barrier and just locking it in with Mako? Is there going to be enough ways to kind of get it around that character or not? We do have, looking at the Awakenings, exactly what you'd expect. Size on Rasmus, Kazan, everyone else just going with the rapid fire. No big surprises here, but I mean, that's just going to be how it goes. We'll have to see if it ends up playing out or not. And it is going to be Lob City who are going to take the first barrier to start us off.
Yeah. Just already, the size of Leo Leon, like, announcing itself that's going to be a common issue this game. Just that strike hitbox being so large. But Kai should have a pretty good time playing midfield this game. Now has the tools to play midfield, but isn't quite as good. Natty is going to trade barrier for a KO. Pretty much, so if they can convert on this power play, then maybe they can get some compensation for losing their barriers, but seems pretty unlikely. Mako is just going to hold that down, especially already having core flip. Josh tries to get another KO, it looks like, on Leo Leon there, but isn't going to find it. Even though Killy's just low right now, just grabs an aura, and now you're back to full. So slow starts. We're on Oni Village. Things are slowing down quite a bit, but Natty is going to flip to dodge a secondary, and so far every flip this game not doing too much. So we'll see if Leo Leon can find a score. Bang.
Yeah, it looks like it will be good. Doing the slip into the strike, bringing it into the top side. This Kazan definitely going to be a bit of a slippery fellow here. Once the barriers go down, Natty's best way to defend at this point is to have one barrier up and to just sit on that barrier. Once the barriers are down, it's going to allow Leo Leon and Gilius to kind of utilize the mobility that their characters have and some of the funny tricks that they can do to really get around this, sort of less mobile Asher goalie that Natty's got. But as long as he can sit on that one barrier for as long as possible, that's where you can kind of play to Asher's strengths of just sort of stuffing it back through. And honestly, Lob City are kind of in a similar situation with the Mako as well. You don't really want to have to defend an open goal with that character against Rasmus if you don't have to.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying, but both of them having the strike shot will assist a little bit into open net defense, but it won't matter if Tony's able to score here, but Streak gets that primary off just in time to save it. Now Tony's getting into position, has that flip, just wants a single pass, and then it's going to put Streak in a really tough spot. Streak needs to really save that strike shot for this flip, or ult or some sort of option, but Tony kind of messes up slightly on the dribble and isn't going to be able to score off that play, but another one should be coming soon. There's the ult, which means there won't be any ult for the next flip that Tony's able to pull off. We'll have to see if this goes in. The strike shot is up, but Tony has the read, and strike shot is going to kind of mess up Streak, if anything, trying to aim for that top shot, but great play from Tony, gets that one in after quite a long point.
Yeah, I mean, Oni Village, most of the points are going to end up being quite long. fortunately or unfortunately. I don't know, depending on your view of Oni Village, I guess. But yeah, I mean, not too much really happens here on kickoff either. But one thing I kind of noticed, Streak is going a little bit back and forth between the barriers more than Natty is. It seems like Natty kind of prioritizes the bottom one and lets Josh handle the top one, which is kind of interesting. Normally, you kind of would expect like Achilles to defend one for the side of Lob City and Streak just kind of sit on one, but they're kind of able to utilize that range a little bit better and kind of move back and forth a little bit more freely, which is kind of interesting. So curious to see how that ends up playing out. But we do have some core flips up here. Streak going to lose the barrier, but end up burning the flip anyway. A little bit of an unfortunate trade here. Flip's now getting burnt from the side of Calamities, but they will keep their barrier up in exchange for 2 of them. Pressure still on, though, from Leo, Leon, and Kilius here as we go into overtime with core speed. Going to get a little bit out of hand, potentially. Nice strike force, though, from Josh. Keeping this Kazan relatively in control. Core flip from Kilius. We'll see the barrier go down, but bouncing back to Katoni, who has the whiplash up, and it's going to be good to force it through Streak, and that's Cosmic Calamities now on set point.
Yeah, Tony just cherry picking up there. As soon as Tony gets to core, he usually does something great with it. And if their team's doing a good job just playing the double goalie defense, even though they don't have possession, they didn't have possession for a lot of that point. It doesn't really matter as long as you have the opponent's barrier. A big thing I noticed from Streak is using the cooldowns to try to keep the core up means that you don't have them on defense. It leads you to situations like this where you get double barriered and Josh is just able to slide it in right past Kilius and Streak, and that's going to be the first set.
Yeah, first set going over to Cosmic Calamities. Natty gonna have the pick of the lot right here.
Interesting.
Yeah,
There's
seeing
this
a couple
Rampage.
things show up.
I'm already
Yeah.
looking at the Rampage because if Rasmus gets this Rampage 5th pick, then there's definitely a problem. But if Kai is the one to take it, that feels kind of weird. There's not really that much for Kai to take. So denying the Rampage seems pretty logical. And then we actually see Mako do that instead. I would have liked to see those 2 picks be switched up. Just Kai take Rampage and then Mako take the missile prop to get that extra range on everything. We see Bulk Up taken, which it's kind of weird in my eyes. I think it's the Big Fish combo is nice, and you're going to find some random KOs for fun, and some random KOs probably total for fun. But letting Leo Leon get 1-2 punch means he's going to have way more scoring potential, especially against the Asher. So, I mean, I guess they're just saying it doesn't matter, Tony's him. It's just going to play Rasmus and do things like that, and now has the shot on the open net.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they continue to play better, it won't necessarily matter. A great save, though, from Streak. Not going to be able to do it a second time, though. Tony will be able to get that whiplash speed up to sink the point in as Cosmic Calamities put themselves once again here first on the board. And yeah, I agree with that Rampage pickup. It feels a little bit bad because they're not going to get too much value out of it other than just the deny. But I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a world where it comes into play, but the Orb Ponderer that Natty ended up getting is just like so good, especially with the rapid fire. This guy is just gonna have barrier beam up basically all the time. Oh,
Whoa. I mean, I wasn't even looking over there. I'm not gonna lie, but Tony finds a KO on the Streak, which is one of the times where power play is a really, really big deal, is when you get their goalie. So now Tony is gonna be able to find that barrier. Now Natty has the flip too, so Tony's just going to move up. No pass is on its way, but a little bit of a miscommunication results in the core not moving all the way up. But now Leon Stired with flip is a very good target for getting KO'd. The secondary from Josh is actually going to prevent the hook from missing. And in the end, Leon's going to do a great outplay, find the barrier, almost finds the goal, but not quite. Now it's going to be KO'd. Tony running up with the flip. He's trying to get into a spot where the flip can be used to score. There's the dribble, and there's the shot. Once again, slipping right under Streak. And Cosmic Calamities are up 2-0.
Yeah, Cosmic Calamities looking really good here. Lob City, I mean, they definitely had the big advantage in Game 1, being able to play to the damage, but you can't do that on this map. It's just not really a thing, and Katona has actually been the one who's been able to find a couple of KOs. That bulk up pick actually kind of mattering a little bit, interestingly enough. But Lob City will be able to get one barrier here. However, that doesn't really matter that much. That's the rental barrier for both styles, really. It's now is when kind of the real game begins. Core flip getting burned by Josh. Actually gets it around Streak, barely, as the second barrier falls down. Kind of crazy. But now Leo Leon looking to get a barrier of his own. Will be able to do so with that crook leverage. Josh working up the field. The death touch is no good. Blocked by the Giga Blast. Now Killius with the flip. Doesn't even need it. The barrage is going to be enough. Force it through Natty. Lob City will put themselves on the board, but it's still looking kind of tight. They're really, really going to have to, like, bring this one back.
Yeah, even when they're looking good, it's looking a little scary, but Leo Leon is playing a very good character right now. He's able to get that first barrier due to the size and extended strike box, but there's the flip. I don't really, now he's just going to walk up in primary, so not really too much of a vision there, I think, but if Natty can just hold this down, then Tony's going to walk up with all of that pressure that he's had this entire game. Both goalies having the flip right now, so really no one's in big danger. It's kind of a goal to either put someone in a terrible spot where they're forced to use flip, but Streak just decides not to use it at all. Now it's an open net, and Tony is putting the pressure on.
Flip burned here from Streak as well. Is not necessarily good when there's still a barrier to work through, which, I mean, it's Natty's comfort barrier, right? It's going to be tough to bring it down. Flip burnt from Natty as well to get it over to Katone. Burning the cooldowns, but Streak will be able to find the clear there by a little bit of time right now. Katone getting a hold of the core once again as Josh moving up this top side versus Leo. The pop-up will be enough to get away, but Natty sending it right back in. The pass splitter coming out as well. Not quite enough, but we do enter overtime now where that core is just going to be moving so fast. Pass over to Katone. Pull the Streak away from the goal with the death touch. He did enough damage to yoink him across the map and stagger him. That was crazy. It's just the core just going to float right in. Cosmic Calamities take the set.
Hey guys, I questioned the bulk up pick. My bad. My bad. And now we see Quick Strikes and Monumental as both options, which actually I think is really something that would tear me apart personally. Because, yeah, I think you need to take the Quick Strikes. Because I think the only way you really lose that game is if you, like, take Monu and then Leo just gets Quick Strikes and then goes crazy on you. So that just out of the table. And instead Peak being taken to prevent the triple stagger and giving yourself that double staggers for the bonus. But Might of the Colossus on Tony just means even more power. And I think that's going to be a really, really big problem. I think pretty much everything that was causing Calm to win this game just got buffed a little bit with Josh with Quick Strikes and Tony with the Might of the Colossus. Natty Hotshot too is really is a super biss on that character. But on the other end, just not really as much good stuff going to Lob City. So I'm looking to see Calm take over this game, to be honest.
Yeah, it's really looking like it on paper. I mean, all the builds here, it just looks like Calamities has the better one in general, and they're playing at a bit of a better level at the moment as well. So, I mean, they're just kind of looking to close out this series right here, really. Core flips here from Josh is going to get blocked away, but it's one barrier to one barrier. Katone is just waiting for Sheer the Rock right now. Password coming out from Natty. Good defense here from Killius. Will be able to kind of clear out to this top side, but it's only a matter of time, really, before one of these teams is able to get a hold of this Streak. Is actually taking kind of a fair bit of damage and had to go get that midfield orb. Gonna go burn the core flip, but Josh finds the KO with the secondary. Another goalie power play for the side of Cosmic Calamities, right as overtime hits as well. Leo trying to stall out with the core flip here for as long as possible. Josh taking a fair bit of damage, but Streak will be back online here and actually able to get the barrier on respawn. Lob City now got the open goal here.
Yeah, I mean, Tony, just so proficient at taking barriers, decides I'm taking more than 2 barriers this round. I'm going to go for 3. Sends that one back, but either way, Natty still has the flip, but it's going to dash flip. That is weird. Dash flips it back into the goal, but that's going to be a goal credited to Leo Leon 500. A bit of a weird point. Kind of 2 own goals in 1 point is going to mean really not that much. But if that happens again and Cosmic Calamities start to lose their footing due to things like that happening, that is a way for Lob City to grab themselves back in this game. But instead, they're looking already back on form. They have 2 flips right now. They've gotten both barriers without the need of either of them. And now Tony's in front of the net, just going to flip that one in.
Yeah, good setup as well. Josh still able to hold on to the core flip to be able to use that this round here. And yeah, as long as there's no more silly mistakes that you're saying, they should just be able to close this one out. Silly mistakes are not a reliable win condition. And Katone with a big KO here once again, this time on Tequilius. It's going to be in yet another power play to the side of Cosmic Calamities. The barrier's falling down. Katone has the Whiplash, dribbling it, just able to force it through the sound wave right there. And that's Cosmic Calamities bringing it to match point, and Josh still has the core flip.
Yeah, 166 power, looking a little weak right now. Just that primary is basically a dash punch on its own. You gotta respect it when you're in those speed lanes. But already one barrier falling, usually not that big of a deal, but there's definitely some sort of mental toll might be taken there. Streak has the flip, is going to use it pretty early on this defense. Doesn't even get a barrier for it. And now Josh has the flip, looking for an opportunity to pass that up to Tony to get a barrier. Uses that ult to survive a little bit longer, but that's going to be a flip, not used on getting the barrier. But Tony's going to grab another KO! And he's probably going to end the game with another KO on the goalie. Streak is down. Josh has that primary, but it's not going to go in, but the pass to Tony is going to finish it off, and Cosmic Calamities will win 2-0.
I mean, Kitone, what was that? That was at 3 or 4, I think like 4 KOs onto Streak that game. Absolutely crazy. I mean, you know, we questioned the bulk up pick, but clearly this guy's making it work. Yeah, 4 KOs in total. I think it was like 3 on the Streak, but that's not something you see on Oni Village all that often. And 8 goals as well to back it up. Cosmic Calamities looked to be in really good form that game. They held Lob City to 3 points total. A lot of redirects all around, some good saves and whatnot on Natty. But yeah, I mean, they just looked a lot more synergized, playing a lot better together. I don't know, there's much else to say. I mean, they took that one pretty decisively when they're not having to worry about Vice. And
the stats are crazy. I mean, Streak with 89 redirects this game. Maybe not that comfy on the Mako in general. I don't think that was like the big problem, but I do think Streak was having a lot of trouble on the defense. Maybe it's just like some synergy with Kilius, but maybe it's just also not having. I don't know if I've ever seen Streak ever pick Mako ever. So interesting pick to come through at a time like this, and even in like that clip that just showed up on stream, you can kind of see like even the new Mako nerfs kind of coming into play, where you can't just insta secondary. You're no longer that kind of defensive demon that you once were. You do have a lot of offensive potential on Mako, but you're just no longer that same wall that Asher and Dubu are in a lot of these cases. So that ended up being a really big deal, and maybe costing them that game. But that is going to be it for this round. We still have another map coming up real closely, another match, I should say, between EKC and Demons Raw, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back. We are with Demons Raw versus EKC. You can see the map bands down below. Raw going to their signature night market pick. At least this season, they've been going to it quite a lot. You have the capacity to deal damage and pick some fun era comps on that map. So not really that surprising. EKC picking Atlas Lab. They do have a couple of subs though. It's going to be Zoro in the gold box and box card playing midfield. We still have that NXZD there, which I think NXZD just kind of meshes pretty well with most teams, just as in general a great player. So not that surprised. We see X ban from EKC to kind of just prevent Era X Julie comp from being played. I don't know how effective the X ban is at doing that, but maybe they just want to ban it in general so that they can't pick X Brawler and have that damage option on Snake. But EKC going to get that Vice first pick. We see the Imi Estelle traded in return. There's no Zen to be grabbed here or X, so the Brawler option is going to be really interesting. We see NX taking that 1-2 punch Juliet, which you really can't go wrong with. Not too surprised there. Really interested to see who's going to be taking Orb Dancer this map, though. That Awakening has been a really big deal, and the Finny is going to be being played by either Zoro or Boxcard. I honestly don't really know. I don't know which of them. I don't think I've ever seen either of them play Finny, but I'm excited.
I want to say Boxcard has a Finny, but I'm not like 100% on that.
Yeah, no idea. I have no idea.
Yeah. Either way, it's kind of an interesting team comp.
That's
It's
Mako
sort of
Brawler.
from both sides.
That's Mako
Yeah,
Brawler.
Mako Brawler. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So EKC is looking like it's either Vice or Finny goalie, right? And then you have the Juliet up front, but you're running that kind of double long range, looking for damage, whatnot. But you don't really have like an Iron Wall type character to deal with, anything getting super stuffed through. And if that is in fact Mako Brawler, which I'm gonna assume that it is,
I am 100% sure it is. And by
Yeah.
that I mean 99, because I guess it could be Imi Brawler, but yeah.
it's probably Mako Brawler. Though. We've seen Snake do that before, so I mean it probably Estelle midfield as well, right? So I mean that's a lot of like kind of scoring presence that you have to deal with. It's gonna be a little bit tough for Vice and Finny to kind of deal with that, but they're really looking to try and get these KOs here. I think is gonna be pretty big for EKC. If they can find the KOs, they can make this work. But if they're not really able to do that, they're just gonna be getting scored on a whole lot.
But the secret to this Mako Brawler is that it's being picked for damage. The 1-2 punch plus Mako, especially maybe with a Siphoning Wand too, can actually go pretty crazy on the damage numbers. Shout out to ZZZ who made this shirt. I know ZZZ has been picking Mako Brawler with Siphoning Wand and just oaking the enemy goalie and just kind of KOing. And all he does is just run up to the enemy goalie, hit the enemy goalie with all abilities, and then usually the enemy goalie just dies. His Mako damage is like secretly really ridiculous, especially if 1-2 punch where your primary procs off of it in melee range without any help from other abilities, because you have the light hit into a strong hit. So that combination, a Zentaro-esque combination even, could be very useful. I remember I've played a game where I've been in multiple games where there's a Mako Brawler being played in a damage game and the Mako had like highest damage on the team. So I'm really, really excited. If it is Imi Brawler, I'm gonna be heavily disappointed and not really understand why they would do that. But
Yeah.
yeah.
It's definitely gonna be kind of scary from both sides. I could easily see everyone in this game going for 1-2 punch. You can make an argument for maybe one of the goalies picking up the Orb Dancer. Like it's a really strong awakening. But I mean we're picking characters that are all most likely team comps and playstyles that are kind of leaning heavily toward that damage way. Maybe the Estelle takes Orb Dancer. But I don't know. This could very well just be a 6-man 1-2 punch and end up being just a really high kill game.
Yeah, I don't expect anyone from EKC to take it. Maybe the Finny, but 1-2 is pretty good on Finny. But you do have if you get that speed on Finny, you can go pretty crazy, especially if it's in the goal box, and you can just kind of run forward, be that third forward, help on offense a little bit more. On the other hand, Estelle and Aimee, you can take it up for the same reasons. Estelle doesn't trigger 1-2 punch quite as often. You still do, especially if you're going for Quangles and stuff like that. But I know Kaine's a big fan of the Orb Dancer, and I've seen kind of take over games with it. So we'll see if that's selected, and if it is selected, we'll see if that kind of makes the Orb Dancer's targets to be KO'd on repeat, due to everyone else having 1-2 punch. So a lot of different dynamics this game can go.
Yeah, for sure. It could be a risky pickup, but it is very, very strong. I think we're just waiting on, I think, Gumi to get in the lobby, but I'm the other thing I'm kind of looking at is like I don't even know. Like, it's hard to say anything about this because it's just kind of up in the air the way this is gonna go. I think you could easily make an argument that like Demon's Draw just kind of have a big advantage here. They've been playing like super well all
Yeah.
season, and EKC are on the sub roster right now. But I don't know. I'm interested to see just kind of what happens. They're both a little bit unusual team comps, but I really like the potential that Demon's Raw has on these characters. So I don't know. We are getting in the game now, so I guess a lot of our questions will kind of be answered here.
Yeah, there's a non-zero chance EKC just gets 9-0'd, and by non-zero I mean like surprisingly high, unfortunately. But on the other hand, I do think if there's a comp to beat Demon's Raw with these three players, this is probably it. NXCD on the Juliet with 1-2 is a bit of a demon. I could maybe 20 dash punches come out this game and get 20 KOs, and Vice and Finny are a great combo in order to try to just KO them. So that's what they're really hoping for. They're hoping that they can just get these KOs and then convert. So that's their game plan. That's probably the opponent's game plan as well. Quick remake though. Someone probably clicked the wrong character or something, or maybe the Awakenings. Like it looks like the Awakenings were fine. I don't know. Something happened, but
Might have been a server moment or something.
Yeah,
but looks like we're
possible.
getting back into it.
Yeah, we are on Dallas. So small note, Snake and Kai Noob are like on 20 ping. I do think Zoro gets pretty good, and maybe Cardbox gets pretty good ping to Dallas. So they're probably just down to trade that. But pretty small thing. As we get back into picking our characters, we're going to be picking them hopefully a little bit faster. So we can get into game. Yeah. Oh yeah.
We're excited. We want to see this. We're doing enough speculating on how these are going to play out. I want to see how it's actually going to play out here. And let's see, loading in right now. So, yep, it is, in fact, Snake on the Brawler Mako. We do see Kai Noob pick up the Orb Dancer Estelle. So, he's going to be moving pretty fast. A lot of midfield control, but will also be a massive target for the 1-2 punch Vice, Juliet, and Finny over on the other side. So definitely going to have to be playing for his life a little bit here, but pretty much everything else as we expected. Zoro going for the strike shot Finny rather than boots Finny, so just looking for a little bit more range to test Snake there.
Whoa, that core went really fast out of nowhere, and it didn't really matter because they got the hands to deal with that. NX just kind of hoping to get dash up soon and then get a dash punch and then but gets KO'd first. Already off to a terrible start, but Zoro finds the hole, takes the last barrier. 3 more seconds for J-Box, but it's looking a little over despite that. Good try from Zoro, but that's going to be a pretty dominant first goal. Kai Noob has 5 orbs, by the way.
That's actually kind of crazy. So yeah, max stacked Orb Dancer Kai Noob. They almost got an ace as well. Zoro almost got KO'd right at the end there, but yeah, it's already everything's kind of turning up demons at the moment. Yeah, there's another KO right there off the mini supernova from Cardbox though, so it will be a bit of a power play here for EKC. 2 flips over on the side of Demon to try and buy a bit of time. Kai Noob burning his here, but Gumi gonna find the KO with the Cyber Swipe to now burn a flip in return. keep this offense going. The barrier will fall down here. It's now EKC weathering yet another power play from the side of Demon's Raw. NXED not looking too good. Just having to run around and try and avoid Gumi and Kaidu for the most part. Flip from Zoro. Does manage to find one barrier here, though, as they get Cardbox back online. But NXED still staggered and stuck at level 1. It's not looking great. This guy has not been able to do too much this game.
Yeah, I've been just staring at him. Oh, there we go. Level 2. And now, let's see the difference. That's, nope, no barrier taken. Gumi holds that down. A really impressive hold, to be honest. Now, can they get the score or a KO? They're just trying to score at this point. They don't really need a KO. Cardbox getting really low, but not too much to be found. This time Snake staggered, though. That could lead to something, but once again, Gumi Strike Wars the dash, and then Snake runs up, does the Strike secondary to speed up the core, but even though that's saved, it's saved right back towards Snake, and despite being staggered, it's going to be a second, not quite as dominant, but still dominant point from Demon's Raw.
Yeah, they're just looking really good. They will lose one barrier off of kickoff, though. EKC may be able to do something with that. NXED finds the KO onto Snake as well. So that's kind of pretty big here as Cardbox pushing this core into this top corner right now. Kainu Megumi just looking to buy some time and hold as core flip's going to be coming up all around. A nice dribble from Zoro will keep both of the barriers alive here as Cardbox, nice strike war against Gumi, sees a barrier go down here as Demon's Raw has their goal open for the first time this game so far, but health bars are depleting right now. Cardbox getting sniped off the map by Kainu, but NXED looking for the dash punch, but Gumi able to save that one away, and now Snake dribbling up the field. There's the snare drums. NXED trying to grab the core, but gonna get pushed right back to Snake here. NXED lifts the core flip. Zoro tries to make the save with the card, but it's not quite a favorable angle for the Soren angle. That's Demon's Raw taking set 1.
And honestly, that point was EKC's to win. But just a small, just kind of like, I don't know if it's nerves, I don't know if it's desperation, thinking you need to do too much in order to score on these guys. Like they're the aura being too much from Demon's Raw. But they just kind of flubbed some of their plays on offense, and I like it. These points are winnable. Even especially that last one was really, really close. But in the end, Demon's Raw are going to take the 3-0 and are going to be rewarded with rapid fire. Hot shot on Finny is going to be interesting. We'll see if that ends up being a big deal. I haven't really seen that being taken as much, so we'll see if the core speed from especially ult and primary is going to be a big deal. But kind of getting this reverb means the orb dancers are a bit safer. Cardbox with the reptile, though, also is going to be a bit safer. And Cardbox, playing against this guy, I tell you what, they just win a lot of strike wars. You don't expect them to win, but that's 2 KOs this time on EKC, and they're going to immediately convert that into a goal. And things are being shaken up already.
2 KOs into an immediate double barrier and then score 13 seconds into the match. EKC stocks are through the roof right now. They're coming back. I mean, maybe. Demon's Raw will be the first to get the barrier off of this kickoff. Of course, NXED able to respond with one now of his own. Cardbox with the Supernova, not quite able to find anything, but keeping it up in the midfield right now. It's going to be teleporting in to keep things going, but both sides just kind of looking for a chance here, looking for a push. Snake not looking too healthy, though. Firewall sentry from Gumi, not going to be too much, but it will get Kainoob up in the top corner to apply some pressure to Cardbox and Zoros. NXED takes a lot of damage and snare jumps from Snake to finish him off. Snake, however, still not looking healthy, but they do have a power play to work with, so they might be able to bring down this second barrier here. The core kind of getting away from Gumi a little bit. It doesn't take the barrier, but it is just time for NXED to come back online. Another core flip from Zoro. We'll see that barrier fall once again. Zoro just sniping these away, and Cardbox with a power cord for the point. Zoro's core flips have been kind of lethal when it comes to taking that second barrier this game, as that will be EKC able to put themselves on the scoreboard twice in a row now.
Yeah, Gumi just saying, I don't even want to win this point anymore, we're going next, and just AFKs because of the missed core flip that Gumi had. That if you can make use of those moments where the cockiness of Demon's Raw results in just complete lost points, then that's another way to get back in, and that's going to be one, like almost on set point right now. Snake being bullied a lot, gets KO'd, and they're not going to really be able to find a return KO onto Zoro. So unless Kainu just does that and finds a free KO, then I guess it was supposed to be an EKC point. But good defense from Zoro. Kainu, now low on cooldowns, is really fast. Every time he gets an orb, he just becomes a speed demon. But Zoro just going to give up that barrier, too afraid of Snake's damage output, and it's just going to lose the point from that. Sometimes, I swear to God, EKC is just getting aura'd. They just get aura'd and then lose the points because of Demon's Raw aura. And that is not what you want to see.
Yeah, definitely seems to be a little case of nerves going up against a big monolith of a team like Demon's Raw right now. And I mean, this game is pretty important for EKC's playoff standings as well. Winning it would be absolutely massive if they got the upset here. Snake taking massive damage right now. NXED will find the KO off the flurries, and a nice pass from Zoro. NXED will find the redirect to keep it moving quick to get it into the goal as well. EKC taking another point here. They'll take that set 3-1 pretty convincingly. And I mean, the points that they did win, they did so in pretty explosive fashion. They got them pretty quick.
Oh, please, Julie aerials here. I mean, you get the Chrono Boost aerials, but I didn't even notice NX had aerials. But Adrenaline Rush is actually so big, by the way. Like this every time NX gets a dash punch, that's either like another dash punch or a score now. So you are in trouble if you're getting KO'd, especially this Mako, who's been getting KO'd a lot. It's been a really easy target. If they can just farm these Adrenaline Rush procs off of Mako, the stacks on stacks probably not going to help either. And that can be a really big deal. Unstoppable is going to help on the defense too. It's going to help with the Okin. Extra special on Vice forward, that seems pretty weak. Like there was compensation in Gumi Deadeye, but great draft for EKC. They just need to find the KS now.
Yeah, absolutely. And there it is, NXED. The flurries into the Chrono Boosted Dash Punch to proc the Ad Rush. Is now going to see this Juliet kind of go crazy for the next few seconds right now. EKC looking to capitalize on this power play potentially. Gumi and Kainu trying to hold it down. They will lose one barrier here for it, though. Snake comes back online. Try and make something happen. Zoro now forced to once again contend with this Mako's Kainu looking to set up in this top side. There's the piercing shot. It will be good enough to bring out the barrier. Now Flip getting burned here. Another piercing shot because of Prime Time. He's going to send it right through. And that's the point going over to Demon's Raw. Big explosive plays here coming out, but if they can keep KOing Snake and keep those stacks off this Mako, EKC definitely have a chance to bring this game back.
Yeah, even though they got the Snake, the KO. Oh, here's the dash punch. Oh, look at that damage. Gumi and Kainu extremely low just off of that 1-2 punch. Juliet going crazy. Going to run all the way back to grab that orb, but so everyone's going to kind of heal up a bit. But the big thing is, even if Snake gets KO'd, Kainu and Gumi are really good at holding it down as a goalie midfield duo. Oh, my, dash punt to Chrono Boost. Just went so unbelievably crazy there. And now they're all 1 HP, but it's just gonna fly in. What is going on this game? Lego Mage, I'm getting lost.
NXZD making the shot from the grave right there. Great supernova though from Cardbox to just totally zone Kainu and Gumi away from that core. They would have gotten aced if they had been inside of that when it hit. So that was a huge checkmate right there. But yeah, I mean, when NXZD finds these dash punches, it is absolutely insane. But now it's Demon's Raw who are making the big plays. The core flip KO coming out.
Yeah, core flip KO comes out.
Double barrier popping as well. So I got 400 MS moments. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're good. The core's going to in, but Zoro has the primary to save that one. But everyone's back alive. Now it's Snake, who's really close to death. If they don't get the KO on NX, it might be Snake who's next up, even with just no evade. If NX has ult dash punch will KO like pretty much anyone this game. But there's the Snake did the tech. You primary charge in one direction and you flick at the last second, and they don't expect you to do it. And I've been trying to do that in my games, but it's like usually not that practical. But Kainu's gonna put that one in. I'm really happy that Snake just did that. The KO NX. That's some funny stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of crazy. The KOs in this game end up being so valuable, but then like not valuable just because like both these teams are kind of holding it down as well. It's absolutely an insane match to be sure. NXT already putting in some big work here. Cardbox will be able to set up that second barrier, and that's just a quick point. An 11-second point from EKC. They just scored on Demon's Raw in 11 seconds, just kind of for fun right there, to tie up the set, keeping it neck and neck. It's on set point right now. Energy is in EKC's favor, and they get the barrier off of kickoff with the Finial. The second one as well is going to sneak around Gumi. Demon's Raw have an open goal. Snake looking to even it up, though. He's going to get one barrier here. Kind of with a piercing shot, trying to keep it up right now. And he's taking a fair bit of damage. There's the dash punch, but actually gets KO'd in return. The power play for Demon's Raw kicking off here. Snare drums coming out, putting Zoro in the jail. Core flip from Cardbox is going to get countered by Gumi's core flip. Core flip from Zoro going to get countered once again, though. Now NXED is back online. Core getting up to him on the top side, looking for the dash punch, going to get blocked away, but it's Gumi in the top side trying to defend. Snake is going to fall back. It's going to be enough to get it out of there. Cardbox not looking so good, but will manage to stay alive for the moment. Just going to hopefully not get KO'd here. The Supernova to try and buy a bit of time here, and actually almost scores off of that. But NXED maybe going to have another opportunity here, looking for the dash punch setup, but Demons Raw are on the defense. They're holding it down right now. And now Zoro, once again, still has this barrier to defend right now. But Demons Raw want to take it. The power cord almost gets around, but Gumi is able to save that one as we are deep in overtime at this point. The core moving pretty fast. NXT almost finding another KO, but Snake will survive here. Nova coming out. Zoro able to hold it here. Bring it to the top side. Snake looking for the shot. As it bounces around, Zoro holding it down. Another great save there from Zoro. Keeps EKC's barrier up right now. It's Kainu versus Cardbox in the midfield. Snake is looking pretty low right now. Gumi has a flip up as well. Cardbox sending it wide down to Kainoob here. Zoro looking for the pass up to midfield. Gumi will be able to win against the power cord here. Now the Supernova coming out. That's the KO onto Snake that we've been looking for. EKC has the power play right now.
Yeah, Adrenaline Rush. Proc, the Cardbox has the flip. He's going to pass it to NX. That's what just going to miss, but the bounces go crazy. Doesn't quite matter, but we have this hot shot. It's going to speed up a lot. Every time Zoro hits the core, even just off of strikes, you will see the red core happen. It's a 2v1 in front of Gumi. It is going to be the end of set 2 going to EKC. And while we're here, I want to talk about how crazy of a win this match is for EKC. They're currently tied 3-3 with three other teams. If they win this, they are looking really, really good for playoffs. And if they lose this, they're honestly looking like it's going to be a tough road ahead. So we see Catalyst being taken instead of Perfect Form. It's a tough decision between the two most of the time. But I guess my bad. Maybe we're not picking Perfect Form today. Oh, there it is. I don't really know what happened there. I don't know why we took Big Fish on goalie away from our Juliet. I think everyone's just kind of in like some weird fever dream zone right now where no one really knows what's happening on the screen or in draft. So now NX has Stinger, I guess, so the damage is going to be a lot. Snake is probably going to get KO'd here one way or another, but a few missed cooldowns are going to probably stop that from happening for now at the very least. But there's the punch missing. It's going to cause that to not be a KO. Kainoob's going to punish immediately with the second barrier, and it's going to just completely keep that core up permanently. Now, Kainoob running up. This might just score, but the Unstoppable is going to save it. Snake gets the KO. It's going to keep them in this game, but if Kainoob's just going to, yeah, walk it in. Walk it in, Kainoob.
And Demons Raw keeping it going. Snake getting that double prize fighter stack. Kind of big as well. We were talking about Mako dealing a lot of damage. Snake's been getting some decent KOs here with the 1-2 punch. So Mako is definitely going to be hitting pretty hard right now. The Firewall Sentry, though, coming off of kickoff will mean that EKC is going to be losing that barrier first here as the pressure continues to stay up right now. The NXED dribbling up the field here, maybe looking to even it up right now. Kainoob and Gumi, though, holding it down on the defense. Core flip burnt by Kainoob. Doesn't get too far, but this damage coming out. Snake will find the KO on to NXED, and Cardbox also looking pretty low. Gumi with a cyber swipe makes that a double power play here. It's just Zoro alive. Likely just going to get shot right in. Gumi with the core flip, but waited it out, and Zoro saved it away, and then NXED is back online. Wait, they're still holding. No, never mind. Piercing shot plus cyber swipes, and there's the ace that we were looking for. That's the point for Demons Raw.
Yeah, Demons Raw activating their second gear. They do the thing where you think you have a chance, and then they just sort of start going crazy and giving aces and stuff. So Kainoob especially seems to be extremely online right now. Hasn't been KO'd in a while, has those stacks, and got the perfect form. So now just has so many cooldowns, so much speed. Primetime as well, just to have even more. It's just been a big problem. But if Cardbox can live long enough to get this barrier, there's a way back in. But NX hunting for Snake isn't going to find a KO. And instead, it's just going to be another KO on the Cardbox. Kainoob now has flip, going to look for a pass, get this goal. NX trying to hold, but it's not going to be enough. Zoro, I think, just own goals that one. We call that the Bread's angle at Bang Bang. Blame Grimella. Don't ask me why.
Yeah, unfortunate fitting moment, it looks like. But that is Demons bringing us to a set 5 right now. Or Ponderer showing up, but also quick strikes. Kainoob curious what the pick is going to end up being. Heavy Impacts is also available. It will be the Heavy Impacts pickup, denying away from that Vice. As well as that Finny is pretty decent on
I'm
Ponder as well.
surprised to see that Heavy Impact take, to be honest. I thought it'd be quick for Ponders for sure. And then your Mako can just get Heavy Impact, but I guess they wanted Mako to get a Stagger Awakening, because if Mako gets KO'd, that's where they have all their problems. So this makes a lot of sense to take the Bulk Up instead. Bulk Up especially being really, really strong. Honestly, Zoro probably should have went Bulk Up instead of Peek, I think, to deny that instead. But we'll see. NX finds the KO, though. That's Orbs reset, and could be another one of those EKC rounds where they're able to go crazy. But Cardbox is not on the offense right now, so they're not really able to convert this power play. Gumi able to get it out instead, and now they're able to sort of bring it back with Kainoob alive now.
Yeah, all 3 members alive, but the Supernova is going to send it wide around Kainoob. That's the barrier gone right now. An open goal to work with. Cardbox trying to get the core back in their hands right now. Right down to the bottom side. The Thunderstruck coming in, pass up to NXTD. Shot to the top is good. Able to get a little bit ahead of Gumi there, just in the foot race. Put EKC first on the board right now. This is staying neck and neck. But, I mean, as the prize fighter, the stacks, and the orb stacks start to stack up for Demon's Raw, the later these rounds go, the worse it's going to get for EKC.
Yeah, both orbs are gone, though. So if there's a time to succeed, it's now, but instead, it's going to be a KO once again found on the box card or card box, and if they can, they're probably just going to convert once again. It's kind of hard to hold with just the brawler, and there it is. It's going to go right in. Gumi with that explosive entrance, has that cross map presence, has the Deadeye too. Zoro doesn't have unstoppable and stuff. It gets really scary to just defend on the goal line, but now 1-1, getting some of the orbs back. Only 1 orb apiece though, so there's definitely a lot of opportunities for EKC here to do well. Snake getting a little low already, but the dash punch is going to be baited by Gumi. Ejects back just in time. Now has flip and no dash punch on NX to kind of have that different amount of pressure. And when NX has his flip, it's just a completely different game. But without the flip, he just becomes an easy target for getting KO'd, as we see right now.
Yeah, looking for the dash punch once again on Gumi, but Gumi will stay alive right now. They continue to hold it down right now. Looking for the KO on NXTD from midfield, but just trying to survive on this Juliet right now is asking for a lot. Kainoob looking for the Quangle, but not quite going to be able to line it up. I mean, NXTD is just kind of... I mean, he's not dead. Well, now he's dead, but he was still kind of just relegated to exile for a little while there. But a return KO, Cardbox taking Snake off the map. That's a stacks reset right there as well. It's pretty big. Kainoob, though, looking to make something happen in this 2v2. NXTD is back online here. There's a Finial coming out, but can't line up the dash punch. And that will be Snake back online as we return to kind of a neutral state here in overtime.
Yeah, now we're in overtime. All the 1-2 punches are going to cause red cores off of strikes even. So there we see the red core come in. Cardbox looking for an offensive play, trying to get it around Gumi, but nothing found. Gumi going to return flip that back. Snake hits it right at the net. Going to get that last barrier. Gumi dash punch completely boxed out, but Kainoob's going to take over the goalie position, and it's going to make it work. Now it's going to be the run cores coming from Snake, but it won't be enough. Zoro's able to hold. NXTD looking for a way to get this around, and it does. The stun on Gumi from Cardbox is going to let that one go through. Now NX is going to be KO'd, but if this red core can find a way in around everyone, there's still a way to score. Cardbox is going to throw that ult out, kind of just tanks it though, and it's not going to go in. Zoro buying time for NX to respawn. 2 seconds until it's up. Cardbox isn't going to get it, but Zoro saves it once again on his goal line. An absolute demon in the net, but Snake is also not going to get it quite in. NX needs to get the core one time. The strike shot will be enough, but for once, Zoro's strike comes out a little bit too late. Snake is able to flip that in at Mach 10, and it's map point for Demon's Raw.
A crazy defensive stand from Zoro right there, but ultimately, Demons will be able to get that one here. EKC, I mean, they have every chance here to maybe bring this to a 0.5 right now. They've traded top barriers once again. Looks like Snake looking to drop some damage on Zoro potentially, but taking a lot of damage in return. Snake is not looking too healthy. There's a Supernova that's going to stagger him and kind of put him out of the play for a little bit here as core flips get traded on this top side. NXTD looking for a shot at the bottom. Snake still trying to survive here. Tries to spend these stair jumps to buy a little bit of time of life. NXTD is hunting for this KO, but a great elusive from Snake will stay alive as Kainoob on the top. We'll be able to bring down the barrier. Core flip save from Zoro, though. I mean, the point is not scored just yet. Cardbox versus Kainoob on this top side right now. Kainoob able to get it through here as NXTD is once again staggered, having to play in the midfield for a bit here. Zoro sends it into the Supernova. Gumi pushing up to the midfield, but NXTD looking for the core. Can't quite grab it, though. Goes to the dash punch. The barrier will go down instead here. As Snake finds the KO in return. The power play for Demon's Raw. For all the marbles in game 1 right now. But Carbach dribbling up the field. Has a core flip. Burns into the bottom side. It's good. A great shot. And that's going to be EKC bringing it to 0.5.
Over here, we're at set 5.5. Snake has max prize fighter stacks. Everything. Demons Raw have all their stacks maxed up, whether it's stacks, prize fighter, or orbs. But like, doesn't really matter. Snake already chunked out. If they can find this KO, then things can go well. But right now, if they can keep the core on the enemy side, that's their win condition. That's how they can keep this damage pressure up. That's how they can keep this KO pressure up. That's how they can just score and win despite not even killing any of them. But the stun on the Gumi isn't going to lead to anything. And now it's kind of playing defense. And now it's starting to get a little bit scary for EKC.
Yeah, NXTD once again taking a lot of damage and is staggering. Have to run around in the midfield like he's been doing, trying to stay alive. Kind of able to pick up one barrier in the meantime right here as Carbach for Snake. There's kind of with the Quangle. And there's NXTD going down once again. And this core moving pretty fast right now when these guys are able to hit it. Pass over to Snake. Zoro, great strike war win though. We'll see the barrier stay alive for a bit as NXTD comes back online right now. Cardbox looking for this barrier, but not quite able to find it. Demons doing a good job of keeping it away for the moment. But there's the dash punch coming out. It's good. And that's NXTD with the ad rush now and the power play for EKC in overtime. Looking for the setup on Gumi's going to find it with the flurries. There's the barrier gone. Core flip here from Zoro. Sends it down to the bottom. Not quite going to have another chance here, though. Trying to get over to Cardbox. Firewall Sentry coming out, and Snake is back online. So sending it into Cardbox. Hit it with a power chord. NXTD looking to bring it to the top side. They need to get a little bit closer, though, to find the scoring opportunity. Kind of doing a good job of keeping it away. Cardbox to the top side. Misses the power chord, though. NXTD just hovering, looking for this core, but kind of doing a good job keeping it out of this Juliet's hands right now. Core flip here from Cardbox, just blocked by Snake. No barrier going down just yet, though. And now core flip here from Kainu. Pass up to Snake. We'll see the barrier off of Zoro's own Finny ult, and Snake wins the strike war. And that's the point. That's the game going over to Demon's Raw. An unfortunate own barrier from Zoro. And it will be Raw taking game 1.
That's upsetting. I mean, it's actually not upsetting. It was not an upset, but I mean, great plays from Demon's Raw. They held it down as they do. They played absolutely phenomenal, but sometimes it just feels like you're a team and you're just not ready to win versus Demon's Raw or Sad Boys on set 5.5. Like they were in position to score a few times and just a few missteps just resulted in not going in. Like really, like obviously every Demon's Raw played it great when they were in the open net. They were playing back and forth really well, but it was kind of on EKC there to score that point, and they just didn't. I think Cardbox getting that quick strikes was a really big pickup and resulted in a lot of great things starting to happen for that team. But it didn't quite matter. Kind of 255 redirects. The speed from those orbs was so much. The damage overall just being on the side of Demon's Raw. We see 21 KOs to the 12 KOs coming out of EKC, but those KOs, those rounds with the KOs being the difference makers. But yeah, overall crazy game from Zoro. Unfortunate own barrier at the end, but you can't really blame Zoro for that one. There was so much going on, and Zoro held it down definitely long enough to, I think, win that game. Just overall extremely close game, and I will have to see if in the next map, if we see some changes and like really anything. It's just what a ridiculous game.
Yeah, I mean that was cinema, to be sure. Everyone was playing their hearts out that game, but and like you're saying, like the EKC held it down so well. There were just these few like tiny mistakes that they were making, and when they made them, Demons found the momentum like off of those moments that just ended up being like so punishing. And maybe it was nerves in the beginning, maybe it was just kind of the aura like you're talking about, but either way, I don't think we necessarily expected that to go to a set 5.5. Like EKC just gave Demon's Raw a crazy run for their money on their own map pick. So moving over to game 2 on AtLab, I mean, it's still a vanilla map. Everyone can play it, but it is EKC's map pick. I'm curious to see if we get another absolute nail biter, and if EKC are able to kind of polish up the little things and maybe clinch it out and bring it to a game 3. That would be crazy.
Yeah, that would be quite, and it'd be game 3 on Demon Deus would be quite something to look at. It does look like Zoro is going to stay in. I think Soren's actually available, but after a performance like that, how are you going to sub out Zoro? You can't really sub out a player when they're playing that hot. So, especially with that Finny being available, if your team can pilot it like that, then it becomes quite a nice pickup. Especially on like blue side, where they had blue side there, they had to give up Aimee and Estelle, but it didn't matter as much because you're just able to compensate by picking Finny Vice with your Vice that you picked earlier. So that kind of led their draft to like a winnable state, as opposed to say like you don't have a Finny player on your team or you don't have a Luna player on your team, so you have to like play like Rasmus or something goalie, or you have to find something else to fill that damage void on your team to equalize versus your opponent that's playing full damage. And yes, the Mako counts as full damage. The Mako actually did like about the same amount of damage as the other characters on that team. So that's how they're able to figure that out. And 1-2 Punch Juliet actually also does do a lot of damage, which is something that's easy to forget. You think of Juliet as that not damage character that just dash punches from you at full stagger. But with 1-2 Punch and really any just a couple awakenings, you suddenly deal over half their health bar with a dash punch, and then either you or your teammates will finish that one off quite nicely. But here's the draft: Reverb, Glass Cannon, so no 1-2 Punch in sight, which means damage is not quite as strong and easy to pilot. You could say the less chaos from the core speed of 1-2 Punch as well. EKC banning the Estelle out. Did not want Kindub on that pick, especially after last game where Kindub went pretty crazy on it. And Demon's Rock going to ban the Vice, just prevent that, which caused a lot of chaos last game. Card box going quite crazy on it, getting a lot of just solo KOs along with just core control and other general great things. So this does mean it's going to be an interesting spot because Cardbox can just play the Aimee. That's like the signature pick, if anything. But instead, we're just going to first pick the Zentaro, a good priority pick. But it's going to be Demons Raw who are playing now, and they're actually going to call them out and say, we don't think you guys can play damage into Reverb plus now. So we're going to pick the now and probably all go Reverb and just live. Or maybe we're just going to go Luna. My bad. They're just going to also KO them and have it now so they heal more. I was not expecting that.
Interesting. I imagine that's goalie Luna.
It's definitely it's goalie Luna. Aimee plus Finny is like a great combo here, I think, in return. But yeah, Gumi has been playing this Luna quite a bit. Thinks it's quite a strong pick as well. I'm quite interested to see if there's going to be some fanboying going on. But we see Zoro just pulling out the comfort pick with Kai. Not going to be going for that full damage comp with the Finny, but yeah, like you're saying, this Luna is going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage to be pumped out there, and there's the X pick as well coming out. That's now Luna X. That's a lot of damage, potential even with the reverb on the table. Kai is pretty squishy. Kai is a pretty squishy character, and if that is in fact Kai goalie, which I imagine it is, Zoro playing it, I mean, you're gonna have X in your face punching you, and Luna just launching rockets at you the whole time. And they're going to be hitting pretty hard, especially when they start to scale. If you can't get any more Stagger Awakenings or like Reptile or something, it could be a kill the goalie angle, honestly, from Demons. And with Kindub running around on now, it's going to be a little bit difficult for EKC to do a lot of damage in return, even with Zen and Aimee. It's going to be an interesting one, to be sure. I imagine it's not going to be anywhere near as many KOs as last game, but Demon's comp is looking kind of scary.
Yeah, well, I think, Demons Raw, they can definitely just take over the game if it's X having one Stagger Awakening. X might just become God and then be too hard to deal with. But I do think there's like a lot of win conditions EKC has. They're all picking their most comfortable characters. Assuming, I'm pretty sure that Zentaro is more comfy on NX than the Julie, but I honestly, whenever I watch that guy play Julie, he goes crazy, so it's kind of hard to tell. But either way, I mean, Zentaro's a bit of definitely the better character, or it's agreed upon to be the better character. Imi midfield, an interesting pick, but is box card's comfort pick. So definitely see a lot of value there. And Zoro Kai, I mean, if you saw Zoro at LAN, you know that this guy's a bit of a Kai fan. Maybe the embodiment of Kai himself. But I do think, like, if NX just sits on top of Luna this entire game, they might just win. And I am hoping to see that, because I've not seen the team just try to do that to Gumi's Luna and just take him out of the game. But we'll have to see.
That's definitely an interesting prospect. I've mentioned the X sitting on top of Kai, but yeah, I mean, Zoro sitting on top of Luna it can go both ways here. And looking at this draft here, everyone going Reverb, the goalie's going for the Glass Cannon, all makes sense. Zoro on the Mon boots here. And XDD also opting in for the Siphoning Wand, looking for that bit of damage, bit of healing, rather than the slick kicks here. So, I don't know, maybe we will see them try to go for Gumi this game.
Yeah, that would be... I mean, it'd be pretty crazy if Gumi's just taken out of the game and they don't have the damage to deal with NX. They also just don't have as much of a defensive presence once you're in the face, but as we see, instantly, Gumi just has less options, and NX is just going to cook. That's point one already. EKC still looking good.
Yeah, still able to go toe-to-toe. They're getting their level 2s up early as well, so that's going to help them a little bit in this next point here. Nice kickoff from Cardbox.
No.
Pop the black hole, and it's just a double barrier. And now NXED looking for the shot here. The Zenol is going to be enough. A 9-second goal here to put EKC onto set point. They touched the core as little as possible that game, and Demon's Raw, only Kai Noob has hit level 2 so far.
Yeah, I mean, Gumi's already saying go next. It's this is looking good already. Kai Noob taking a little bit of damage, it's definitely possible to damage through that now, but it's just that reverb on top of it that's a little bit scary. But we see it, Sad Boy's going to go around and saved instantly. NX looking for a pass. If you get those 1v1s versus Gumi, like, there's just not much you can do on the Luna, and Cardbox is just going to put it in, and we're already done with set 1.
A crazy quick set from EKC. I mean, NXED, the MVP. All right, so Snake is still level 1, by the way, at the end of that set. That they didn't even let him touch the core. That's crazy. They did that possibly the most efficient way they could have. Looks like it's going to be an ad-rush pickup here.
I think it's a brain bug.
For NXED.
They just gave Kai Noob stacks, man.
Yeah.
They just gave... they have not gotten a single KO this game. I know that's a good win condition for your team as a whole. You do have a lot of damage. Kai can also support that damage in a lot of ways. But giving Kai Noob stacks on stacks... I guess either way, Kai Noob's just going to get Orb Dancer anyway. But giving Kai Noob stacks on now with Reverb is not something that I have in my game plans. But maybe it's smart just because it doesn't matter because of Orb Dancer, but that is going to be a return point from Demon's Raw. It
And so Demon's Raw, I mean, they said go next, and well, they got an 8-second goal to start it off. It would, I suppose, be a little bit insane if they managed to 3-0 this set in return with like under 20-second points each. I don't know. We'll have to see. NXDD will be able to get one barrier here. Looks like Snake can be able to return with one, though. Maybe things have balanced out a little bit, but yeah, I mean, as Kai Noob continues to stack up these pancakes, this now is going to be really, really scary. Well, okay, you know what?
Bye-bye.
Never mind.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye to the pancakes.
My bad. I should have said anything.
Already got, but almost goes in. Oh, but that's going to be going into the wall, despite the adrenaline rush proc coming off for NX. No power play, and now just an awkward situation where how are they going to score? Because you have now X has a bit of trouble scoring on the open net sometimes. So that's going to be a common theme we might see throughout this game, is that like they get to this open goal spate and then Zoro's just able to hold it down. But we'll see if that's a problem with the help from Luna. Like, there we go. Bang. Gumi just sends that one in. That's the extra goal scoring pressure you need. Usually it won't come out in such a solo play like that, but Gumi able to find that one.
Yeah. Energy is up, though, for the side of EKC. They could potentially get some core flips and make something happen in return here. Nothing too big off of kickoff right now, though. Zoro pushing up to this midfield will be enough offensive pressure here. Gumi running into the black hole, unfortunately. Maybe thought it was going to get popped there, but NXTD bringing down that second barrier now. EKC have the open net. And Zoro just looking to get the core back over to the forwards here. Nice strike force against Snake to get it over to Cardbox. NXTD literally standing on Gumi, finds the KO, and is just going to be able to float right in. I mean, maybe this ad rush pickup isn't so bad. I mean, kind of moves quick, right? But, like, we were saying at the beginning, NXTD can stand on the Luna, and they weren't needing to do that before because they were scoring so quick, but, like, it actually it mattered a lot right there.
Yeah, they got the barrier off of just standing on top of Gimme, and then they got the goal off of standing on top of Gimme. But the problem is if they're losing barriers so fast, and NX can't really afford to stay up. But it kind of might need to be something that, regardless, he has to do. Because letting Gumi just kind of do whatever he wants is the only way to keep him, like, as effective as a character as anyone else in this game. But the box out, Zoro gets ulted by the crater, hit by the crater, and then... yeah, Snake just hits that one in, and that's a pretty strong return set. There's not really too much to say. No one's really getting KO'd. The now is just kind of getting a little bit more value than Aimi, which gets the core to the Brawler. And whenever the Brawler is getting a 1v1 versus the enemy goalie in this game on either side, it's ending pretty quick. But there's perfect form being taken. There is a quick strikes to be taken in return, but it does mean that the Luna will be getting hot shot or extra special. But it looks like we're just going to hold for a little bit. Kind of let our goalie get quick strikes to help on defense because we are having some issues there, and then trade aerials and extra specials. This is kind of a weird way to trade them. You'd think that you would do it the other way around, but Cardbox with the dash range is just going to have more presence and be just really annoying to deal with, so understandable.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a weirder draft, but they got some good stuff kind of on both sides really here. The quick strikes on Zoro is going to be it's actually pretty massive right now with, I mean, already he's dealing with the X pretty well. The core is really mostly getting in when they're able to find some like cross map kind of shot where he's nowhere to be seen. But yeah, this is going to be holding pretty well. Even though both barriers are down right now, Snake is looking for the bull rush. Not going to be able to find it. Kainu trying to set him up once again. The Crater Maker coming in though, sends Zoro across the map. And it just leaves poor Cardbox to try and win the 2v1, which... he did not. So Raw will be first on the board. Kind of crazy. You can't score on the goalie, just move him out of the way, I guess.
Yeah, all this stuff is just like happening like right after kickoff. Like kickoff happens, it gets in Zoro's side, and then Snake just gets double barrier. And they can't let that happen. Honestly, I think the extra special on Ami would have been helpful at preventing that, of having more ults on kickoff to deal with that, but not going to happen. Instead, a lot of damage is going to add up, but a lot of it is instantly negated by Kainoob with that ult, so gonna be a bit of trouble. NX is taken down. Kainoob has flipped. They're probably gonna execute this power play Lego.
Yeah, they're gonna get that barrier off of it here, but Cardbox actually able to get a barrier in return here, and Zoro pushing way up. Oh. Gets KO'd though! Oh no, 1 second for NXTD. Can he get down there in time? Dashes down. Cardbox with the dash. The aerials will be able to save it away here to keep this one going, but Demons still have a power play to work with. Zoro will be coming back momentarily, though. And now all of EKC are back online. Both sides open. Zoro running up once again. Just all the way to the other goal box right now to try and force it in. It won't be good, though. Now it's up to NXTD to maybe find something here. Cardbox on the bottom side. Takes a lot of damage. And NXTD once again trying for the set of Kainoob. Able to get it out of there. Pushes down to Snake. Looking for a shot to the bottom. Zoro able to save that one here. Get it back to NXTD. The glitch pop to try and send it up. But Kainoob with the secondary pops it back down. And Demons Raw, after some crazy sequence of events, will bring themselves to set point.
Yeah, a little miscommunication. Cardbox tries to go forward to initiate an offense, but NX tries to pass, and then just core goes to the other side. Oh, Snake knows the mission. Snake just walks past the core, does not strike it, is chasing after Zoro, and might get rewarded for this gameplay style, almost getting the double barrier. Is still chasing, hasn't finally hit Zoro a single time, and gets barrier. I mean, that's sometimes you get Snake Lord. I'm upset.
These are perhaps some of the most unorthodox points of Omega Strikers we have seen in succession. But hey, Demons got it done right now, and looks like Orbs potentially on the board for Kainoob. Some other nice things here as well. Will be actually a bulk up pickup to go along with the Reverb and Big Fish, so kind of building Stagger Exodia on that now. A little bit interesting. Gumi will end up taking the Ponder here, though.
Gumi taking the Orb Ponder. He says if you get Orb Ponder on Luna, it's instant GG. I think that's his take. So he's low. I think he's emoting right now, saying thank you for taking Deadeye so that I can take Orb Ponderer. I don't think he thinks that the deny is actually that big of a deal. We'll have to see. We'll see if Gumi just has infinite cooldowns now, especially if the hot shot is going to be having a lot of offensive pressure. But if they can get a KO on the Snake, maybe they can come back. But Snake has decided Cardbox is the target this round, and Cardbox will not be playing the game. Oh, just kidding. Huge.
Cardbox absolutely playing the game right now. Both barriers down here. Even able to get one in return right now. It's Kainoob pushing it up into this top side. A back pass here, but it goes to NXZD as Snake looking to apply some pressure onto Cardbox right now. Zoro running away into the midfield here to try and get this going. Firewall Sentry coming out. Kainoob able to clear it up, but NXZD is ready for that one, and Gumi was not. And that's the point going over to EKC as they continue to keep it up. Zoro is literally, like, Snake is literally just running at Zoro, and Zoro is literally just leaving the goal box and just joining the forwards. It's kind of crazy, but it's working.
It is a good adaptation. Them just kind of finding ways to make it work despite being in a really unfun spot to play in. Gimme with the disrespect non-eject for a second there after finding that KO. Kainoob helping as well with that flip. Going to lead to a power play where NX is no longer allowed to sit on Gumi. If NX back up though, if NX can get into position to help out and get a score, maybe it's a big moment. But Cardbox hanging on by a thread. That's the evade here. It's probably over though. Snake still has the strike, but isn't. It's able to dodge that bull rush as well. But wow, I didn't even know that the stagger was still there. But the stagger was still there. Now Zoro's turn to just respawn and immediately leave the net and fly, but it's not going to be able to do much this time as Snake hits that one in. But I don't know, just like, what is the plan here? Because it just kind of feels like everyone's playing it by ear. Like, you just kind of see the core go in one direction and play around it, just chase the core, chase the enemy that's damaged. But I really want to see NX just fully commit to this, like, to out-snaking Snake. We see, like, NX is now in there, and that if NX is playing on Gumi and it forces Snake to move back, that means Snake is not playing on Zoro. But it turns out it doesn't really matter. The pressure from Luna is just too much, takes the barriers. Cardbox and NX get it back immediately, and now we're in an open net situation, Lego.
Yeah, now NXZD is on this bottom side. Cardbox as well. Snake is forced to move back here. Popping the X Maximus and just wailing away on NXZD. Looking for the shot. Cardbox can't find the glitch pop as NXZD goes down right now. The rocket comes in. Zoro does not lose to projectiles, though. But Kainoob working back up the field here in the corner. Maybe looking for a pass to Snake. Gumi sending it back in. Cardbox side flip to the top. Kainoob burning the core flip here. Shot to the bottom is not going to be good as Cardbox has the firewall sentry. Gumi saves that one away, though. Now Sentinel coming out from NXZD, but Kainoob pass over to Snake here. Trying to get through. Pops the X Maximus. Zoro burns the flip. The Crater Maker comes out, and there's the Bull Rush coming in, and it's good. Snake able to force it through as Demon's Raw now bringing it to series point right now. They have flips to work with. They are max orbs, max pancakes, and max prize fighter stacks as well. See if they can finish this out.
Whoa! Hey, what about those stacks? Are they maxed out right now? They ain't looking maxed out to me. Cardbox. Crazy play there with the 1-2 punch, able to get that KO. And now Gumi, next up, is what I would say, but Cardbox is KO'd immediately as well. Zoro staggered. This might be the end. Snake is going to get this last barrier. And oh my god, NXZD from the top rope out of nowhere gets that KO, has the adrenaline rush, all the cooldowns are back up. Cardbox online immediately gets barriers on respawn. And the point is completely turned around once again. What a swing back and forth. First, Cardbox getting the KO, then Snake getting the KO on the Cardbox, and finally, one last one from NXZD. Could result in a point, but they have used a lot of cooldowns just getting the core up here. They need to find a way to get it through, with Zoro with the Deadeye is going to get another KO. But Gumi keeps it online. Cardbox might have been able to score there if he just shot, but is playing a little bit more safely, and it's going to result in a KO on the NX. Back and forth. Gumi almost own goals. Cardbox doesn't expect the pass. Sad Boys doesn't come in time. Zoro is going to strike it, and Snake will ult. Instant ult F4. Oh my god, Demon's Raw.
Cinema. It was cinema. That point was absolute cinema. I think that was a longer, more played 2v2 than it was 3v3 for that point. That was they were trading KOs back and forth the entire time. A missed glitch pop and an unfortunate Kaz from Cardbox and otherwise EKC would have probably scored there and kept the round going. But that was a crazy game. I don't even really know how to like analyze that because, like you were saying earlier, it feels like everyone was just playing that by ear.
I'll tell you how to analyze that, Lego. Snake, you gotta get those redirects down, buddy. 52, that's way too many. You gotta be on that goalie a little bit more and doing a little bit more damage, I think. That's my thoughts. Kind of 152 redirects to Cardbox 97. Another really big gap there in the stats, kind of telling the story of kind of taking over the game once again when it comes to core control being a big issue when playing versus Demon's Raw.
Yeah, I mean, stacks on stacks reverb now is really strong, and Kainoob is a very strong player, as we've seen, and can absolutely just solo games kind of at will here. When brings into question maybe some of the drafting, brings into question maybe a few of the mistakes that we're seeing. I saw the replay right there. Cardbox kind of hit that bottom corner and it bounced back. Really unfortunate there. But yeah, I think once again is kind of a story of EKC making a few small mistakes. I mean, they're going toe to toe with arguably one of the best teams. Well, I mean, one of the best.
Yeah,
teams.
arguably. Debatably one of the best teams.
Yeah. But they're giving them a big run for their money. But yeah, once again, it was just those small mistakes, those wrong angles, maybe a couple questionable drafts that really just gave Demons a pretty big edge to end up getting the win here. But a great series nonetheless.
Yeah, but I agree. Yeah, Demon's Raw really edging them out on that first game. That's it for the first two matches of the day. Really exciting matches. I wasn't expecting that from EKC, especially with 2 subs to pull out performances like that. Really exciting for especially Boxcard, upcoming player, had a really big upset in that LAN tournament, I think. I don't remember who it was against. Probably shouldn't look it up either. But yeah, I think that's it from us today. Anything you want to say, Lego Mage, before we head to a little break?
All the best games of Omega Strikers have happened on Atlas Lab. That's all.
Hey, cinema.
Cinema.
Welcome back, everybody, to Nassel Season 4, Week 7. Got another pretty amazing game coming up for you guys. It's going to be Bozo Bunch versus Bun Bun Bonanza. Another banger, actually, for real. I mean, a couple minutes ago, we just saw EKC actually on like kind of a B roster. They're doing pretty well against Demon's Raw. Demon's Raw, of course, taking it there. But Saya, I want to ask you, what do you think we're going to be seeing here in this Bozo Bunch Bonanza game here?
We're going to see a very close game. And if we see blowouts, I'll be very disappointed because this is a full roster matchup between two teams that are contending to make it to playoffs, sitting at that massive pile of 3-3 that's been sorted out a little bit. EKC dropping down to 3-4 and Cosmic Calamities up to 4-3, but there's still a very close race for playoffs here in the North American Strikers League, and it has been announced that if you're in playoffs, you are not going to be relegated this season, so that is a pretty big milestone to reach.
Absolutely. These players are definitely fighting for something right now, and yeah, like you said, a couple of really good records here. 3-3 versus 3-3, actually, kind of a big number to change here for this entire series. But like you said, we're gonna have a full roster. It's gonna be a big one here. We have the starting perks, of course, Monumentalist and Prize Fighter. We have Monumentalist, Finny, and Era. Everyone else has Prize Fighter here, so kind of a big damage game starting on Tycho, kind of a damage map here. And I'll go ahead and start us off, Saya, for this big one.
Yeah, the Prize Fighter looking a little scary, as well as that Monumentalist, something to look out for on both the Finny and the Era here. Lilybun on this Momentum Boots. Finny goalie, Momentum Boots has been talked about a lot, and Liari just finding a quick snipe for the first KO. But yeah, Momentum Boots on Finny, it was mentioned in chat, it was mentioned by Vaughn as well in general, on the stream even, at the LAN, a bit of a featured segment, but the additional speed does a lot of work on this Finny goal. You already see Lilybun moving all the way across the map, and this has so much control from the midfield line.
Absolutely. I can't really deny how good Monumental Boots are. I mean, I used to always run Strike Shot on Finny, but I think I might have actually been converted here because the speed really is pretty incredible. As long as you also have Finny's base speed too, you can kind of walk in front of things like this Asher and make it so your strike wars aren't as like costly or whatever it is. But yeah, that Monumentalist big finish is actually going to be the thing that's going to seal the deal here. It's going to be really tough for actually a character like Rasmus to get it out of that Monumentalist. Hopefully they can get Dropletto in there to help it out if it shows up on some of these barriers. But yeah, we're going to have Bun Bun Bonanza here starting off with a good point. Lots of damage is definitely coming out here. We can see the Prize Fighters going a little crazy.
Yeah, and we saw Scyther on the Drakkar experiment last week as well. I believe it was not quite successful, but it was against Demon's Raw after all, who are still undefeated with their main roster in the regular season of the North American Strikers League. A crazy statistic. As in this particular matchup, it is looking to do much better as Liari does burn the flip, but Scyther's building up a lot of meter of his own. And Dropletto in the corner, but it's a 2v1. Scyther getting the KO, and it's all Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yep, big power play right now, and as you said, of course, we have the Drakkar forward on Scyther. Yeah, the experiment may be turning out to be successful right now. Hypothesis confirmed, perhaps, as we get a nice strike there, flip, redirect there. Scyther gonna grab a nice goal there on the underside of Obscure Breads. 2-0 right now in this set. We got a couple of Prize Fighter stacks here for the Bonanza. And it looks like Bozo Bunch is falling a little bit farther behind. It's kind of how Prize Fighter works, right? The farther you get ahead, the farther you continue to get ahead. And the farther ahead you get, I mean, you just do more damage, and it just kind of scales that way, which is pretty incredible. We already see big character like Asher, Dropletto looking quite weak right now, but the Monumentalist almost good enough to get Scyther on out of there, looking at just about no health, but they do end up getting a confirm on Dropletto there, and this power play could mean a set win here for Bun Bun Bonanza.
We're looking to take it 3-0, take it pretty quickly as Scyther has the confident dribbles on the Tycho, drums into the lock-and load, stunning Obscure Breads at the perfect moment. Isn't even allowed to use flip if it's not used preemptively. 3-0 now, and the Drakkar first pick, I mean, the Bozo Bunch might have just been outwitted in this matchup in this first game.
It is certainly possible. A couple of nice things here for Drakkar. Heavy Impact, Aerials, Catalyst, Ponder, all pretty solid things here. I mean, you're going to be hitting a lot of stuff with your lock and load there, so Heavy Impact is completely acceptable for your cooldown reduction. A little bit of speed here showing up for Obscure Breads, goalie basic. Got some Catalyst on the opposing goalie to probably deny it here from the Asher, but taking Ponder is quite good as well. Deadeye is going to go perfectly with this Prize Fighter strategy here. Glass Cannon also pretty strong, good for speed and everything. Era's not going to be like killing people directly, but the Maelstrom might be able to do that job by itself, and I would say that I kind of feel like I like what Bozo Bunch here got a little bit more, I'm not going to lie, as far as utility.
Really? I'm a bit of a fan of the pickups on Bun Bun's side, so we're a little bit split in that aspect, especially with the Deadeye and the heavy impact. The Ahri and Scyther are just going to be murdering Dropletto even more efficiently. Already staggered now, no meter available. Dropletto one cooldown away from going down. Scyther with the mind games and will pick up the lock and load KO. And these power plays are just coming on even stronger, especially with the prize fighter stacking up.
Yeah, I'm a fool, actually. Everything I just said was trash. They're actually playing perfectly into this kill dynamic, and shows instantly as they destroy Dropletto there. They're going to have this big finish right on the barrier, but the conjoined effort here of all three players is going to actually save that barrier. Lilybun going to lose theirs in return, but also going to grab a power play on the backside. One more barrier here remains for the Bozo Bunch. They're going to get a triple push in here a little bit here. Lilybun going to come in with the flip. Not going to spend it just yet, but they do end up getting the barrier here. The point is just about at their fingertips. Dropletto spending a couple of cooldowns to get some kind of control following the Maelstrom. It's not going to work out in that situation, though. Scyther not opting to flip there, and they're actually going to have Bozo Bunch regain control, but it's going to be a power play for Bun Bun Bonanza now.
Scyther, so much meter, so many KO, still staying alive somehow, bounced off the Pat Splitter, but manages to survive, and the Ahri finds the goal, which means that's a flip preserved, that's a life preserved, that's the 3 prize fighter stacks preserved for Scyther 12 Bun Bun. Extremely happy with the outcome of that particular point, and as they head into the next one, they have 2 flips online. Obscure Breads and Drop do have theirs, but they're the ones who got the point, and they just erase Dropletto's energy. They find another KO. They're just playing this composition so incredibly well.
Yeah, this Trickar is really just in position to destroy at every turn, and it's just working out so perfectly. This, again, experiment seems to have been confirmed as an actual success right now, as we have Scyther just kind of the king of damage, king of the barriers, and just looking relatively unstoppable right now. I mean, it could be not only the damage and the knockback of Pummeler's prize fighter, but maybe more cooldown here from this impact. Of course, 20% harder is also pretty incredible. So, I mean, this Trickar might just be the secret pick here for some of these kill comps.
Yeah, it's looking to be quite effective here now as Dropletto's in a lot of danger, saved by the Taiko drum, but still taking a lot of damage, grabbing the orb, but still pretty low as Obscure Breads is forced to play a little bit of forward for the moment, but that means the barrier goes down, and Dropletto is just getting chunked out by every single piece of chip damage from the entirety of Bun Bun Bonanza now, and they are just pushing forward with a lot of meter built up as well. Dropletto once again forced to retreat to get an orb. Obscure Breads forced to rotate forward, and Bozo Bunch are getting the hang of the rotates to stay alive, but they're always on the back foot here.
Yeah, on the back foot of health as well. Back foot on the barriers. It's just a really tough situation right now as the opposing team, Bun Bun Bonanza, has lots of stacks, lots of extra damage, and lots more cooldown right now, just putting up so much pressure that the resources are being used kind of inefficiently. We have a barrier success, but actually just a flip failure there from Dropletto, unfortunately. Going to cover the whole net there with the misdirection. It's going to work out. Okay, the pendulum swing to get it past Scyther here, and going to maintain a little bit of possession, but they're in the big finish there. Kind of switching possession once more here. A topside push is going to be good. Okay, really great pass there from I to Dropletto to get it right past Lilybun. Even all that speed, not going to be just enough for that point, but again, they do kind of have a mountain to climb right now, and they're only going to take more and more damage as the game continues.
Yeah, Obscure Breads with the defensive flip available will have a little bit of room to play with, but as you said, it's just going to be more and more damage here as that's a KO on Muncher. Obscure Breads burning the flip on defense means Scyther has a lot of room to work with on the offense. Is taken a little bit low. If Dropletto can find a trade KO, that could be pretty massive here, but Scyther staying alive just long enough. Molten Bolts in and continues to push forward. And that Scyther 12 guy used to be a goalie, so perfectly comfortable just standing back in the goal box.
Yep, definitely not any stranger to blocking any of these barriers right now, but hey, I in a really great position to grab that barrier. Big deal. Scyther going to spend the flip, and everyone's going to get stunned just long enough for Scyther to get on in there and get that goal. Grab another set, most likely the MVP here. What else can Trickar possibly get? A missile prop would just be relatively catastrophic for the opposing team, but maybe even rapid fire is what they're looking for, or, you know, you could deny your stagger. There's a lot of different opportunities here when you're going a kill build.
Yeah, they might go denying stagger here on both Lilybun and Scyther. Might go rapid fire, or no, it's looking like a stagger deny again. No, Stinger, okay. Knows that Reptile Remedy or Peak Performance will fall down eventually, so it doesn't opt for that. And Dropletto now needs to survive, but it'll still be very, very tough to do so. It is but one Stagger Awakening against a lot of damage, plus a Stinger, which is percent. So it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Reptile Remedy gonna help in some situations, but not that one. Or that one, as Scyther just grabs 2 blasts right to the face, locks and loads in this double power play here. Bun Bun Bonanza gonna have no problem putting this one in against I with basically no cooldowns, and that was kind of nasty, and also, like, not flashy at all. Like, everyone kind of just walked towards the edge, and Scyther was just having a party there, and that was a ridiculous point there. We'll probably not see that again, but yeah, good on Scyther to echolocate those kills there.
Yeah, capitalized on it very, very well, and that's the issue with Obscure Breads and Dropletto pushing up so far, right? You end up having to go near the edge in these Tycho corners, and you become very, very vulnerable. That's a damage boost on Dropletto, actually. So Scyther could have gotten that KO, but a good elusive and a good pull by Obscure Breads on the defense. As Liari now in the top corner, but Scyther will just catch those opportunities again. The nature of the map, Tycho Temple, many maps in Omega Strikers forcing you to play near the edges here, and Scyther and Liari are just converting off of every opportunity.
This is like, they are master locked in right now. Like, this is like such a, this feels like such a no problem game here for Bun Bun Bonanza. Something about what's happening right now feels like this is the 18th time that they've done this today.
And it's the Bozo map pick.
Familiar.
This is the Bozo Bunch map pick.
And, I mean, look at them work this. I mean, boy, this is not going in their favor right now. Scyther just blasts the flip once again. Obscure Breads, and it's too close to really react. He's spending everything he can, but, man, they did not even break a sweat. I swear they didn't break a sweat at all.
Yeah, I believe that was 9-1, right? The closest you can get to a clean sweep.
I think you're right. You're right.
It's hard to 9-0 in the North American Strikers League.
We did see it, though.
We did see it previously, but not here. Not this time.
Sure. But yeah, wow. That was a stomp dominance, masterfully done. Like, that was like a perfectly engineered comp on a map that they didn't even pick. But it's as if they definitely did pick it. They were so locked in. Everything was perfect. Scyther was so ready to just get those kills on the edge of Tycho, and that is definitely going to be lingering in the minds of Bozo Bunch when they're working on these next maps here for sure. It's going to be, what is that small one? Is that Oni Village? Okay, Oni Village that is not an easy map to get a kill on.
And also, shout out to Zioshi64, the map icons, making them a little bit more readable at 2 pixels wide.
Yeah, I can read it. 2 pixels wide. Check it out. Oni Village.
Oh yeah.
I think Bozo Bunch's going to do a lot better here. I think they're easily gonna. I mean, it's hard to do worse than no shade, but it is hard to perform less good. I don't know. I'm trying not to show shade, but I think they're gonna do better.
No, I get what you mean. Like,
no shade, guys.
Bun Bun Bonanza were very dominant in that game. They came prepared, and they just swept. So it's gonna take quite a bit, but we'll see the starting awakenings. We'll see if things have changed. And actually, one of the more interesting starters. It's stacks on stacks on Oni Village.
Oh, that's like high power here. This is going to be some movement.
Yeah,
and it's going to be flying.
There's not going to be many KOs like you said, but every single KO is going to matter so much more, especially with those pancakes flying around. It's going to be a pretty interesting game. It's probably going to go long. And we'll see what the Bozo Bunch can do on the core control.
Yeah, it could be interesting here. I wouldn't be too surprised if we have... What do you think Dropletto is going to go... Because it's an interesting thing to think, because if everyone in the game has stacks, and one person, say one forward dies, they just instantly become the kill target for, like, the next point, the whole set, basically. That's easy kill for the next set. So if they can manage... If one of the teams can manage to get a kill like midway through, I think that's going to be a big deal if they can kind of like stagger somebody and get them kind of out of there. I mean, man, if everyone around you has stacks and you don't, it feels pretty terrible. You can't do anything.
Yeah, and looking at the picks and bans, of course, the 3 priority picks on this map, quite potentially the 3 best characters here. are being knocked away. But I want to talk about the draft approach here from Bun Bun Bonanza. They pick Dubu now, which leaves Kazan up. They're kind of daring the Bozo bunch here. Is Dropletto confident in the Kazan? Because otherwise, they're getting Kazan for free on last pick. And
Yeah.
like Rasmus and Kazan are the two brawlers that you want on this map. They core control, they move around the map. And the Bozo bunch are thinking
Vice.
about it, and
That's interesting. Vice, I feel like, is less seen pick on Oni Village, but maybe the movement. I think it's like goalie Vice here right now.
wait. Apparently they mispicked.
Oh, that's not good.
I think they mispicked and they meant to pick Okay, they're saying they meant to pick Julie on the Vice slot, but like.
Oh.
Otherwise, well, they're still getting Kazan for free, so the Bun Bun Bonanza Gambit came through. But
All right, that is fine. Man, they took Drakar. I guess Drakar goalie here, right? For maybe Bread's eye on the Kai. Drakar goalie is relatively acceptable here.
yeah,
Now is fine.
yeah, the Drakar goalie's a bit of a signature pick. For that guy, for Obscure Breads, we've seen many clips of him saving it over and over again. But yeah,
I'm probably not going to see anybody with bulk up. I think Stacks is just too good, too good when everyone is even at the start. You cannot be the one without Stacks. They do get Kazan. Bun Bun Bonanza, Scyther, Kazan, pretty good. Liari with the good old now, and definitely Lily Bun hanging out on this Dubu. Kind of pretty good comfort picks there. It should be interesting. I feel like Vice just a little less control on this map. Maybe it gets made up because of the stacks, but I don't know. I kind of like Bun Bun's comp a little more, even if this could be Now's worst map. Could be. Hard to say.
it'll be a little interesting.
Oh, hold on. It's not Vice. Sorry. It's Juliet. So they actually have Juliet forward, Drakar goalie, and Kai. So with Juliet, like you said, they're doing the Juliet, yeah. Don't worry, chat. We're gonna figure this out.
Oh, just a bit of a mess. Well,
Isn't everything?
yeah.
Are they gonna redo it?
Okay, so we have come to a bit of a conclusion here.
All right.
It will be a remake, and Bozo Bunch will lose the ban.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's how we're gonna roll with it, because
Weird.
Bun Bun doesn't want to make them play that composition on Oni Village, and
Is it not easy enough to simply just replace the Vice with the Julie?
well, I mean, it's not that easy, because the Bun Bun pick was based on them looking at this composition, so it's a bit of a mess.
It was it? Because Vice was second to last pick. Wouldn't it only be
No,
Scyther
no,
that?
but they thought that like that was like a counter pick. It's interesting, but
All right,
we'll just see how it
it's all good.
goes.
It's all good remake. So they lose. Shoot, I missed it. What did they ban before?
Previously they banned Estelle, and this time they're picking away the Estelle. They do not want Liari on the Estelle, but this is a big pickup because it means that Kai is open. It means that Kai is not being picked by Muncher, and that changes the draft quite a bit here.
Yeah, they're gonna grab that Kai for sure.
Yeah, most likely it's gonna
right,
be Liari
honestly.
Kai here. Oh no, it's Lilybun Kai.
Lily Bun Kai.
And they're still dropping that Scyther pick, so they're still doing the same strategy of saying, we know you're not comfortable on the Kazan, and we'll see what happens.
Huh. They think Scyther's not comfortable on Kazan?
Or Bun Bun thinks that Dropletto's not comfortable enough on
okay,
Kazan to
yeah.
pick it away here. And
True.
they will indeed pick the Juliet on the Bozo side, which is pretty interesting for Bun Bun. I wonder what they're going to go. They're probably still going to go the Kazan, most likely. But they could pick
Probably.
something else. Like, there's a decent possibility.
Surely we'll still see Drakkar here for Obscure Breads. Yep, still showing up here. Oh, it was. Are we doing new Awakenings here then? Siege Machine
Yeah.
Twin Drive, or are we keeping
Yeah,
Stack?
it is New Awakenings. It's a new draft. And okay, so
That's interesting. Okay,
that's what
dropping
they
on the
meant.
Asher.
They wanted to pick Asher if they saw the Juliet. Okay.
Oh,
The-
okay, fine.
huh.
All right. This is kind of interesting. I feel like without the core control of like Zentaro, Kazan, Rasmus, all the brawlers here are pretty fair and balanced. And I mean, I wouldn't say that Juliet or Asher is too crazy on this map. So, and no stacks to help them out. This is going to be kind of I feel like this is going to be kind of a drawn out one here. I think that we're going to have a tough time setting up kills with these slow brawlers here. But, you know, first to do it, we'll grab that barrier and it's going to be way easier. So we'll have to see what's up. All these fair characters. Fair characters, guys? No Kazan, no Zentaro. What the heck?
Well, we'll have to see how it goes. Lots of possibilities open in this particular game.
Yeah, Oni Village invites a lot of opportunity with core control. It's hard to get kills on this map, but not impossible. I don't think we'll be seeing many kills, especially with Now also on the other side of the board. Probably not going to get any kills against Bun Bun, but you know, still possible. Now has a small health pool here, no stagger really at all, but we're finally getting on in here, guys. After an extra remake, we'll check some Awakenings in just a moment here. Everyone taking Twin Drive except for Obscure Breads, getting a little bit of a projectile range on the Lock and Load, which is completely fair. Strike shot, but Scyther grabbing Magnetized Souls on the Brawler here, so that's an interesting thing to keep lookout for. It's really interesting to think, because I feel like Slicks is so good offensively and defensively, but we shall see how Magnetized Souls works for this match.
Yeah, I think the thought process is, of course, like, Slicks has been nerfed, Maxwell's has been buffed, but also Asher, right? That character is not getting the core, especially if you're dead like that, so getting that unconditional speed, as long as, like speed that's not dependent on the core, might be what Bun Bun is looking at here, but Dropletto is looking quite good on the Juliet, of course. Always the meme about Dropletto solo queue Julia win rate, but has looked pretty solid on it every single time, has converted, and that's exactly what both brawlers are looking to do here, and that is convert when the core is brought to them by their midfielders.
Absolutely. I do think that Juliet does a slightly better job of confirming barriers and goals than Asher does, and I also think that Estelle does a kind of a way better job on Oni Village than Now does. So I really I really like the comp here from Bozo Bunch, as we Estelle is kind of just like S tier pick on this map, and we do have Kai Goli here as we're gonna have Dropletto get a nice dash punch there on the top side against Lilybun. We have Kai Goli, not as effective as Kai forward on the map here, so I'm just gonna give it to Bozo Bunch right now. I like their comp. I like what they're going for.
Yeah, it's interesting because Lilybun has played the Dubu a lot, the lockdown goalies, quite a bit, and that's what we see her performing a ton on. But as I say that, two barriers open up on the other side. The volatility of the gameplay really shining through here, as Obscure Breads does have the flip available in the corner, is forced to use it. But Scyther 12 with the backup of Liari secondary just completely stuffs that flip, gets it out of there, gets a goal, and yeah, like you were mentioning, the Kai goalie pick, although in a vacuum it is very, very solid, in the raw defense, in the 1v1 against a brawler, it can sometimes feel bad compared to a melee goalie. Like, you do get much more presence in the midfield when you have a midfielder plus a Kai goalie, but wait a second, that's Obscure Breads getting slightly off track. That's a path splitter perfectly set up, and can't even finish a sentence. Another quick goal from the Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, these things happen. I agree exactly with what you're saying. Juliet having Slicks actually can like lose the strike ward to a barrage, and after having a strike ward and still have the Slick speed to go get the ball, Scyther actually doesn't have that benefit if they lose like a Strike War to like a light lock-in load. So I don't know. I feel like Bozo Bunch kind of has it all right now, and yeah, they're gonna get a beautiful piercing shot. Lilybun flying a little bit too close to the sun there, gonna get blasted on in, dying, losing any energy that they had, and granting a little bit more experience over to Bozo Bunch there, who's now evened up this set, and they really want to grab a couple of nice awakenings here. Maybe they'll grab the stacks that was Forsaken just moments ago.
Maybe, but they still have to win, right? It's still 2-2. Still a pretty awkward spot. If Scyther 12 can find a big play, a good shot from Lilybun even across the map, that can make a big difference here. But Dropletto and Muncher do have flips available. They do have the capability to make plays, but Bumbo Bonanza are playing around them, making sure they don't get a flip too close to the net here. And one is indeed wasted by Eye on the bottom side. Now Dropletto looking to not waste one. Has the flip in front of the net. Has the Flame Flurry. Sneaks out just a little bit. Perfect defense by Liari and Lilybun. But Dropletto's back for round 2. Looking to win a strike war, but Scyther in the goal box as well. Permanent defense coming out as Dropletto can't quite get a strike there. Another good clear from the Bumbo Bonanza as they look to find a barrier, but it just avoids the barrier, and the barrier stays standing for the Bozo Bunch.
Yep, Obscurebreds had that strike shot as well to try to help out if it was going into a pretty devastating angle there, though. But we're going to have one barrier still up for Bozo Bunch. Dropletto right on the front lines here. Eye about to give a little bit of assistance there. Obscurebreds going to actually regain control of that core after it being red because of the Xenocloak. A little bit of a buff there for Drakkar. Now gets a red ball in overtime from Xenocloak, but we're actually going to have a barrier there. Really great angle from Scyther, and now Bun Bun Bonanza has their chance, and this is going to be actually a Bun Bun Bonanza taking the first set, getting their awakening, and shutting me up as fast as possible.
Wow,
That's
okay. Yeah, there were many opportunities for the Bozo Bunch, but Bumbo Bonanza held through it all, as 3 even sometimes, and they're the ones with the first pick here. I'm looking at that Catalyst right now, but that Big Fish is what is opted for by Scyther 12. That additional size is going to do a lot of work in getting it around Obscurebreds. As the Bozo Bunch, not sad about this, but with how the draft pans out, they end up going for perfect form on the Estelle, which does leave Catalyst as a little treat for Lilybun, which does mean that everyone picks up so much power from this draft, and this next set's going to be really scary to watch, I think.
It should be pretty high power level. I feel like Catalyst is taking it on Lilybun is probably fine because like Dropletto would do nice with it. I go of course against Barrage as well, but I feel like it's pretty low power here for Lilybun. Like ideally, if you do not dodge the dash punch and get hit, you probably lost something important there. So you're gonna try to dodge or elusive either way, but I don't know. There was prime time there, right, for Lilybun. It could have possibly been prime time for Lilybun or Liari there.
You can't let it get to Dropletto though.
The Catalyst? I mean,
yeah,
I don't know. On Oni Village, you think it's like so crazy?
Yes, because that guy has the Flame Flurry ability and will build up an entire energy burst so quickly. Dropletto getting in there without the Catalyst even. And Obscurebreds, of course, picking up the missile prop. Muncher with the perfect form. I mean, they're happy with the draft, but despite the draft, it is still the Bun Bun Bonanza that are converting here.
Fair. Okay, I guess if it's if the Flame Flurry is as crazy as you're mentioning, then I will say that fine. This is completely acceptable here. Bun Bun Bonanza taking that first set there, but wow, we're gonna get a kill actually. I'm not really even sure who got that kill. Was it I that ended up getting a? Oh my gosh, the crazy Giga Blast from Lilybun. No extra power, only a buff from the last patch is gonna help that one get a kill. It's Scyther actually just being a huge threat here with this Big Fish that can't seem to get it past. Liari is the first one up. A power play kind of active here, but now I back with a couple of cooldowns to help it on through. Can't seem to manage a barrier, but now they're actually under a whole lot of pressure here. Scyther, maybe that little bit of a size buff was just enough that they need. Dropletto going to get completely stuffed by that barrage, though, and they're going to try to work on a push onto the bottom side here. Can Bun Bun Bonanza finish this one out against Obscurebreds or cause them to use a flip?
The big question here is Dropletto goes in, but it's a good elusive from Lilybun to negate the dash punch completely as Obscurebreds trying to get it out of the corner and manages to do so against Scyther 12 for the moment. Muncher in the 1v1 with a blink back, but the barrage from Lilybun is a little bit better as once again the barrier stands for Bun Bun Bonanza, the Bozo Bunch. A lot of Bs in this game and 2 flips wasted. Bottom side, they do manage to get the barrier though, but a strike war by Scyther 12, another strike shot by Obscurebreds. But again to Scyther 12, a pass goes from Liari 2-0 in this set, looking to make it 2-0 in sets.
Absolutely. Yeah, the big fish really already has had a great impact for Scyther, just being big enough to cover more space and just make it so much harder to get around Asher. And that's kind of the best thing that she can do, is help squish onto one of these sides, be an unstoppable wall. And he's doing a great job of that right now, as they're going to use that breakthrough to get one of those barriers here. Liari with the flip onto the bottom side. Great wait there. Actually, good patience. They're going to lose one to Dropletto, who's working on this Fiery Flurry here. Not much more to go with it. I not in perfect position to help out. The Path Splitter is going to make things awkward here for I, but who's going to hang on by a thread, and actually that thread is going to be torn in half, as that breakthrough is also going to confirm that kill, and this could be a big power play here for the Bun Buns.
Really could be, as once again Liari goes through, passes to Scyther 12, who wins the interaction afterwards. Coordinated offense from the Bun Bun Bonanza, as they're looking like the team that really pushed Sad Boys to the limit in last season's playoffs. So once again, another draft, another scary set of awakenings in the favor of Bun Bun Bonanza. But there's a lot of stuff on the board, so much so that the Estelle of Muncher is guaranteed something nice. Hotshot most likely here goes for the aerials instead, and Hotshot for the Drakkar is what I'm looking at now for that cooldown reduction. But at the end of the draft, it is a little disappointing for Dropletto. Of course, extra special, not bad, but not the game changer for this Juliet.
Definitely not a game changer. Indeed, it would have been funny to see the Catalyst and the extra special show up for Juliet somehow, though. Now, I would have eaten my words on, oh, why didn't you just let Juliet have it? But that would have been kind of crazy. Not going to deal with that situation, though. Going to get a dash punch to grab the first topside barrier here. I'm going to use a Rose Warp to try to get the next one. Almost gets slain by Scyther, but Good Elusive is going to keep them alive in this situation here. Topside here for Dropletto, doing a little bit of dribble. Actually going to punch it right over to I, who doesn't actually have a chance here to get the barrier. No cooldowns right now. Strike Shot going to help to keep it in, but not going to work out yet. Nice dash punches up again for Dropletto, and that's how they're going to be making their money this game. Getting those barriers here with that dash punch. It's still just a difficult move to deal with. You're going to have to elusive every time. It almost gets a kill on the Scyther. Good defense there from Bun Bun. But
and a great blink forward from Muncher to secure the goal there. Maybe a turnaround, because if you watch Obscure Breads, that Hotshot is doing a lot of work. The consistent cooldowns and a little bit of core speed is doing a lot for that lock and load. That primary is so much stronger now, and we're going to see it like scale up as more awakenings fall. If they manage to clutch this set out, it will be pretty huge for the Bozo Bunch on the defense. And if Obscure Breads can hold on the defense versus Scyther 12, that means a lot more room for Muncher to play with on the offense.
yeah, true. I mean, Obscure Breads also has Missile Prop. He's got one of the better builds here for Drakkar on Oni Village. Lots of control right now. He's going to have only one barrier down for each team. Liari trying to get it on in there, but cannot seem to make it work. Looking to get a kill onto Dropletto, reset that health, regeneration. They might be able to get something. Lilybun taking the reins right now. Going to spend that flip just to hold possession right then and there. Going to switch back over to the goalie spot. Going to have Liari try to get it in there, but yeah, Obscure Breads just has so many lock-in loads right now. The cooldown reduction with the Hotshot is making a big deal, but Scyther does end up finding a kill onto I, and this is it. This is Bun Bun Bonanza going to use this power play and try to grab another score.
They get the barrier. They're looking for the goal now. Pass down to Scyther 12 to the top side, covered perfectly by the barrier beam. That was a hard read, too. If Obscure Breads cleared down, the core was out of there.
Really great read, actually, from Scyther. The extra size also making the barrier beam big. Covers. Man, it's funny to see Asher cover like a top clear by herself, but hey, with a little bit of extra size, anything is possible. We're seeing it now. Scyther looking a little bit low right now, but they kind of have no shot of getting a kill on him, in my opinion, right now. But they are in a great spot to get the topside barrier, maybe pushing him from the bottom one. Using the lifeline, get back to Lilybun just for a little bit of healing here. And now we have Bun Bun Bonanza still with their two barriers up, though. Okay, they actually can get a score here if Scyther can keep it together, but ends up having a little war there with the gates.
It bounces back and forth, a little bit of fumbles from both sides, but in the end it is Scyther 12 who picks it up in another strike war. Lilybun to Liari to Scyther 12. And now the Bun Bun Bonanza just one goal away from 6-0ing the Bozo Bunch here in sets.
Yeah, looking super good right now. These Magnetized Souls might be just enough for Scyther to get on in there at the right time. Lilybun going to clear that one using evasive. Okay, they do end up holding that barrier. That was kind of big here for the Bozo Bunch. Scyther looming to maybe even threaten a kill. Just a moment. Okay, we got Dropletto to grab the top side barrier here. Lilybun to clear it to the bottom side here. Obscure Breads control, now handing it on over to Dropletto. And they're going to do a fight here from this top side corner, but not much is going to happen. Dropletto going to miss on a kill onto Scyther. Going to be losing that dash punch for a while. Scyther and Liari going to try to push it onto the bottom side. We see Lilybun speeding up here with these orbs. This Orb Dancer could be making big plays right now for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. And can they get it down to the top side here? Going to use a flip, opposing flip, actually going to get it past Scyther, but how long?
Yeah, for how long? Because Scyther 12's flip is going to be so scary. The insta flip with the dash. And it's Bun Bun Bonanza with a quick 2-0 in a matchup we thought would be incredibly close.
Yeah, two really strong teams when they're, put together, but it looks like, man, Bun Bun Bonanza was just so, I don't know, like robotic. Everything was just like flowchart has to, right here, we go here, this is it. We go here, we go, this is perfect. Everything just felt like so perfect for Bun Bun Bonanza here. They did take 3 points though in that game, but man, that's certainly not enough to defeat Scyther 12-9-0. Not even looking for assists on any of these goals, but see Lilybun getting active on in there with 4 assists as well. And man, that was tough. That Bun Bun Bonanza was just so on. They were in and on, man.
Yeah, it's a Bun Bun Bonanza that I think we're going to see in playoffs. I mean, the sky's the limit for Bun Bun Bonanza if they're playing like this as we approach the final weeks of the season. And they do have some interesting matchups. The Sad Boys next week and Last Call in the final week. We'll see how it shakes out, but really good look for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, this was super strong. This is definitely the team that got third at the last Nassau. Definitely a super solid placing, especially with all the powerful teams that have been showing up now. And things have been crazy. This Nassau is just as powerful as the last one, but, not the same players are going to be winning the same spots this time. But, man, we will see, as we are going to have another match showing up in just a little bit. Bang Bang LC. Last Call is going to be pretty interesting. Funny enough, both of these teams... we'll talk about that in a minute. We going to a break, Sai, or what?
Yeah, we're going to a bit of a break here. And the next up is Bang Bang versus Last Call. It's an interesting matchup, too, because, for lack of a better phrase, both teams choked at LAN. Expectations were definitely higher for Bang Bang, but they had a catastrophic loss. And Last Call did not do too well either, so we'll see if both of them could bounce back here. It's going to be an interesting matchup, to be sure, but yeah, it's going to be Bang Bang trying to aim for one of the top playoff spots. They're 4-2 right now. They could slip into 4-3 tied territory, or they could advance to 5-2 and be in that upper echelon. Who's to say?
Yeah, 5-2 would be really big for them. That kind of secures your spot in playoffs. Yeah, if you're 5-2 right now.
Yeah. Well, quick break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back again, everyone, to Nassau Season 4, Week 7 again. And we are moving on to one of the more interesting games that could take place in this current time, which is going to be Bang Bang against Last Call. And both of these teams definitely had a tough time there at the LAN due to whatever reasons. But they're going to be now duking it out against each other to see who's the better team right now. I mean, of course, we have Bang Bang has got a slightly better record right now at 4-2. LC kind of at 1-5 right now, but both really solid teams. We got full rosters on each side right now, as far as I know, and it's gonna be definitely for definitely for certain. It's gonna be a crazy one here. As we're gonna start off on Atlas Lab. Saya, thoughts on the better team?
Well, statistically, it has to be Bang Bang, right? 4-2 record. They've played against the top dogs already, and they are cruising to a playoff spot. But I gotta say, Frightfully Fresh, Finny goalie coming in here. I gotta see what the awakening on that one is in just a second. Sorry, gear on that one is. Hoping for some momentum
You're
boots
right.
action.
You got it. That's what it is.
It is momentum boots indeed, and we're gonna see Fresh fly a little bit. We're gonna see if Last Call can really convert here.
Yeah, we will. Bang Bang rocking something that I'm just simply not a believer in. Also, I'm not a Nassau player. Era goalie.
Ember Monarchs, lore team.
It is the lore team, right? So, yeah, kind of crazy. Era goalie showing up right now, and they don't have like the weird two forward thing, and we're on Atlas Lab, and I'm not sure exactly what the idea behind this one is, but getting on in here right now, Threezy going to help grab that last barrier here, and Borg in perfect position to send it onto the top side against Grimella, who cannot seem to get at Barrage out just at the right time. It's going to be first point here on over to LC. Threezy rocking the siphoning one, though, as well, and every single player took that remedy over the cast to last. No creation showing up here. Even Fudgy Waffles taking reptile remedy instead of cast to last for Era, which is kind of insane in my eyes, but maybe I'm terrible at the game, but one barrier down for each side of these teams here. Drew working on the top side with this flip. Gonna pop it a little preemptively there. Threezy's gonna stop it, but they're gonna actually end up grabbing the second barrier as they're going to have a reverse push.
Oh!
Ew.
Oh, Frightfully Fresh really thought Drew was going to strike it there, but it went a little past Drew's reach, and the no mix-up, we like to say, but that was a true no mix-up as Fresh got a little bit mixed.
We should do that more often. We should simply not hit the core when it's going kind of fast. That could be the craziest mix-up ever, as both barriers going to go down here for Bang Bang. Trying to get it out of this big finish here. It's going to be a big nothing, as we're going to send the ball down over to, not down over to Borg, actually mixing me up here. Fresh, sending it up to Threezy, great on through Drew. Fudgy going to try to work it on in here, got a flip. Borg is kind of threatening though, but Grimella looking at nearly no health. The siphoning one helping to keep them staggered as well. Borg going to get a topside push here with this flip, strike flip. Piercing shot's not going to be enough. Okay, actually Threezy's going to stop the ball. Fudgy's going to flip it on in there, and kind of trying to work on this last barrier here slowly for Bang Bang.
Slowly getting the KO as well. The passing play top side reads the bewitching beam from Fudgy Waffles. Last Call looking quite good here. Not gonna lie, their offense is good. Borg is keeping up the offense quite well as well. The corner pressure very solid, and I'm expecting great things in the future if this is what this matchup looks like right now, because going into this, right, Bang Bang definitely pretty favored.
Oh, Bang Bang is certainly pretty favored, as they have quite the better record here. Better matchups currently in this Nassau season. Grimella with a great barrage angle there is going to be enough to grab the final barrier, but they're going to lose their friend in the process here. Fudgy Waffles not anywhere to be seen, but we're going to have Last Call try to work it on in here with this power play. Going to pop the middle, but lose control just for a moment. Borg's going to regain it. Not end up getting the ball into that piercing shot. Power play is over. Fudgy Waffles down to Grimella here. We're going to have a Giga Blast and try to help it through. Drew looking kind of weak right now, though. Can they get it on in here with Grimella's help? Can they do it?
Oh, and the barrage sets it up perfectly for Drew there. It's 2-2. Bang Bang. Not going down too easily here. Trying to secure the first set for themselves. But that's a lot of meter on the side of Last Call here. That is a lot of flips coming up in just a second.
Yep, they're about to look extremely blue right now, but we could see a couple of boys angles, as this seems to be the theme here in NASA. or sorry, Nassau, as we see tons of behind the barrier shots here. Borg not going to pop the flip a little too preemptively there. Now it goes onto the bottom side, but nothing more than one single barrier. I guess that's all you could hope for one flip right now. Fresh maybe getting involved here with his own flip. I think Threezy might have popped that one a little bit too early there, kind of far from their goal. But we're going to have a little bit of a strike war here from Drew and Borg. They finally do get it down, but they're going to lose the barrier there as Grimel's going to help out with that barrage. On over to Drew. They can't seem to manage it. Okay, the Giga Blast is actually going to whiff right there. The big finish, actually a read from Fudgy, sends it down, not over to Grimella. But if they can get it up to Drew here, and pops it all and gets it on in there, that was interesting, because we had last call with all of the energy available in the world, but looks like Bang Bang survived long enough to grab energy of theirs, and Grimella's going to be the first one to grab their awakening here.
Bang Bang coming right back, getting the set, and I'm looking at that quick strikes. They're looking pretty spicy here, but of course still great awakenings left on the latter end of this draft, the second half, the first half even, as explosive entrance, stacks and stacks, hotshot all available. Not going to offer the hotshot here, pass down to Fini possibly, or maybe some damage being taken. That's the prize fighter. But with how the draft panned out, last call have to be pretty happy with this one. They get explosive entrance in Taro, they get stacks on stacks, they get prize fighter. I mean, pretty best case scenario if I had to say.
Yeah, explosive entrance on second pick there is really great here for Threezy. We'll see if we can get some extra value here out of this prize fighter. It's going to be a little difficult for Fresh, but they could seem to make it work. But the stacks on Estelle, yeah, definitely a super powerful pick. But again, we have also Rampage on Drew. See if they can get a little bit out of control, especially with the Reptile Remedy. He's not going to go down easily. We have both barriers taken, though. Bang Bang making it happen. Grimella topside with that barrage. Now we have control here for Borg, and yeah, man, it's going to be Estelle using the cooldowns. We're going to have a strike into a Crystal Thorns, into a piercing shot. Just a little too much for little Era to handle. She really doesn't have much there. I feel like all you could have done was like pop a really early Maelstrom to try to hit it, but yeah, nice one from LC there, taking the first point.
Yeah, they have all the tools they need to bring this game back now. As Borg, a crazy strike around the black hole. It felt like it went in there for a second.
Didn't it go? I swear that hit. That's a bug, bro. You saw that. We saw that. Chat, you saw that. This is a trash.
The black hole is smaller than it appears. It's like the rear view mirror. Objects in mirror are like closer than they appear or whatever. It's that sort of thing. As Grimella takes a whole bunch of damage. Drew gets hit some perfectly by Fresh, who's almost at flip as well. The defense coming through, but Borg flips a little too early against the barrage of Grimella, and that'll be a goal for Bang Bang.
Yep, nice one keeping it together there, Drew. 2 stacks of Rampage. That thing stacks a little crazy sometimes, faster than you think as the opposing goalie. As 7.5% per stack, starting at 7.5% as well. Got buffed a little bit there. Big finish to the top side, but Fudgy's going to nullify any threat there. On over to Drew, who now has their flip, getting kind of big still. Gonna pop the flip, gonna grab a barrier, another stack for Drew, but sacrificing one of their own. Threezy getting on in there with the Oni's Blade, pops the flip as well, got the passive. It's gonna be tough for Fudgy, gonna lose that barrier as well. Topside here, Barrage with Drew is going to also secure that one, and now it's a tough spot here as the ball is just kind of plummeting in, but Threezy gets there in time.
Oh, and the core goes to the other side of the map here. And now Borg can threaten a bit of a goal, Threezy as well, but as they rush forward, it is not quite found yet. Threezy with the shot available, Patience to the top side, burns the flip, deflected by Borg, and a triple taken to midfield by Freshly Fresh keeps it in the possession of last call. They just need one more opportunity now, but Grimella runs the core forward, wins the strike interaction, sends it forward yet again, and Grimella with the Patience is keeping up possession for Bang Bang as they convert.
Big Drew showing up here. Bunch of extra size, and the X Maximus is going to make you just too difficult to deal with, even for Frightfully Fresh's team there. LC having a tough time dealing with this huge Drew, but they're doing a bunch of damage. If they can somehow manage a kill, that would reset all those stacks, but Drew really healthy here with that Reptile Remedy, but they're going to have one barrier down on each side here. Threezy getting on in there with both cooldowns. Is going to get it. Io Rush with the strike. Slashing Strike as well. Drew, really great hit to grab the final barrier himself. And boy, these barriers are not safe on this map. Everyone is kind of doing a really great job of taking them, but Drew finally gets his flip as well. They're kind of doing a little bit of stun. Going to blast it. Yeah, tough spot for Finny as well. Maybe if Frightfully Fresh did a primary backwards there, that might have been crazy to hit it on the backswing. I don't know. But considering his position, how close he was to that flip, maybe backwards primary could have worked. But I don't know, I might be crazy.
It's tough. It's tough because Last Call have not looked bad in these first 2 sets, but Bang Bang is just keeping the possession when it matters and converting when it matters. Prime Time is going to do work as Grimella picks up the aerials for the speed, or Ponder for more cooldowns for Fudgy Waffles. And I think my eyes are really on those Fudgy Waffles Nados to really bring that, I guess, presence to the lanes of Atlas's lab when the black hole is still up. It's definitely a possibility here, as so far it's been pretty simple for Last Call to maintain a little bit of possession, especially near the start of a point, but if those Nados come through, it could be very disruptive.
Yeah, dude, it could. If they get like Monumentalist maybe in the next set, but they're gonna have to, I don't know, depends, because yeah, if Lelsey can actually grab that one, then it would be already the game over and they wouldn't have a chance to grab that Monumentalist. I feel like they're using the Maelstrom in the defensive positions a lot more often. Drew again with the flip already. X just kind of builds energy out of nowhere, but they're going to get a push onto the bottom side. Actually, it's going to be a simple Strike War win from Drew. He's just too big. I mean, 3Z was definitely going to have a tough time either way. Might of the Colossus not big enough to deal with X. Like Rampage actually has 0 stacks, but still pretty big. And Bang Bang is looking to make this one, looking to end this one already.
Yeah, 2 more goals to secure the first game. Bang Bang now on the bottom side, trying to push forward as Drew gets a little chunked out, but just goes right in, yoinks the orb, and just zones Borg away as well. Drew's been performing really well, but taken out 3Z Breezy. Good target selection and a very decisive flip to make a power play, but Fudgy Waffles interrupting, preventing the barriers from going down, as the barriers are taken, but at the cost of Fudgy's life now, as it's really up to the side of Last Call. Can they make it happen? Can they convert on this power play? And the answer so far is no.
Yeah, they just did not have control. Really unfortunate hit all the way to the top corner. Giga Blast is not going to be enough to secure that one. Frightfully Fresh still has their flip just in case the black hole shows up once more and ends up maybe causing the death there for Threezy, who maybe went for a Aya Rush during the explosion, got him killed, but that's going to be Grimella basically taking responsibility for that kill. Okay, nice Bewitching Beam for Fudgy, holding on to that barrier here. The power play is over, but Drew says the game is about to be over as they strike it on in there, and now we're looking at match point for Bang Bang. LC's gonna have to do something here. I mean, Estelle's 10 stacks off of this stacks, baby. A little bit of speed will help.
Maybe a little bit. We'll have to see what happens here. Borg on the bottom side.
Oh yeah, dude.
Wow. I can't believe it.
Frightfully Fresh ascending to the heavens with a wonderful behind the back on Atlas Lab there. Really difficult situation, but Threezy is actually going to grab the second barrier there, and they're going to try to end this one, but Drew blasting the flip, getting a power play for the side of Bang Bang again. Borg is not going to be able to hold the top side barrier as well. Grimella, baby, with the barrage of Giga Blast. Still not enough. Drew goes in, but Borg with another kind of half behind the back there. Also really great. Grimella showing up with the flip, trying to combo it with the Drew, but it doesn't seem to work out. LC kind of fighting for their life right now, and boy, is their life on the line.
Flip available, 3Z to the bottom side, but doesn't quite get a demon angle, and Fudgy Waffles deflecting away towards Drew, who is still kicking, still pushing forward, as once again the barrage makes the core drift in front. Drew unable to reach the core this time. Last Call on their last legs, need to find something now, but Fudgy Waffles has the patience to not clear into 3Z Breezy's passive. And once again, it is Bang Bang confidently strolling forward.
Oh man, they end up losing that last barrier there. Grimella kind of inted for just a half second there, but regained it as well, waiting for the Oni blade, but actually waits a little too long to get the slice and dice to help it on through. Fudgy gets stunned, and LC, the breath of life, could actually end up being a whole lung full of life or something as they're keeping this one together.
They indeed are. They need to figure out a little more than that, though, because the Nado's coming in. The Fudgy Waffles cooldowns are assisting Bang Bang now as Borg goes for a dribble, goes for the Crystal Thorns, tries to get 2 barriers, but one is good as well. Continuing to try and push forward, almost KO'd. Borg trying to preserve this core flip by any means necessary, and Drew can't quite get the combo. And now a flip preserved to use on defense. A lot of damage on Grimella. Can they make it happen here? But once again, it is so far from the barriers, and 3Z is so low.
Yeah, 3Z luckily getting that orb, getting out of stagger situation now. Maybe Bang Bang on almost full defense. They do eventually get it out. Drew looking a little bit weak, though. If they can get a kill on Drew, that would reset the one little stack he has right now. Barrier kind of undefended right now, but Gremella gets pushed into the defense position from being staggered. Kind of crazy situation. Looking at 3Z Breezy here. Drew opting to involve Gremella in the play, even though they were kind of completely staggered, and it was a tough situation, but either way, that's going to be how it happens here. Bang Bang losing their barrier. Fresh got the big finish up, making something happen. Drew a little big, kind of blocking right now. Gremella back with full cooldowns there. Big red ball, tough situation. 3Z in the right spot with the IO rush, and the strike is going to stuff Fudgy Waffle's face in. And man, this could be LC's chance to finally bring this back. Maybe those 10 stacks really made the difference.
Maybe it did. This is looking like an LC that can make the reverse sweep. They're one goal away from a set win. And Borg is pushing forward, but unsuccessful this time. And Drew is now in their face. The NATO will keep the possession again. Gremel with the barrage, making it so difficult. And Drew has Flip in front of the barrier, looking to take it all right here. Has to pass outwards, a flip by Fudgy Waffles to take the barrier. And now it's looking a little bit difficult. Borg trying to blink in, but a good pass by Fudgy Waffles all the way to Drew, but it's deflected away one last time. Drew's still in there, but rightfully Fresh has the speed to defend it for the moment. And 3Z Breezy's there to back up the strikes as well. The passing plays coming through top side. And Drew will get the final strike and will convert for a Bang Bang win.
Yeah, really hard fought there right at the end from LC. They were just so close. Some really great plays there from Fresh. Some good clears from the team to actually maintain some of those barriers and maintain some of those goals from going in. But Bang Bang was just so in it there. They had the coordination that they needed. Drew was just too damn big. Is the only way to say it. Drew was just too damn big with 3 stacks of Rampage already, and really tough for Finny to clear around X. Like, in general, I'm not sure how Finny clears around X as consistently as you could. Drew's pretty involved there, but yeah, tough game, hard fought, but it's gonna go on over to Bang Bang. We do have some more fun games coming up here as I read this 2-pixel map. Is that Demon Days?
Demon Days? Looks like it.
Okay, cool. 2 pixels of Demon Day. It's going to show up for the chat in just a moment here. We're going to have tons and tons of damage and so much fun for you guys just to watch people get destroyed. Last game, actually, Gremella had a ton of redirects there. 177. Basically 30 more than the next player in the whole game. Very active there. Too many kills showing up. Makes fair on Atlas Lab, I suppose. But yeah, Bang Bang ended up cleaning it up there. LC, oh, they were so close. They had... That last set was such a, like, we're totally bringing this back. It's an easy reverse 3-0 feeling.
Yeah, if they could bring that type of energy to game 2, especially on their map pick, I can see an LC win. I could see an LC series take last map Night Market. We'll have to see how it pans out, but if they can do what they did in those last few points, last call, have a very good shot on Demon Deus.
Absolutely. Very volatile map here. We're going to have your forwards or your goalies are forwards and your forwards are goalies, and everyone is just standing on top of each other, and just so fun to try to hit these circle barriers. But, you know, tough clears behind them is going to separate the goods from the greats. We're going to see Vice, guys. You guys like Vice in the chat? Because I feel like we could be seeing Vice this game. You know, Luna still 100% win rate from me casting Lunas and this Nassel. Keep saying NASA for some reason. And this Nassel. So I feel like Luna's become kind of the one right now. She is like surprisingly good, but damage is surprisingly good. So I guess she's surprisingly good.
Yeah, heading to the next map here. Oh, out of all the starts, we have a Catalyst start upon us.
Oh man, that's energy. There's gonna be some hitting. Man, X is such a good pick right now. X and Zentaro, I feel like, are so fat right now for these picks.
Well, yeah, we're gonna see a lot of flips. We're gonna see a lot of flips. We're gonna see a lot of elusives, a lot of survivability as well. It's Demon Deus. It's going to be a little bit crazy, and I'm wondering what picks will come out. I think Finny would also be pretty interesting to pick here, right? You know, that big finish, the grand finale, some might say, on those circular barriers can be quite devastating. But there's also the tried and true Rasmus that Fresh was once the main picker of, so a lot of options.
Man. Fresh was Rasmus before. I feel like Fresh was Rasmus before Demon Deus even came out, bro. Right? Like he was playing Rasmus goalie on like every map, and then the best map for Rasmus comes out, and boom, Fresh is the king. But yeah, I think Finny would be a pretty solid pick considering she does like damage from long range, which is good because if your opponents have to like flip to avoid damage or avoid damage at long range, they can't really do much about it other than like that someone else like flipping on the ball to like avoid damage. I don't know. Just seems like Finny is a pretty good pick here. We do see a Vice ban, a Now ban. LC is looking for the biggest damage that they can get, have no chance of even showing up for healings for the side of Bang Bang. But yeah, X, man, I'm a little surprised we didn't see an X ban actually. Maybe from I guess it was like pick ban or something, but Bang Bang for LC deciding to ban Now. I don't know. That seems letting them. I feel like X is gonna be so involved in this game.
Well, that's the thing, right? X and Zentaro are both incredible power picks on the start in this game on this map, so that if you ban one, then you're kind of given the priority over to the first pick, Bang Bang. It's a little bit awkward to ban as second pick, so they just trade the picks here. Drew's gonna be very happy with that X. Performed well on it last time. But Catalyst with Zentaro, that guy hits 1,000,000 times, gets 1,000,000 energy. Oh, that's a Borg Zentaro then. That's a 3Z Breezy Kazan, I believe.
I'm not gonna see Aragoli again, all right? No, okay. Picked anyway.
Yeah.
So what? X Era, not Mako,
okay,
right?
Wait, but that could be an Aragoli. It's probably not, but it could be an Aragoli.
I mean, it certainly could be an Aragoli.
Oh, this is shaping up to be
So
a bit of a
weird.
content game here. This is
messed up.
This is going a little crazy.
This could be double forward, guys. I don't even know what's next. Mako? Who else helps the forwards? Or maybe Finny just for the heck of it.
Nah,
I don't know, actually. I don't think Fresh...
maybe not Finny.
He could play Finny.
Could still be Rasmus. Oh, and there's the Rasmus.
Okay, fair, yeah.
This is a bit of a...
Dude, 3-forward team. My 3-forward team. That's sick. LC looking to really just start smashing, but we'll see if they can survive the onslaught that is maybe Aragoli with 2 forwards. I'm not entirely sure here. I know Fresh is sorry, not Fresh. We're gonna have Fudgy Waffles with the melee goalies is also pretty good on the melee goalie situation. We did just see Aragoli for them, so kind of could flex that one if they feel like it.
Technically,
this is an interesting one.
Technically speaking, 5 brawlers out of 6 picks.
Right? Like, look at all this smashing. This is crazy. Is this what you expected from Demon Deus Catalyst start? I mean, maybe. Maybe this is what you do.
They got a lot of picks.
The question is there for any reason we're going to see Zentaro with this explosive entrance? Nah, right?
No.
No shot.
No, it has to be Catalyst here.
It has to be Catalyst.
You have to keep up the pace. And if they go explosive entrance, like, I think the only possibility was like Zentaro Vice and then more damage, you know? Then you try to go all in on this. But like even then it's So I'm pretty sure it's 6 Catalysts.
It should probably be 6 Catalysts. Which means that our explosive entrance will most likely 1 out of 34. Sorry, not 34, because 1 out of 32, because I don't know how math works. Guys, I don't know about statistics, but it's going back in the pool, and something else is going to be ripped out of the pool. We'll see. We'll see if it shows up again. But yeah, really interesting comps here. I could not have predicted such a brawler. The brawlers really do get it done, and it's going to be done, as you were right. 6 Catalysts show up. We have a bunch of Magnetized Souls here. 3 Magnetized Souls. No Slicks again. Shoutouts to Vaughn mentioning that a little earlier, but Borg deciding to grab the Siphoning Wand, as they are certainly going to be trying to get a couple kills here, as everyone is already killing everyone. Drew instantly jumps on there, and man, Borg finds himself out of the game already, and it is Aragoli too. This is just a crazy one.
Bit of a crazy one as the first barrier falls. Fightfully Fresh is going to be playing a lot of midfield here, as the goalies usually do, as Fudgy Waffles is all the way pushed up, hooked forward even, as the barriers are looking to be traded. A good save by Grimella means they aren't, and Bang Bang surges to a bit of a lead. The NATO is a little scary as well, and Bang Bang look pretty comfortable with this trio here.
Yeah, I mean, they have big characters getting supported by the Eras, also pretty great here. Fresh, as we said, on the Rasmus, totally safe and in a normal place for him. It's going to be a little bit of defense here. Grimella has the flip. Grimella on... Man, it's weird to say Grimella on X, but it is certainly happening right now as Pridefully Fresh going to spend that flip to get it on out of there. Borg, Oni Blade, not going to get too much out of here. Drew stuffed, though, but not too much comes off that as well. Grimella, unfortunately, taking too much damage, knocked on off the map, and we have a power play here for LC, and this is the kind of gameplay they're trying to do to make this series evened up.
And as the flips are traded, in the end, it is 3Z Breezy who stands there with the blue energy bar. Finds one into the bottom corner, and that's the first goal in the favor of Last Call. If there's a game that they need to win, that they can win, it is this one, and they need to get it done here with 3 brawlers on the team.
My God. Everyone just spent all their cooldowns in that mosh pit, and of course we can see the energy bars already going up to half from that first, like, 2 seconds of interaction here. It's just such a slobber knocker right now. Fresh is going to use that Death Touch and not really going to get it, though. Drew going to try to keep it on in here with the Asher. Fudgy Waffles on the defense as well, helping out to get it through here. LC got their backs to the walls here as their barriers are down. Borg is looking weak as well. Dreezy going to try to deal a little bit of damage to Grimella, but Fudgy Waffle's going to lose his barrier in the process as well. The flips are showing up once again. Who's going to use theirs first? But nice clear there from Grimella down to Fudgy to get Borg to use their flip. I mean, you can kind of spend your flips in this game as they're going to show up quite often. We can already see all the flips again showing up, so this is just so crazy here. Can they kill 3Z for this power play?
Can they? But the flip comes out. It doesn't quite find its mark, but it still is a flip using 3Z Breezy, who still stays alive. Will just rush forward, crooked leverage into press the point. We love the Kazan ability names, but not really. And that's a 2-0 for Last Call. They're looking good.
They are looking good. 2 flips going to show up for the side of Bang Bang in just a second here. That second is so far over. It's so gone. Grimella looking at no health right now. The other 2 looking at 2 flips. They're going to spend them. That's like 600, 300 and something damage per flip. So, I mean, my goodness, use those offensively, young man. As we're going to get a flip here from Fresh. He's going to stall it out. Drew's going to win that situation, though. Borg looking quite weak right now. Maybe Grimella waiting for that X Maximus to show up to get a kill confirm. Maybe eyeing here. Okay, spends the flip for nothing but defense. Staying alive. Drew also spending cooldowns to try to get that kill as well. And it's just going to be a turn your sights onto the power play situation. If Adrenaline were to show up on this first draft, I would say, yo, that's messed up.
Yeah, a lot of Awakenings could be pretty messed up after this first draft, I gotta say. But a good shot by Grimella from the midfield. Right through. So many cooldowns from Borg and 3Z2. And... well, that's a point back for Bang Bang. It's definitely a pretty interesting series for the Sundubu reunion to happen in. 3Z Breezy and Grimella on opposite sides, like how they faced Obscure Breads earlier in the season. Grimella versus Breads, Bozo Bunch. But this is definitely a series to be having that kind of meeting in, as 3Z Breezy needs to be very careful near the edge. Borg and 3Z both taken incredibly low, and this could be a Bang Bang resurgence here if they could find the KO.
Absolutely. LC is up right now, even though I'm not sure if we felt like it. That's going to be a free one here for Grimella. Big enough with that flip to get it on in there. And again, it's funny, the Magnetized Souls, everyone's like, oh, okay, let's stay in the middle, get our speed. But then everyone goes in the middle, and they're like, oh, shoot, an enemy. Better spend a cooldown. And everyone just fights everyone at the same time. And it's just, this is at least a really interesting game to watch. I feel like I haven't casted one as unusual as this yet, and I'm simply happy to be here. Even series right now, though. See if we can get this flip going on here. Drew doesn't get too much off of it. Borg looking a little bit weak again. Wow, that bell ring is going to miss everyone somehow, but X Maximus is going to try to find its mark, but it's simply not going to, as Borg is the one who's looking like the weakest one right now. But Fudgy actually gets stuffed, losing their whole barrier in the process as well. And LC finally has their chance to get ahead right now. Yeah.
Well, they get ahead. They get a set. They get a draft, a crucial draft that could mean the difference here.
Adrenaline, I'm telling you.
Well, okay, it's Pridefully Fresh first pick. I don't think that guy's going for
shoot.
Adrenaline. And no,
I mean, you would have to take. Oh, you wouldn't actually with Era there.
But the thing I'm looking at right now is that size. Might of the Colossus, Rampage, both fantastic. Awakening as the goalies being the first picks is awkward, but Rasmus goalie with size is always nice to have. We're going to see some more size or Unstoppable or Stagger falling down in peak performance. Of course, as that Stagger Awakening, a premium pickup. But on the other side, you'll be happy with Rampage Unstoppable. And unfortunately, Missile Propulsion, Borg, unfortunately not left with too much.
I feel like Team Player was a fair pick there for Borg, right? I mean, we got like double forward. You guys are just doing your thing. I wouldn't really say that. Well, okay, so like, that dude is dead. This is so crazy to see people dying at this velocity, at this rate. But man, I guess that's just what happens when you have two forwards just beating the crap out of people here, and Era just giving them the speed to open it up here. Only one barrier down, though, for that power play. I guess you're not too unhappy about that. Carmella maybe the next on the chopping block, but LC not super looking for damage right now, even though Fresh actually has a bunch of extra power here from that Might of the Colossus. Boy, yeah, just a fight onto the top side here. Everyone's spending a little bit of cooldowns. Nice Bewitching Beam to hit both players. Grimella, now the one who's looking a little bit low, going to grab an orb out of the play for just a moment. But it's not going to result in too much, as we're going to have a big Barrier Beam breakthrough combo flip from Drew to grab a kill. A big power play for the side of Bang Bang, and now they're looking at a point if they can clean this one up.
Yeah, they just need to get one shot now as Borg is trying to find something on the other side. Needs to use the special to elusive, but it's still staggered. It's still taken out by Fudgy Waffles, but that is the barrier going down. That is a chance for Last Call to find the snipe. Threezy Breezy almost does so, but Fudgy Waffles gets strike back in time. But if Threezy finds another good shot, that could be it here. To the top side, Fudgy barely reaches it with the Flutterfly. And Drew now sending it through. Rightfully Fresh. Not quite there in time with the flip, and that is another goal for Bang Bang.
Yeah, that was interesting. I think Fresh was probably out of hit stun in time for that flip, but maybe they had just assumed they won that situation. Either way, gonna have that point going on for Bang Bang right now. The that splitter comes on in there, doesn't do a whole lot though. Grimella looking a little bit weak with their flip. Everyone's gonna try to force that flip out of Grimella, but man, they're gonna find a kill on to Borg there. And that flip is actually going to go to good use. They just couldn't get it off in time, but still only one barrier down right now. Double flip for the side of LC. They can stall for quite some time. Do a lot of damage with those flips as well. Carmella losing that Unstoppable. It's not good against Kazan in general, though. One barrier down for Bang Bang. Two, Fresh steals the core. Steals the core. Can't do too much with it, but grab a final barrier. And could LC clean this point up, too? That'd be nice.
Could be, but a flip from the side of Bang Bang will deflect it away. Borg with a flip now in front of the net, trying to score without the usage of that energy burst as Fudgy Waffles on the bottom side clears it away. Threezy Breezy with the pull, perfect angle, and Borg will set up immediately for the goal. Last Call looking quite coordinated on that last play and evening up this set.
Yo, he hooked the ball into Borg there. Like that was cheating. This is just Kazan player cheating on all regards, but either way, one barrier going down right now, another flip coming out. Everyone is literally just fighting each other. Like, look at the damage taken from LC mostly. Everyone kind of hitting buttons, but LC is really the ones that are taking the pain right now. Of course, X making a big bunch of trouble there. Fudgy Waffles also trying to get involved now, but they do end up destroying Drew, though. Okay, they actually kind of reversed that one. See if they can stall this ball out a little bit. Okay, own goals just for a moment. Spamming an emote that I actually don't even know.
Goats Esports.
Nice clear. Which one was that?
Goats Esports. It was Fudgy Waffles, Killiest, and a Palmy, I believe. Well, you might know that guy by I Love Risk of Rain, or I Love Pixelmon, or I Love something like that. Anyway.
I don't actually know.
Back on topic, Fudgy Waffles with the flip available is going to try to walk forwards here, really chasing the core as Drew covers the top clear, and very well coordinated from Fudgy and Drew there.
Yeah, the flips just so involved, just at the right spot at the right time. Fudgy so involved, dude. He's getting on in there. That's just kind of how it is on Demon Days. Your forwards, or sorry, the goalies ends up being the forwards sometimes, really getting in there. Breezy almost makes something happen there with the crooked leverage. Really great defense there from LC as well to hold both of their barriers. Tough clear now. Lots of damage once again taken for LC. They're going to stop him from getting that orb as well, and Borg's going to be the kill target with no evade at all. He has nothing. It absolutely gonzo. Fresh with that flip, going to use it to clear right now, but oh man, crazy angle is actually going to miss that barrier. It looks like LC is going to hold both of these barriers. The power play is just about over.
Yeah, and Rasmus Goalie usually very good on this map, but I think with the pace of the game, it kind of feels a little claustrophobic, right? Grimella and Drew are occupying so much space that the pendulum swing isn't really getting to snipe out the core because everyone's in your face.
Yeah, everyone is standing directly on top of each other. The core is kind of making its way really slowly on over to Rasmus. You can't really get that nice hit of the pendulum swing, but 3Z Breezy gonna try to grab some barriers there. Unfortunately, stuffed with that flip. Top spin's gonna keep a little bit of possession there. Okay, gonna lose a barrier in the process. Crooked Leverage gonna pull for the second one. Frightfully Fresh has big cooldowns right now. Got the flip as well. Okay, spends it. Drew doesn't get the perfect angle to get it on in there though, but whoa, it's gonna be a big old press to the point win there for 3Z against Grimella and Fudgy to take that next point, and they're trying to get a 3-0 right now, I think.
Yeah, that was a crazy strike war. It was at the very tip of the strike, so it kind of feels like a normal strike war. But just winning that, 3Z Breezy going a little crazy here as Borg and 3Z pushing up again, but they have to manage so many things. They have to manage their health bars, manage their flips, and Grimella and Drew are all the while just pressing forward, but a good flip to the other side of the world will pick up a barrier, and that's the type of thing that they're doing well against the Era goalie, right? They are capitalizing on that lack of defense to really get those angles around it.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy. I haven't seen too many like impactful Maelstroms on the side of Fudgy Waffles just yet. Really getting some nice bewitching beams, and of course, I say it, but he actually sets up a really great Maelstrom there in front of the flip, and it's gonna score the goal, take the whole set. I mean, where was I? Where were these when I was talking about it? Fudgy Waffles also. It's okay. So here it is again. Both goalies are hitting the ball and like helping take the barriers, and everyone else is just punching each other in the face, not really getting all that much experience. And that's why we see the goalies at top of the line here.
All right, and that is a hot shot taken away. Hot shot, of course, an amazing Rasmus goalie awakening that could have changed the game completely. Makes it very easy to sneak those pendulum swings on the core and the core to the other side of the world. That's a very aware deny that I'm glad got taken away from Fresh there. It was definitely a win condition. The rest of the draft, of course, a lot of stagger, a lot of cooldowns picked up, so we are going to see a few more deaths, I think, especially since Borg and 3Z didn't pick up any more bulk in that last draft.
Yeah, I mean, we can even... Oh, man, big kill right there. Actually, it's going to be a double kill power play on the side of each player right there. Okay, we're going to have Grimella spin the X Max and see if they can make something happen here. The pendulum swing helping keep a little possession. And, man, 3Z gets on in there with the slip and the strike. It's going to work out perfectly. Borg is back to help defend this barrier once more, but Fresh keeps both of these as well. Drew has a chance to make something happen here, but the pendulum swing's going to help it out once again. Fudgy try to defend it back over to his team. Grimella maybe next on the chopping block here for the kill, but yo, 3Z's kind of making it look easy right now as midfield in this situation. He's kind of doing a lot of work.
Doing a lot of work. The flip to the other side, but Fudgy Waffles back in time. 3Z Breezy now pushing forward, trying to get around the NATO, but Fudgy Waffles gets it out of there. Hearing a little bit of the hot shot noise at the moment. It's a bit of a difficult situation as Drew unfortunately can't strike war that on reaction. It's a bit difficult with that amount of core speed, and Fudgy Waffles at the very least maintaining the flip for the next round.
And I'm looking at some of the stagger right now. Basically, everyone in the game has at least 1,700 stagger or more, except for Borg, who has 1,200 stagger. I mean, man, what a kill target right now. If you're Bang Bang, that would definitely be who you're looking at to send on into the grave. As we saw that Maelstrom actually basically 100 to 0 him, no problem. Flip is going to go a little wide there, though. Not going to land too many things there. Grimella keeping it in there with Drew. Going to grab both of those barriers. Fresh has a tough situation here to try to defend against the barrier beam as well. And we're going to have a flip here from Grimella, and it's going to be good with that. Actually, I guess if it hit the Maelstrom, we would have gotten an assist. But yeah, Drew keeping it on in there on the bottom side. Nice work there from Bang Bang.
Very well played, very well coordinated, and that's exactly what you like to see out of Bang Bang. But they need to be a little bit more efficient, right? Last Call are also looking incredibly good here. That rush backwards might not have been what they were looking for, though. But a great pass by Borg outwards will keep them alive for a little bit longer. But again, Bang Bang collapsing so incredibly well. 3Z Breezy now needs to get it out of there. Has a flip, but a strike war win by Grimella afterwards will keep the core in play for Bang Bang. But an awkward bell ringer will mean that Last Call have a chance, an opportunity. But Grimella builds up a flip just in time, and Frightfully Fresh forced to burn the hook to the bottom side. Well timed, but once again, Last Call's offense just can't get quite started.
Yeah, they have a lot to do right now. Of course, Borg is looking pretty weak. Grimella also looking a little bit weak right now. Can't really help that much with the offense. Rightfully Fresh kind of just futilely stalling out the ball until some offense can be made by 3Z Breezy. Actually gets that barrier here. Borg maybe just a misdirection at this point. Fresh easily pendulum swings that one away here. Go for the hook. Actually going to miss that one, but again, maybe another redirection. But they
the
do
missile
end up
prop!
finding a kill.
The missile prop! The missile prop
Wait, is
on the
that what that
passive.
was?
It mattered! It mattered! The missile
No
prop!
way. Oh my god. Flip that chat. That's I gotta rewatch that one when I get a chance. That sounds crazy that the missile... Dude, no way!
There's no way that Fudgy was ready for that, because normally the passive from the Zentaro that gets KO'd in midfield doesn't reach that far. But with missile prop, all things are possible. And that's exactly what happened there, and that might mean the last call has the momentum necessary to take the set, maybe even take the game.
That's crazy. I'm a fool for saying he should have taken team player, I guess. Who knows how many goals team player would have gotten them. But either way.
Maybe he should have taken team player, but...
I think he might have should have taken team player. But man, that's crazy. Wouldn't have gotten that clip. Either way, tough situation here. They finally do end up clearing it to the top side. Grimella going to keep it on in there with the flip. Looking at no health right now. 3Z Breezy going to try to maybe get a crooked leverage on them. Okay, spends the flip, grabs one barrier. Borg keeping it on in there. Fresh, getting a Death's Touch. Going to make that power play happen here. Grimella nowhere to be found as well. Borg trying to keep it on into the top side here. Great Maelstrom's going to pretty easily clear that one, but the pressure is not off yet. So we're going to have Drew Barrier Beam going to keep that one as well. Spinning the flip, doesn't get much off of it. Fudgy working on theirs as well. And man, Red Ball, big Fresh, kind of a surprising situation. Going to grab the barrier by himself. 3Z and Borg top and bottom side here to try to keep it in one more time. And okay, he kind of just drops the barrier there. Drew's chance to soak ore, and he does. Damn. Fresh, a slight misstep there is fortunately going to land Bang Bang this even set point.
Yeah, well played by Drew, and Fredfully Fresh, how much power does that guy have? 189, so in overtime, has permanent team player in any direction. Not even to the team, just the player, I guess.
Yeah, he's just got player.
Well, 3Z Breezy flip available, Fresh to the top side, and Drew and Grimella are just in there again. 3Z taking so much damage, has the flip, can't quite land it. And that's exactly the pressure that's so scary, because Drew and Grimella can just keep pushing forward. They don't need to shoot around. They don't need to go for the tricky abilities, the hooks, whatever. They can just keep just pressing forward, and it is so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like this is just like the situation that like both goalies have to deal with double forward on top of them. It's just such a hard spot. They're so good at keeping the ball on in there, especially Fudgy Waffles playing this era, giving a little bit more support. 3Z cannot seem to find that one with the crooked leverage. The angle's not going to be favorable here, but Fresh does get there in time. Okay, he's got nowhere basically to send it, but the pendulum swings will be fast enough to get it around Grimella. I feel like it shouldn't have, but either way, gonna get it on out of there. Flip from Fudgy Waffles is going to clear it to the opposing side. Okay, the Whiplash keeping it on in there. A flip from Borg, gonna get stuffed there from Grimella though, but actually gonna lose their barrier in the process here. Crooked leverage to keep it on in there. Borg top side, not a lot of health to work with here. The missile prop not involved in this time, but gonna get a hook as well. Drew's chance once again to make it happen. Helped with the freaking path splitter is going to help it in there, and a tough spot for Fredfully Fresh though.
Yeah, amazing setup by Drew, and such a difficult save to make for Frightfully Fresh. Basically checkmate, perfectly placed. And that means it's another Awakening draft in the favor of Bang Bang, one set away from taking the series. There's a lot of scary Awakenings though. Explosive Entrance, Heavy Impact, extra special prize, but like there is so much damage potential, there is so much threat here. And Explosive Entrance will indeed be denied away.
Yeah, as it should be here. It was tough tough decision here for Era. Lots of interesting stuff here, mostly denies. Extra special from Grimella actually might be one of the more impactful things we see here. Also, it could be the heavy impact from Fresh. I mean, he actually only has damage and, like I said, 189 power plus 20% here from that heavy impact. We could see some good things happening here from Fresh, maybe getting a couple of KOs without even the stagger right now, but we'll see what happens here as they only lose one barrier in the process. Everyone stands on the orb, literally everyone. No one's fighting right now. They're going to get a hook here, going to defend it on away. Drew going to try to keep a little bit of possession there. Grimella kind of coming on in here with the bell ringers to make things a little bit awkward here. Fudgy Waffles also really close to this goal zone, making so much pressure. Not going to spend the flip. 3Z going to lose it instead. Sorry, lose the barrier to the Maelstrom. Going to finally get a flip here. One barrier for LC. They're looking a little bit weak though. Fresh has his flip. They're kind of duking it out here. 3Z and Grimella finally going to spend the flip against Drew, and now they have to make it work here with this power play. This is their chance.
Borg finally has that dash range, right? Can get in there. And with the KO, they're trying to find this barrier, but Drew on the goalie, the Dasher, proven to be quite a good defender here, as the barrier still stands. Rightfully Fresh now trying to defend against 2. Grimella with the core speed to the bottom side, not quite enough, saved away by so many cooldowns. But the Witching Beam's enough, and a perfect NATO from Fudgy Waffles is lined up into the bottom of the goal. We've seen that NATO so many times, but it was the best that time for sure.
Yeah, actually, the ball actually went in right before Fresh died. Would have lost a little bit of extra energy there, but not going to see that happen. Once again, the ball seems to be on Last Call's side. Drew making a mockery of them right now as they're going to grab one barrier. Okay, they unfortunately can't save their own. They're going to lose one to LC here as well. Good redirect here from Fresh to get it directly onto the side of Bang Bang. See if Borg can make something happen here, but actually the Maelstrom is going to take him out with Flip in hand. Nothing to do other than be destroyed or use your evasive here. Threezy gonna just try to grab a little bit of health, but my goodness, Gromella going in at light speed to try to make Threezy's life a little bit of hell here. Everyone looking a little bit low to the side of Bang Bang. Okay, we're gonna get it down onto the bottom side for Borg here. Fudgy getting involved once again. And I finally get a clear over to Bang Bang. Not much going on right now.
Breezy once again dribbling top side, almost a KO found onto Drew, who stays alive and does manage to get an elusive out. The hit stun wasn't quite there, it wasn't chained, and that means Drew lives to fight another day, lives to drop the pass splitter, which is a big nuisance for Rightfully Fresh. Finally goes down, but they have to watch out because Grimella is almost at a flip, and that Catalyst will build it up really quickly. But Borg with the snipe to the top side with the aerial's dash range is enough to bring it to a 1-1, and that's a goal that Last Call desperately needed.
That is 100% true here. Really great positioning there with the aerials. That's exactly what they needed in that spot. Aerials being a great pick there. This range might definitely come in handy as they don't have much stagger to work with. They're just going to use a little bit of extra movement maybe to avoid those situations. Really flying right on into the goal here. Kind of an unusual situation. Spends the flip, grabs one barrier here. Okay, getting it onto the side of LC. One barrier as well. A flip here from Grimella. No bull rush to go with it there. They're actually going to find a clear. LC's got it onto Bang Bang's side one more time. Fudgy Waffles clearing it out. Threezy getting in the way, but the Maelstrom is going to make a free clear also for the side of Bang Bang. And man, flips being spent here, but clears being done here from Fresh. But Drew finally gets the last one, and great flip there from Fresh.
Yeah, but Fudgy's lurking and looking, but doesn't even matter when Drew wins a strike war. Fudgy was like, I can get in there and flip, but instead, it is just Drew who takes it in. They're one goal away. Bang Bang could clean up the series, bring us to the end of another 2-0. There have been so many 2-0s today, but Last Call, they're still in it. They have the energy. They have the plays that they can make, but as their first barrier falls, it's going to be difficult. Second barrier also could fall here with a good passing play, but well defended by Last Call. Threezy Breezy's getting in there, but Fudgy Waffles is preventing any threat on the barriers right now.
Yeah, man, and this is not what you're looking for. If you're LC, you had that power play, but didn't even get a single barrier off of it, though. Okay, Threezy in a great spot to grab at least one of those barriers. Okay, using the flyaway to dodge a little bit of damage. Okay, Grimella kind of seeking more right now here, trying to get Threezy, but Borg using the Oni Blade doesn't end up grabbing that barrier. Fresh defends it away one more time to the bottom side for Threezy to help it on through there. Borg gonna maybe use this flip to grab the barrier. Okay, Fudgy Waffles was sniffing that one out there and actually knocks Borg down to basically nothing. Grimella maybe looking for a kill here, but maybe gonna get killed themselves. They finally got it onto Bang Bang's side one more time. It's gonna be another power play for LC, and maybe they can do a little bit more with this one.
Maybe. Fudgy topside flip burned, as once again the net is open. A flick by Borg to the top side, the play that bears his name on the signature Zentaro. Now it's 2-2, and now it's looking very doable for Last Call, but this point can decide everything.
This point can decide everything indeed. They have a lot of flip. They have a lot of energy here for the side of LC. They have a really good opener. Borg looking really weak. They're actually focusing a lot of damage onto him. Going to make it so that he can't use that flip effectively, and yeah, he's going to use it to dodge a little bit of damage here. Grimella looking a little bit weak, though. Borg actually does have Stinger, but going to find themselves out of here now, though, as Drew's going to approach with this flip. It's going to be nearly impossible, but actually knocks Grimella out of the way while they're staggered. Big situation here for LC to try to defend this one away against the Maelstrom. Gets a kill. Threezy Breezy makes it happen. Now the power play is on the side for LC. If they can grab this barrier and pass Fudgy Waffles, this is exactly what they're looking for to try to even this up and stay in this series.
But Grimella respawns, the barrier still stays standing, and Fudgy Waffles has that flip pushing up. Drew trying to take it himself as well. The flip from midfield, caught by the Oni's Blade of Borg, who is building up a lot of energy of his own as well, who goes in, and that's a flip in front of the net, but the Bewitching Beam combo with Grimella. Frightfully Fresh has the read on that flip. Borg pushing in, Drew pushing forward, but it's not quite enough to the top side. Can't quite get the angle there, and Fudgy Waffles continues to defend, but Borg against the open net has so many opportunities. Borg with the primary, and it is enough to send us to a 5th set.
Oh my god, that was so scary here. I feel like they had a situation that they could have scored, just threw the ball a little bit close to the goalie, but then they got another situation where they made it happen with that slice and dice. Man, that was such a relief here if you're LC to grab some more awakenings here and not stay into the game. And we have 3Z as the one to grab. Big Fish was really impactful here. Health and size crazy on Kazan. And grab perfect form and make sure nobody else gets it here. Of course, Fudgy Waffles nice deny. 1-2 punch though for Borg. Pretty great here for Zentaro. More health for the invincible Asher showing up. Deadeye for Erasmus. Actually just a force to be reckoned with. He has only damage basically. So we'll see it happen. But okay, so remember what I was saying the first set about Adrenaline Rush? Yikes, you know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of denies kind of led that Adrenaline Rush to fall down because Fudgy Waffles took away the perfect form. Didn't want Borg Zentaro getting that, but of course the Zentaro will take the next best thing, 1-2 punch in that draft. So eventually there was enough power in the entire draft, so Adrenaline Rush does fall to Grimella, and a KO could be everything, but right now it's last call. Pure core control. They're getting the core in, and Drew on the other side trying to do the same. 2 barriers taken in an instant, and Drew is now pushing forward.
Yeah, Frightfully Fresh finally gets the clear around Drew. It was really tough for just a moment there. Drew had some really great positioning. Okay, we're going to have a flip here from 3Z. Not going to actually happen there. Fudgy Waffles get a nice defense here. Okay, Frightfully Fresh going to defend this one away as well. Lots of damage being exchanged in the midfield. The Maelstrom comes in, doesn't seek the ball at the perfect time. 3Z with a little bit of a mix-up, but Fudgy Waffles wise to that one. Tries to get another mix-up there on the pop-up. Doesn't seem to work out. Borg looking really weak, but goes for a crazy teleport across the board with the passive Aya Rush redirect. And I mean, my goodness, that was like the ticket. That was like the only way they score in that spot. Really good from Borg there. That was necessary.
Yeah, legendary Zentaro for a reason there. The 1-2 punch already becoming very useful with that core speed in that moment. And now a lot of meter available as Grimella does barely stay alive, but is taken out immediately afterwards, and the catalyst, the KO flips are looking to be quite devastating here as Drew is also being chipped down. Look at how many ticks he has on his health bar, but still enough damage to just chunk through all of that.
Yeah, looking at almost 3,000 stagger right now. Borg does have Stinger, though, to try to chip away at that as well every time they get a little bit of value after hitting the core and hitting a player. Okay, we're going to get a little bit of damage from Grimella there, too. Borg top side going to keep possession onto the side of Bang Bang. Frightfully Fresh now has to clear against Drew and Grimella. It's not going to work out as they're going to lose the barrier, but the stupid Bat Splitter is going to just sit there and score for Drew. Good placement there, and going to be an even one here. This is a nail-biter. We're actually getting down to the wire.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slog of a game. I'm not going to lie. Like, this game length is draining. The constant back and forth damage is draining, but in the end it is so incredibly close. 2 goals either side will take it, and that's a quick KO on Grimella, and that is a big opportunity for last call, but a flip by Borg means that they don't have that for the scoring opportunity, but a 1v3 might be good enough. The damage comes down. If they can KO Fudgy, if they can keep the damage pressure up, this could be huge to take a barrier in the process as well, and they're chipping down Fudgy. They're sending the core through. Grimella doesn't have a strike, and they're 1 goal away.
Yep, last call, getting a kill on that Drew. Very huge. Lost all the stacks of Rampage. Grimella, no stacks of Ponderer as well. 3 stacks of Prize Fighter on to 3Z Breezy. Things are looking a little crazy right now, as this is like the last call's best situation that they could be in with those kills. Okay, easy clear here with teamwork as they're going to send it down over to 3Z Breezy on the top side of 3Z Breezy, actually. Oni Blade not going to make too much happen there. Going to pass it around, but the Maelstrom going to keep possession completely as Fudgy Waffles approaches with this flip. Doesn't seem to spend it. Drew's going to use his, though, doing a lot of damage to the enemy team. Borg looking a little weak. They keeping possession a little bit yet. Grimella finds one of those barriers here. They're going to try to clear it onto the bottom top side, whichever side if they can. 3Z spending their flip once again, not going to grab a barrier as Fudgy's going to spend his flip as well. And is this a Catalyst game or what?
Yeah, so many flips. Grimella with one as well. Could be a scoring flip here as Dreezy Breezy somehow navigates the core out of there. Drew pushes forward, but now Fresh has the flip for the defense. But Drew's already built up a flip of his own, and that's a goal. That's 0.5 in set 5 here. Oh no.
I actually can't believe Fresh didn't flip when 3Z was clearing. Like, that is insane trust. He just, like, knew the situation, which is crazy, but very helpful considering they still have their flip. Man, are they going in on Drew. Look at all the red. You can see that the bars, Drew lost all of their health basically right then and there, but they lose one barrier in the response as well. They finally, they don't
Drew
actually end up
lives.
getting Drew, but Drew takes one of the barriers. The power play is now active here for the side of Last Call. They're going to try to get it on through there with Fudgy and Grimella, and just a final dream here. They're actually holding it down quite well. Grimella looking a little weak. Maybe they turn their sights onto the second power play, though. Fresh not strong enough to get that death touch to make the kill happen. Possession, though, but everyone's kind of looking for kills right now, and this is a big situation here. Once again, Last Call finds a power play, and now this is their chance for real.
Yeah, but another flip's been built up for Fudgy Waffles, and the barrier still has not fallen. Drew and Fudgy defending, and now Grimella is back. The power play found, but they couldn't convert, and that's exactly what you don't want when Drew's in position. It's a bang sweep. It is them taking the series 2-0, and Last Call were so incredibly close, but they could not convert.
I can't believe it. That was a little anticlimactic, but hey, Drew got where he needed to go. He got that breakthrough, got that barrier beam, and what a game. My gosh, if that was not entertainment, I'm not sure what was. And I mean, of course, these players are like playing their hearts out and having heart attacks all at the same time, but like, that was crazy to watch, like, Quadra forward just go in on each other there. Aragoli showing up on the painful Catalyst start here. Wow, Bang Bang clutching that one out. I mean, you can see the damage numbers in just a moment here, but yeah, some of these replays a little bit crazy. 3Z was doing a really great job of helping on in there. Borg with some absolutely monstrous plays, combining the Dash Awakening with some of those passives, and the IRS was so crazy, but man, Bang Bang was really just together. That's it.
Yeah. Incredible highlights, incredible scenes from Last Call, but in the end it wasn't quite enough to take this series, and Bang Bang advance to 5 wins here. 5-2, looking very good to be in that top 4 at the end of the season. That's a big win
good
for Bang Bang.
That like basically secures their spot here in the playoffs, unless some sort of catastrophe happens. But yeah, wow, that was such a sick game. Fudgy Waffles 342 redirects, next on their team 203. Fudgy was holding it down, like, to defend against like really triple forward again, because Rasmus kind of counts, man. With Aragoli actually doing such a fantastic job, and you know, right when I said where's the Maelstroms, all of the Maelstroms just secured the goal, got the kills, got the barriers. I mean, that was really great there from Fudgy Waffles, and congratulations to Bang Bang keeping that one together. LC, so close, but damn respectable game, honestly. So, what a series. That was crazy.
What a series, and there's still one more left. It's the Sad Boys, you know him, you love him, versus Showtime. And it'll be Joker trying to get a little bit of revenge for the LAN. Well, we'll see if that does work out. After the short break, Envy, anything you want to say before we disappear and are replaced?
Nope. I'm just trying to see if they can definitely get revenge on that LAN, because that's all they're thinking. You already know. So stay tuned for that one, guys.
See ya.
Hello, gamers. I am here for the final series of the day. We've got a little bit of a COVID couple going on here. I am Brickbat, joined here by Nubsta. We are both sick post-LAN, but we're here to give you some Omega Strikers, and Omega Strikers you shall have. We've got Showtime versus Sad Boys coming up here.
Yeah, a bit of a COVID camaraderie, as they say, as we're both just sitting here coughing our brains out, trying to figure out how to make this cast work. Also, it's been a while.
It has been a while, so been a while. I think since season 3, right?
I think I casted like the very beginning of season 3, and here I am at near the tail end of season 4.
Hey.
So, whatever. You know, you take a break sometimes. I was pretty busy. But I think we got our map picks going on here, and they're in the middle of draft at the moment. First game's going to be Taiko Temple, selected by the boys, followed by Atlas Lab by Showtime, and I believe it was Night Market was the last pick for the maps here. What do you think of this draft that we're seeing that coming up here with the heavy impact glass cannon start?
Yeah, I think I mean Vice just banned away immediately. You cannot let Vaughn get this character. We just came off of a LAN where Vaughn basically just picked that character the entirety of day two and won with it. It looked incredibly good on it. Heavy Impacts being one of Vice's best, probably awakenings, means that she's just kind of a threat to contend with. Notably, though, that does mean that Zentaro does go to that first pick. A very good start with Heavy Impact as well. I think Glass Cannon as well is a little bit interesting. It's something that's been recently rotated back. A lot of goalies especially love to see it. But I'll see if any of the anyone really picks it up over the Heavy Impacts. There's just like a lot of damage, a lot of cooldown, things that you generally want in most characters. I think the only character I see on that draft that's likely to pick that Glass Cannon is going to be that Finny on the side of boys. I expect to see you already lose on that pick. I think it's something that we've seen him pull out a lot at LAN, and it's going to be very, very good for that Glass Cannon, especially now that Finny is, lore accurate rabbit, runs around at Mach 16, does so well with any sort of, increase in move speed, or percentage increase in move speed as well. So that's something I'll expect. But we'll see going into this game here.
Yeah, just I remember talking, I think like a month ago, about how I think Finny would be in a much better spot than she was if she just got 5 more move speed. And then she got 5 more move speed, and everybody's like, oh my god, she's a speed demon. And here she is, she's been really showing up in both the LAN, recent Nassel matches, and really a lot of solo queue games and things like that, especially in the goalie position, in, like you said, with those momentum boots. So gaining the speed here from Glass Cannon, yep, you called it, Brickbat. The only one taking Glass Cannon here is You Already Lose on the Finny goalie. And she's able to just go crazy. But I think one of the interesting things here is Bells actually opting for the Vicious Vambrace. A lot of people tend to just go Slicks, right? Or even siphoning one, but Bell's opting to just try and survive through this onslaught of damage that is the Showtime team.
Yeah, he picked kind of the Immobile X. One of the proper pieces of counterplay you have is he has very little to defend himself. He's also incredibly slow. So you could hit him with a lot of damage, and there's very little that he could do about it. So that Vambrace is probably looking to counteract a lot of those times where Joker is just going to look to walk back and just basically dump his combo on a Bells. Another thing that's really, really interesting as well, this Powerhouse Pauldrons here on on Megaverse, probably looking to do the same thing, with the kind of the difference being he's probably looking to avoid that knockback, as right now one person who is knocked back is going to be Joker, spending 8 more seconds here in the penalty box. Bells pops the X Maximus, nothing going to be found just quite yet. Now Bells, though, has a good bell ringer, able to take it out. Xianzhu maybe not long for this world either. Flip not quite out from Vaughn yet. There it does go. And the right click there on Vaughn, the piercing shot, scores both Xianzhu and the goal here. Dominant point from Sad Boys coming out of the gate.
And this is just showing the power of Heavy Impact on Estelle, right? Every single piercing shot this game so far, Vaughn has hit both the core and the target that he was looking for, thus getting the cooldown. I mean, it's just, look at this. Just shoot them. Who cares if you need to play the game? Just get them out of the game with this Heavy Impact Estelle. And these perfect passes to Bells, the perfect strike. This team play from Sad Boys is just going absolutely nuts on the back of this midfield from Vaughn.
Yeah, absolutely well played. You Already Lose now, going to find himself on the defensive. Card Trick not going to find anything just quite yet, but Bell is here now in a 1v1 with a flip. doesn't even need it. Good use of the X Maximus strike reset, mixing up Megaverse. Really no chance of reacting there. And that's going to be second point from Boys coming out. And yeah, I just got to agree, Taiko Tempo a little bit more claustrophobic than some of the more open maps that we're used to seeing. And I think Sad Boy is taking full advantage of that right now, threatening so many KOs, especially unstaggered KOs against the side of Showtime here. If that keeps up, we're not going to have too long of a game here, as right now Shianzu is looking to march the core upfield, but not finding too much success here.
Sad Boys tend to be even more comfortable on those open maps, so having them just feel this comfortable on this claustrophobic of a map, although they do really enjoy Taiko Temple, as Vaughn gets the last barrier here, and this is looking like a pretty quick set, as Bell's pushing up with the flip from You Already Lose, gets it off the corner, nowhere for Megaverse to clear it, and a clean 3-0 from Sad Boys.
Yeah. I mean, look at the move speed for that Fiddy. I don't know what the exact thing was as we got in the MVP screen, but I mean, yeah, 125, an extra 15 over, I believe, over Vaughn, just right there. But going into this is big. Quick strikes, I think, looking good for Vaughn right now. Gonna pick that up, kind of the quintessential midfield pick. Stacks on stacks and Orb Dancer as well. Open for You Already Lose, does opt into the Orb Dancer, and see what Bell's opted into. Is the Rampage, has the stacks, hasn't even cast the last, but with two barriers on the map, Rampage is looking incredibly good. The X size, of course, is gonna make it really hard for Megaverse, even with his increased size, to really do anything. So actually kind of like the missile propulsion in that hindsight, just to be able to influence the midfield four to make sure that they don't get, Sad Boys doesn't get that win condition of getting, you know, Bells in that 1v1 where size is gonna mean quite a bit.
Yeah, the Fini getting the speed here is really gonna probably punish Showtime a bit, because Fini getting 2 sets of speed awakenings means she can hit upwards of like 850 speed without being Octavia and stacking it forever, which is wild. But Shianzu and Joker finding the barriers here, and You Already Lose whiffing the strike on the pass, and Shianzu just strikes it right in. Easy goal, easy life. First goal.
Absolutely good play. I think that is the one weakness that Fini does have. She likes to play from that midfield line, play very aggressive. We saw earlier with Lily Bun on Bun Bun Bonanza, but in situations where you are actually able to get pretty claustrophobic, as we do see Vaughn right now going to be sent off the map, Fini actually can't really do much defensively. She's very, very bad defensively. Slightly better than Era, I believe, kind of the other big momentum boots goalie user, but she won't be able to handle a lot of those situations. Right now, Sad Boy is able to find a KO of their own. You Already Lose walking up so far here with this flip, giving a little bit of time for Bells to catch up. Right now, though, Bells trying to find the core right now. Not going to get that final barrier. Is able to get it, though, with a good pass from Vaughn here. Vaughn now staggered, trying to find it, but it's actually going to be the card from You Already Lose sniping away that goal. Now, Sad Boys find themselves on the board this set.
The solo queue Fini goalie special, just a card out of nowhere to just hit the core and catch everyone by surprise for the goal. I mean, You Already Lose doesn't even need the speed if he can just make these snipes happen. But I will say, while KOs are coming for both sides of Showtime and Boys, it's Boys that are finding the ability to make these pressures happen. I mean, look at Shianzu. Shianzu's just unable to basically make anything happen, while Boys are able to make things happen while staggered, while pressured. Oh, I say that, and Vaughn gets actually pressured by Joker there. And I think it's on the back of that Boys can make this work, but Showtime proving that they still have a lot of fight left in them.
Yeah, and right now, Joker is trying to get some damage here on the You Already Lose. A KO will be incredibly big, especially if they are able to reset those orb counts. But right now, it's going to be Bells on the offensive yet again. X Maximus not going to find the goal. And a good Lich Pop from Shianzu, able to snipe it away from You Already Lose. The big finish not there in time, and unfortunately, You Already Lose forced to just sadly watch that goal go in right now. As Showtime going to be finding themselves 1 point up here on the set.
It was a little too slow with that big finish to catch it, and the big finish actually just helps it go in even faster. Unfortunately for You Already Lose, is Vaughn looking not too long for this world against the Zentaro. Has one evade, but not much left, and yeah, gets barraged into the middle. Down Vaughn goes, and now it's Showtime's chance to try and take a set here against the Sad Boys.
Yeah, they are winning the Brawler field, and as I say that, a caster's curse really strikes here. The Xianzu's going to be picked off there in the bottom right corner. Flip comes out from Megaverse, unfortunately, is only able to save one barrier, and no, not even that, as you already lose now on the offensive with this Fini speed. Bells now in the 1v1, able to take that. Megaverse not able to really get that, had to guess and guess incorrectly. Now we are on set 5 here, or 0.5 here on the set.
That 50-50 situation, I think, is where Bells is like the best, is probably the best in my opinion. He just always knows, he always seems to have that 50-50 call out of just striking the core the direction it continues to move. Whereas most people would redirect it the opposite direction, which is what Megaverse actually went for there. But Megaverse completing the double KO here. Showtime tried to still find some footing here, but getting the barrier off the Zentaro primary, but a great strike from Vaughn slows down the play, allows Bells to come back and try and make something here. And the Estelle play coming out from Vaughn, just barely not able to make it. And we kind of reset back to the neutral game here as everyone's back, but the big finish gets the last barrier. And the triple take almost passes it right to Bells, but not able to make the score happen. I don't even know what's going on anymore, Brickbat.
Yeah, we saw a lot of just kind of KOs coming out right now, but we do have an open app for both teams. Now, Xianzu almost sent off, almost able to send Vaughn off as well, but nothing's just quite found now. Joker Xianzu looking to play a little bit aggressive here. Megaverse waiting in the wings, trying to find an opportunity himself. Nothing going to be found right now, though, as right now in a 2v3 situation, Xianzu and Megaverse able to hold, goes right up to Bells again, not able to find the bull rush, and again, Vaughn with possession of the core, trying to get his brawler one more shot, and there it is. The 1v1 and found it yet again by Bells. Sad Boys in a close set find themselves up 2-0 here and one set away from taking game 1.
A close set indeed, and yet another 50-50 that Bells just continues to strike the core towards the direction it was already going, just catching Megaverse off guard yet again. And now Fini kind of has pick of the litter here. Extra Special, Deadeye both available. Might leave it up to see what X can get at the end of the day. Opts for the Deadeye for the damage. Extra Special taken by Megaverse. Probably going to come in pretty good handy here with the, weirdly, the heavy impact and the missile prop for extra damage on that ult. The Ad Rush denied onto the X. X grabbing the prize fighter, and Joker actually taking Reptile Remedy away from Vaughn, who opts to take aerials. Pretty much everyone taking something pretty good here. The Ad Rush is a little weird on the Aimi, but I think it still works just fine.
Yeah, and Xianzu has been assisting in a lot of KOs, despite, being the one being KO'd right there. But I think another big pickup as well, that extra special on the heavy impact missile prop Kai, it's actually incredibly dangerous, especially when in Taiko Temple you are forced to play by the edge quite a bit in order to get some continuous pressure going. So in those situations, a lot of snipes can come out from Megaverse and find Sad Boys caught unprepared. As right now, though, it's going to be Bells able to go on the offensive here. Joker not long, going to find himself in the penalty box, but Bells has evade to work with, but not a lot of stagger, as right now he's going to heal a lot of that back up. Actually, the Vicious Fan Brace really putting in work here right now. Megaverse now trying to just get the core clear right now as Bells finally sent it to the penalty box, able to keep the core going, and Vaughn, an excellent core flip to win the interaction, sets himself up for a piercing shot. Excellent play from the midfielder of Sad Boys as he just scores basically 1v3 there. Excellent play, and now 2 points away from Sad Boys taking game 1 here.
There is a reason Estelle is banned quite often for a lot of players, because Estelle is just that midfielder that can take over a game almost by herself. I mean, look at this. Vaughn is just going absolutely nuts on this Estelle, and so is many other midfielders. And showing up here against Showtime means that Boys can probably take a pretty quick 3-0 if Vaughn can keep up this performance going into the later parts of the set.
Yeah, and right now we see a Sad Boys on the offensive yet again. Unfortunately, with Rose Warp does mean that the play is going to end. Joker now has the opportunity to return, but it's going to be cleared away quite easily by You Already Lose. Xianzu fighting for his life, barely going to stay alive, going to be knocked around the court right now. Nothing going to be fine. No purchase going to be found here for Showtime, as right now, again, Bell's the opportunity here to score comes up, but Xianzu's going to pay him his life just to get a little bit more pressure. The flip comes out from Joker, goes straight to You Already Lose. Going to find himself in the grave as well right now as Megaverse in a 1v3 does manage to get the clear going. Now, Vaughn with the flip there. Bells almost with a flip himself. Things are looking so dire here for the side of Showtime. Vaughn trying to preserve his flip in this situation as he's able to get another KO for the side of Sad Boys here. The special coming out from Joker, not going to find anything. Bells trying to preserve his flip. Good means that this flip, or this play, is going to go on for a little bit while. Water, good block from Xianzhu. Again, though, going to cost him his life in this situation. The piercing shot not going to find anything as well. And right now, Showtime is holding so well. You already lose with a flip, a third flip here in the net. It might actually be needed, but it doesn't matter. Megaverse is going to be KO'd again right now. Sad Boy is trying to find anything. The card is not going to finish it there as well. Joker and Xianzhu are still holding here now. Joker going to be low on stagger, no evade as well. Not going to be KO'd just quite yet though, but as he gets closer to this Taiko drum, things might be hard for him right now. But Xianzhu winning Strike War after Strike War, keeping the core in play. The advantage now is going to Showtime as they are finally able to open it. And a Giga Blast from Megaverse almost finds it. Doesn't find it just quite yet though. Bells now in a 1v1 with a Megaverse, but there's just too much space for Megaverse to work with. The big finish is going to be there, blocked away by Xianzhu. The X Maximus strike reset almost mixes up the side of Showtime, but right now Joker and Xianzhu have one more opportunity, not going to find it. Giga Blast got to come out to keep away from Bells. The Bell Ringer not going to find the score here. So right now Joker looking very low, looking very unhealthy. Megaverse though, pass up to Xianzhu. The blink not going to find anything. It's going to be cleared away. Bells just can't quite find the core, and eventually it will go in. An absolutely amazing play from the side of Showtime. Probably one of the best saves, best holds I've seen this season, if not honestly all of Nassel. That was insane from all three players. Like, what's that?
I feel like I could hear Vaughn in my head in comms just saying, you know what, boys, just give him the point at this point. Because they held against 3 core flips, I think 7 different power plays of 1 or 2 extra KOs, and they ended up getting the point at the end of it all anyway, and might even get this point here, despite all of that. That was just insane. I couldn't tell if Sad Boys was like stat padding the strikes and the scores and the KOs, or if they were just legitimately just not playing, not getting the goal. That was insane.
That was very well played from the side of Showtime, able to take what looks like an absolutely doomed scenario, and it looks like they're gonna have a bit of a momentum swing here. They're finding themselves up here on barrier count right now. The Joker and Xianzhu, good defensive play here, preventing Bells from ever really touching the core in this situation. But again, Deja Vu, as one member of Showtime, is going to go down for their defense. But oh my god! What a bounce off of the Taiko drum! An absolute demon angle hits the perfectly hits the corner. That's like the type of angle that like people try to hit, like because it is actually replicable, but it's like that hard to pull off actually with any sort of consistency, unless like you are like a Nassel player, then you practiced it. But like they just got that randomly, and that's an insane point. Going to the side of Showtime, all of a sudden they're going to be up here on this set after looking so hard. But I mean, truth be told, we've seen this story yet again. Xianzhu could be taken off the map and open now net here for Megaverse. This time, though, the script does not go in their favor. The X Maximus Bull Rush from Bells is just going to be too much. He's going to be able to hit stun Megaverse and take that point. 1 point away now from Sad Boys taking the game. It looks like we're right back to where we started.
Right back to where we started, but you know who's been on the rampage so far is the man with Rampage himself. Getting the oh wow, Vaughn's actually out of the play though. And I can't even finish my statement, and Showtime's about to take this set. They're looking really good for the scoring potential right up to Joker, and Joker gets the strike. You already lose not having the strike, and Showtime actually take a set off the back of that insane second point on that set. And now Joker gets pick of the litter to try and make this game come around in their favor.
I'm like a little confused. I'm gonna admit, like that, I think Vaughn died from like a primary from Zentaro. He just kind of got poked and moved and died from it, and because of that, it looks like Showtime is going to take a set after looking really in like really rough state. Orb Ponder going to come out from the Joker. I think it's big. I think another one to look at as well is going to be this rapid fire. Unfortunately, you really just can't deny size, I think, from the X here in this situation. You really do want to get that Orb Ponder to just potentially get any sort of like damage. I think that a lot of players, they'll look at something like heavy impacts, like the explosive entrance, and be like, oh, that's a really good like damage awakening because it buffs my damage, right? But the cooldowns that you get from a fully stacked Orb Ponder are actually going to give you more damage over a round than any like other like single damage awakening. which is why Joker went for it in that situation. I think if he gets that sort of started, he could really start winning the DPS war here against Sad Boys pretty much single-handedly. And even though the X Maximus, unfortunately, or sorry, the Might of the Colossus has to be denied away, it does go to a Powerhouse Pauldron's heavy impact missile propulsion extra special Kai. So even though right now Showtime find themselves down 2 players in this power play, things are looking okay after that draft from Showtime, but we'll see if they'll be able to hold here, as right now the flip from Vaughn just spells doom for any chance of Showtime coming back that point. Now 1-0 here on this 4th set here.
It's just looking pretty doomed for Showtime, simply because they had to deny 2 absolutely critical awakenings away from Sad Boys, allowing Sad Boys to kind of just pick whatever they wanted. Megaverse had to take the Might of the Colossus to prevent X from getting like 250 power at nearly all times. Already has 190 with just the prize fighter. And then having to deny the Orb Ponder away from Fini, who would have just made their lives even more miserable, means Vaughn gets this rapid fire heavy impact Estelle is just going to beat you up over and over and over. And even if she's not scoring, she's knocking you into the net anyway. Who needs to knock the core into the net when you can knock the players, and then there's nobody left to stop it?
Yeah, absolutely. And already the stagger aim, which looks so bad for Showtime, is now looking even worse. Megaverse, even with a Powerhouse Pauldrons, finds himself scored in the net, and the core doesn't look like it'll be much long afterwards. The Rose Warp does come in. It's actually going to be defended away by Xianzhu and Joker, but that flip is going to be right there yet again. The piercing shot going to take out Xianzhu and Vaughn.
Okay. The disrespect.
So, yeah, just, I mean, I don't know what to say. Just absolutely, disrespected. The perfect word for that. Disrespected Showtime there. Just stood right there and knew that he had the point if he just was a little bit patient. And now we're just 1 point away. 1 point away from Sad Boys kind of showing up and doing what they're paid for, in a sense, just getting that win. And Bell is able to find 1 barrier right now. Megaverse holding in Xianzhu, just trying to stay alive right now. So he is able to win a strike war here. The piercing shot comes out, going to put Xianzhu very low. The X Maximus is probably going to come out very soon to whisk Xianzhu away to the penalty box any second now. The glitch pop, though, trying to keep the core alive. Not going to find too much right now. The piercing shot is only able to send him into a bumper. The flip's going to be gone from Joker now. The core going back and forth between the drums. Vaughn going to go on a little bit of a magical journey, but not going to actually be KO'd there in the end. So right now he's going to pass up to You Already Lose. Nothing Megaverse could do. How do you save that? He would have really only found himself in the net afterwards. So good play from Sad Boys. A lot of really crazy rallies that we saw. I think a really good defense. Probably one of the best defenses I've ever seen from Showtime. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Sad Boys are going to be Sad Boys. They're going to find game 1 here in the series. And hey, if you're Showtime, you got to dust yourself off after that one and look to come back here in game 2.
Yeah, the game just kind of got out of their own hands. The Awakenings didn't quite roll in their favor and allowed Sad Boys to kind of just steamroll through the damage, getting the cooldowns that they needed to make sure that they could work in the midfield. Bells getting the prize fighter and then thus coordinating the damage with the Fini and the Estelle means that Bells has 190 power, pretty much static throughout the entire game. And an X with 190 power is going to just KO people, as we see the 12 KOs from Bells there. I will say, though, Showtime did manage to come out with 8 KOs of their own. So definitely fighting back and definitely showing the spirit that is needed to try and beat a team that is seated a fair bit above them in I guess both weight classes and the tournament seeding. So we'll see if Showtime is able to take their map pick to the advantage here. I believe it's Atlas Lab, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's true, and that's just good old Omega Strikers. So none of this Taiko Temple new wave nonsense. We're just going to see good old Omega Strikers here, as hopefully we will be going to game pretty soon here. And just going back to that, I think one thing as well, the kind of a quiet carry there, I think, was You Already Lose, the 243 redirects, kind of out redirecting his brawler by about 150 and his midfielder by about 40. Which I think that was incredible. He was like almost 100 up on like the second most. I think like 80 or not, like 80 up. I think on the most redirects from Showtime, which I believe was Megaverse in that game. So, like, really just showing the presence of that Fini midfield, that move speed between the Orb Dancer, between the Momentum Boots as well. Really just shows, I think, the power of this pick right now. That character could be really anywhere at any point and can just play pseudo midfield, especially when you are an X Estelle matchup, which like they have kind of a slower than average move speed. They don't have like the move speed haste per se. That other characters might have. I think that having that pseudo midfield really helped in that situation. So honestly, even though they weren't the ones pulling out all the KOs, I feel like that definitely went to Bells in a lot of situations. They were playing incredibly good in that game, and if they pull that in game 2, Showtime has to have an answer to that.
It might even turn into a ban scenario. I know a lot of people have been recently complaining about how fast Finny can get, and with 2 speed awakenings, like we said earlier, she can reach speeds of 800. I mean, it's really difficult to fight against somebody who can just straight up outspeed you. They can run through you and strike before you get the core. They can play back and just kind of play off of whatever you're trying to do and react because you simply just have the speed to cover everywhere. I know a lot of coaches talk about area of influence, and when your speed is that large, it means your area of influence is like nearly half the map. And in those tight little corridors that Taiko Temple has, it's very easy to just kind of play back and make sure that it never really gets past you in that midfield area. And that allows Vaughn and Bells to just stay up and beat them up. Might as well, right?
Yeah, and talking about areas of influence, like, let's not forget, Finny is the range character. She's got pretty high ranges on her primary, her secondary, and her ultimate. So, like, not only is your area of influence like even if Finny was a melee character, her area of influence would be really high. She's already got the ranges of a midfield, and she's able to influence the map from pretty much anywhere, I believe. I mean, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like her secondary and her ultimate have like nearly, not quite there, but like nearly the range of rune pillars, which I think is like
it's a little farther actually. I think her secondary is I think her ult is 950 and her secondary is 900.
Yeah, regardless, that's like the area of range that we're looking at, and I thought it was a little less, but I guess it might be a little more, and because of that, the Finny's able to get all those redirects, the 30 up, or the 40 up on Vaughn, the 80 up on Megaverse. Just being able to always basically influence the play, I think that's an incredibly powerful attribute for the Finny to have. And honestly, I haven't been more excited for like a pick, like kind of shaking up the meta than I have this one. I feel like right now, the way that Finny is, she has the potential to really be like a mainstay goalie, like up there with like the Aimis, up there with like the Dubus as like kind of like a kind of like an obligatory like goalie that you have to learn. Like every single goalie up in Nassau has that, is very comfortable on the pick, like because of the way that meta can shakes out, and like in situations where speed is king, I could absolutely see Finny being like a staple pick. I'm very excited to see that. But it looks like, looking at the thread right now, we do have striker bans coming out very soon. I expect that to pop up on the screen any moment now. So what do you think Showtime's going to do in here in game 2 to potentially adapt here on, I believe, Atlas Lab?
Well, we can actually see a lot of them on stream at the moment. It looks like Showtime has banned the Vice, and Sad Boys have gotten rid of Xianzu's now. Now still one of those characters that, even despite the nerf, she's kind of just... I'll say it, she's a creature. That character is just way too... That character is just still way too crazy. The nerfs were good, and I think she's in a much better spot now. But I think she's still one of those characters that, like, as a midfielder, you kind of must know how to play her. It's kind of like now Vice, Estelle are like the 3 big ones that every midfielder should really know how to play, because it forces certain bans, as we're seeing here, as Showtime have to ban Vaughn's Vice and boys have to ban Now's Xianzu's now. Now's Xianzu, that's funny. But we've seen mostly similar compositions coming out here. Looks like Sad Boy is actually getting the Aimi goalie for You Already Lose, and the legendary Aimi goalie comes back to play with the Kai midfield. Interesting pick from Vaughn there. I think he's just trying to reprove Kai's dominance despite damage, or even possibly through damage, as any ZZZ knowers knows that Kai can actually do quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I think one thing as well is that on a quick strike start, even though you can't pull off the same like really tight dribbles, that because people have also, they're just able to play in that same like like area of I don't know, that same area of dribbling, I guess, because everyone's able to just dribble like quickly. I think that the fact that you basically win a lot of open situations because you have that like blazing pace on the Kai, like we're seeing right now, right? We just saw that Vaughn literally just ran right past Joker and Xianzhu using that extra movement speed and just got the barrier right off the kickoff because of it. I think in that situation, I could see why this is such a good pick in this situation. That being said, there's a lot of hit stun. There's a lot of stuffing power from Joker and Xianzhu, and Imy's going to really, really struggle with that in the situation where it actually does go back to you already lose. So, again, I think this Kai pick is doing like double duty because he's able to influence the midfield so much and focus almost purely on that, especially with the blazing pace, so that never ever goes into that bad situation. And already, Sad Boys are coming out swinging here. The X Maximus gonna sink it right in. The core flip's gonna be preserved here on Vaughn, and right now things are looking good. And like one thing to look at as well, I think the energy advantage, like Sad Boys plays energy so well. They like do what every other Nazzle team wants to do, and they want to like preserve their flip in every situation, but a lot of times Nazzle players will kind of like look goofy, but like they know how to do it. Like they know when to blow their flips and when not to blow their flips, and because of that, it always feels like they have a huge energy advantage. That being said, if stuff like that's happening, then they could kiss that energy advantage goodbye. It's unfortunately Vaughn's going to be gone here, losing his flip in the process. Could have find one reverse power play barrier here, but now with an open map, the black hole now gone, things are looking a little bit better. But right now, Vaughn's going to find himself back up. The Crystal Thorns not going to make it past Bells and Vaughn right now. Bells looking to find that KO here, but good flip keeps him in play. Good evade keeps him in play right now, but he is going to still be staggered here should Xianzhu or Joker turn their eyes onto him right now. Primary, the barrier beam from Joker, not going to find a KO. Megaverse has that secondary, is going to save the core and send Bells out into the ground right now, but a good Giga Blast is going to put Megaverse into the grave now for these 10 seconds. You already losing Vaughn in the 2v2, just looking to dribble the core forward, seeing if they can't find anything here with the quick strikes. An excellent barrage from Vaughn, almost takes the entire goal on his own. Glitch Pop not going to find anything. Joker here with the flip. If he gets it, it could be very bad for You Already Lose, who has a flip of his own. Right now, Vaughn, though, trying to look to stay alive. No flip is regenerating. Nothing going to be found here. This flip is going to go wide from the Joker. Right now, Xianzhu trying to score 1v3, but he's not going to find anything. The X Maximus not finding the mix-up that Bells wants to get that goal. Flip here still there for You Already Lose if he needs it. So right now, the defenses of Sad Boys hold strongs right now. Megaverse just trying to clear it away from this X that is about to have flip. Glitch Pop comes out, flip there, goes through Xianzhu, but Vaughn's going to call out that flip and win Strike War in the end. You Already Lose still going to be there on the defensive. Xianzhu just trying to find anything, has the opportunity there. An amazing Rose Warp going to knock Vaughn away and give him the dribble to take that 50-50 shot, and You Already Lose no cooldowns to react to that. That's going to be a point stolen away here by Xianzhu in Showtime.
Yeah, just going, Xianzhu getting this Estelle, and like we were talking about last match, Estelle, one of those midfielders that can just take over a game, and Xianzhu, one of those players that can just take over a game. So giving Xianzhu the opportunity now to be on this Estelle, be on this kind of game-winning pick almost in many scenarios, is going to prove a lot of, wow, what an unfortunate thing there for Megaverse, but it's going to prove quite difficult for Sad Boys to get around. Even with the strength of Vaughn's Kai. But I will say one of the more interesting picks here is I think Kai is one of those characters that's just, what? The sneaky Giga Blast in the corner gets the goal. I mean, I knew it was going to hit, but I didn't think it would just go straight in. I thought it was going to bounce off the wall. What a shot. I don't even know. I'm not sure if Vaughn saw that, but I know Vaughn's the kind of player to see things like that. So I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that was insane. But going back to what I was saying, I think Kai's one of those picks that's just really good into Rasmus, right? Rasmus is really good at dealing with people who want to be on top of him, but doesn't have a ton of hitboxes or ways to just kind of keep a core away from a barrage. So a single barrage just ruins Rasmus's day. As, oh wow, Bells gets the punch into flip combo, and it just goes in. The goal gate's just barely wide enough, and just a massive 2 points out of nowhere from Sad Boys gives them the set as I'm just yapping away.
I mean, yeah, just honestly, just really critical finds here from Sad Boys, finding good KOs, finding amazing angles here, and finding, I mean, shots that Megaverse just doesn't have the cooldowns or move speeds to respond to. And because of that, we're actually going to have an interesting glass cannon pick. I know that Vaughn actually really likes this pick in situations where you're not going to take a lot of just like passive hits, which like if looking at it right now, the only hit that he's not going to like really ask for by playing up is going to be that Crystal Thorns from Xianzhu. Every other cooldown that's going to be directed at him is going to be very intentional. And so that's a situation where the glass cannon, that move speed, just getting there first in a lot of situations, actually can have a lot of value here. So Vaughn, I think if he's able to play around the cooldowns, as you see right now, he's just going to take over this game here, especially because Xianzhu is going to have a little bit of difficulty by just getting punched.
That was just a Sad Boys coordinated damage moment, as everyone just dumped everything into the Joker in the middle of the play and got the thing, but it doesn't matter. Xianzhu keeps it forward, strikes it up to Vaughn, and Joker wins the strike war, coming out of the grave and just getting the goal. Walks right up and strikes it right in.
Yeah, Xianzhu really, really well played to maintain core possession 1v3, allowing the Joker to catch up in that situation. I mean, at one point, this was like the most Xianzhu was like the most hyped up player, as we get a nice little Sad Boys angle. But in that situation, he really showed that 1v3 potential that he had against what is probably currently one of the best, if not, currently reigning champions in the North American Strikers League. So that's no small feat to be able to do there. As he, maintaining that core possession is absolutely beautiful. Able to get another point here for Showtime, but again, things are going to be really, really hard. Another Sad Boys comes out though, and on top of that, takes the core flip from Bells. So things are looking a lot better right now, but they're not out of the woods just quite yet. Vaughn able to march the core outfield. Xianzhu barely able to save the core with a nicely timed strike. Flip comes out from Caleb, looking to reset this aggressive play. Now Megaverse trying to find the core into the hands of his midfielder. Again, the piercing shot's going to finally take it, find some purchase against You Already Loses. Xianzhu has to limp away from the play, loses out on his on any sort of aggression because of his stagger. Now Giga comes out, puts Xianzhu down low again, but it's going to be saved away by You Already Lose. Xianzhu again going to take a nice little cyber swipe from You Already Lose. Going to take now the X Maximus, but good orb pickup, very lucky to come up in time, means that he's going to still be able to play in this situation if Joker is able to maintain core possession. As right now the Bell Ringer is going to find the open net for the side of Sad Boys. Now Bell's going to try to find a flip, comes out from Megaverse, barely able to save it. Good situational awareness to know that Bells was going to win that. Bell Ringer comes out, not going to find anything. The Joker looking to find a KO, not going to find it though. It's right now. The ball is going back and forth right now. The Cyber Swipe not able to find any sort of hit stun that You Already Lose would have liked, and now it's a power play situation. Xianzhu, though, doesn't need any of that. Just going to find the snipe away, and the hit stun's going to make sure that You Already Lose can't get a response. Now 2-0 up on this set for Showtime.
I will say, Showtime's been doing a really good job of making sure that Bells is not getting the credit for these barriers, or trying to make sure that Bells doesn't keep these Rampage stacks if he gets them. So no Rampage stacks means that the Awakening effectively doesn't really do anything for Bells here, as he's trying to get this KO on Xianzhu, almost getting it. Xianzhu trying to burn flip, but not able to make it work. But one thing we didn't talk about at the start of this, F to Xianzhu there. But one thing we didn't talk about is the start quick strikes, right? Every single set win is a chance to get Catalyst and probably just win the game almost off that alone. And because of that, everyone just has so much energy, whereas Yao decided to go Twin Drive as a great flip from Vaughn there, just scores it right past 3 on the back of You Already Loses Firewall Sentry. And with these quick strikes in play, the energy economy is just even more necessary, and right now, Boys is just dominating the energy economy, it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I mean, just looking at it right now, Joker does have that flip, but he might not be forced to use it here, which means things are going to look very good for Showtime. But in so many situations, I absolutely agree. Is Megaverse able to find a snipe of his own, giving Vaughn a little bit of a taste of his own medicine in that situation, just finding that goal. And wait, that's the set being taken.
That was the set, yeah.
Okay, yeah, cool. Go ahead, get that MVP Xianzhu. Something that's going to be big is that stacks on stacks. I think probably going to be the same thing that's going to pick up. I could see Hotshot being taken as well if he's preferring it, but I can't imagine. Ooh, interesting. It looks like he decided to just deny the extra special from You Already Lose. I guess they were afraid of that extra kickoff damage that could come from just Imi placing down that turret, which means that stacks on stacks is going to fall to the Joker, who actually hasn't been having too many issues staying alive in this situation. Is looks like most people ended up getting what they wanted. I think that the interesting pickup here was the 1-2 punch on Vaughn. I think he has some tech, but I, for the life of me, actually can't think about what it would actually be. I guess he just wants to go get core speed potentially to just catch Megaverse off guard in that situation, but see if that's actually something that'll end up happening. As right now, Vaughn and Xianzhu duking it out in the midfield, just looking for any sort of purchase here and trying to find a goal. Is right now the Joker now could have an opportunity. Vaughn, though, playing the defense so well and making Yori lose his life very easy in this situation. This good Giga now keeps the offensive play going. It's going to go right in the hands of Joker, though, but in that 1v1, you already lose, is able to win. The flip does come out from Vaughn, not able to find its way to Bells, who now finds himself in the penalty box. You already lose 1 or 2 redirects away from getting flipped. Gonna lose 1 barrier, but we'll see if Joker and Xianzhu can make it too. The pass splitter's gonna come out, not find anything right now. Joker does that flip, but you already lose the scoring opportunity. Gonna be barely deflected away by Megaverse. Now Vaughn forced to play for his life here as the flip from Joker looks a little scary right now with no dodge of his own. Xianzhu, though, on the flip side, going to be knocked away. Right now, forced to play defensively. Not going to mean anything, though, as Bells now, with the X Maximus, is going to find the KO. Vaughn was sent out here by the Black Hole. This Megaverse now finds himself in a 1v1 against Bells. The 1-2 punch right there is actually going to come into play. The core speed actually means might mean the difference there, as now Megaverse, unfortunately, not able to save it. Does preserve his flip, though, crucially, which will mean a lot coming up in these next points.
Also, Joker getting the stacks on stacks here. He's one of those players that if he's allowed to keep those stacks and keep that speed, he can also just take over the game by being able to get himself the plays and get himself in the positions he wants to be even quicker and put even more pressure on this Aimee. And make sure that Vaughn can't just dominate the midfield like he's been doing. Xianzhu, a very good player, but right now it's looking like the Vaughn show almost through and through. As Showtime look to try and get this point. Barriers down, passing plays trying to come out, but Vaughn, Bells, and You Already Lose just proving that they're just defensively too strong at the moment and very difficult to get through.
Yeah, and now it looks like Showtime potentially looking to find something here, but it's actually going to be Bells here with the flip and the X Maximus. What an amazing save from Megaverse, though. An excellent strike timing, I believe, taking advantage of the Unstoppable as well to make sure that he wasn't hit stun for that play, and that's going to keep the core in play. Joker here with an opportunity to score. The quick strike's there, the setup's there, the flip comes out from Vaughn, though, and that's going to be the end of that point. Right there, it goes right to Bells, who has the opportunity to shoot up top or on bottom, and in that situation, you just got to guess, and unfortunately, Megaverse guessed wrong there.
And that's the power of the 1-2 punch coming out. 1-2 flip means that that pass is near instantaneous and means Megaverse can't really make that decision to use any kind of cooldown to cover the angle that he wasn't in. And I think one of the reasons Vaughn also took 1-2 punch is one of the things Kai loves to do is catch a pass with barrage into the wall, and that allows the barrage to count as the first hit and thus push the core even faster with the strike. But also barrage just does a ton of damage with 1-2 punch. And as we're seeing here, Vaughn's been just using the barrage mostly for damage to try and pressure Xianzhu and Joker, but too much pressure here. Vaughn, no primary, and You Already Lose, having nothing left on Aimee's kit means that Xianzhu and Joker will be able to put it in and take a point here in this set, looking a little bit more lively than before.
Yeah, that was an insane strike win by Xianzhu, by the way. I think he evaded a Giga Blast and then just outright won a strike war 1v2 against Bells and Vaughn to get that past to Joker, which I think that was insane and well-deserved point then. Goes to Showtime, as right now Megaverse first to blow flip, basically just to save his life in that situation. Now Bells looking to take this with the X Maximus, gonna actually find it. Xianzhu, though, crucially with flip, if Joker just find a little bit to march it downfield, but no, Bells in the 1v3 situation just silences all of Showtime in that situation. The flip from Xianzhu not gonna find it, and that's Sad Boys now taking the second set, basically blowing right through Showtime in that final point.
The strike bait was just perfect there from Bells. Walked backward, walked forward, baited out 2 strikes at once, and just struck it right past the team that had no cooldowns left to deal with it. And now is rewarded with perfect form. And if anybody remembers that clip of Bells with perfect form X, just absolutely obliterating, we might actually see it come out here. And however, Xianzhu gets the explosive entrance, very good for a cell. Ad rush deny onto Vaughn, possibly just try to go for the KOs anyway, and getting those cooldowns back. But oh my god, Yoriyu's page is looking very, very strong with the Deadeye pickup. And Joker does get Reptile Remedy, but I'm not sure how much it's going to matter, as Bells is just absolutely beating the stuffing out of him.
Yeah. And one thing that I think that was really smart, actually, was from Megaverse, being aware that You Already Lose has Twin Tribes, which was like the starting awakening that no one else picked. And from there knowing that if You Already Lose got a dash range, the stuffing pressure that would come out would absolutely be insane, and he wouldn't be able to hold against it. And because of that, I think that was a really good deny. I think a lot of Rasmuses in that situation would have just ended up picking the Might of the Colossus and be like, oh, I have Pauldrons, you know, I could go Might of the Colossus, such a good combo, and it's just good on Rasmus. But like then they would have just been sniped away constantly by You Already Lose's cyber swipes. And so I think that was just really good awareness to pick that up and get that deny off. But we'll see if that means anything, as right now it looks like Sad Boys is just finding opportunity after opportunity, and a good deny, a good strike bar win from Megaverse is going to keep that final barrier alive, but it's looking so hard right now. Even though they get that final barrier, Sad Boys is actually going to find themselves down to midfielder Joker here, trying to find some sort of a purchase here against the Sad Boys. The flip does come out, going to be denied away from Bells though, but that piercing shot from Xianzhu does end that offensive play with a victory for Showtime, as right now the bull rush comes through from Bell, is not going to find that cutoff on the pass that he wants. Xianzhu trying to find the core up field, but Sad Boys is all there, but it's actually just going to go right through all of them. Joker, or Xianzhu, accredited with that goal, I believe, with the piercing thorns or something like that. I
think it was just a strike. I think it was just a strike.
No, it was a Bellringer own goal, I think, from Bell.
I couldn't really tell. It was chaos.
Yeah, there was just so much up there, but hey, you take those. You absolutely take those. And right now, Joker's looking to take a little bit more right now, as he's able to get the first goalie barrier of the game.
First barrier, second barrier, a flip right in the net. That's actually the first time I've seen Bells use flip in that close with a near guaranteed goal anyway. Bells is like known to just hold those flips for like as long as possible for the most perfect moment. And yeah, that was definitely the most perfect moment. Oh, what in the world? The Giga Blast. Surprisingly, it doesn't look like Ad Rush procced, even though it looked like the Giga Blast was the KO, but I guess Showtime takes those, but they're looking not long for this world, as Joker's looking low. They have no barriers, and it's currently game point for Sad Boys, and series point too, which would be another depressing 2-0 on the day.
Yeah, we'll see though, as right now Xianzhu and Megaverse and Joker looking all a lot better.
Oh, that save!
Trying to prevent this from just being a 2-0 day, and yeah, a really good save from You Already Lose, but we'll see if that means anything. The piercing shot not able to get the connection that they wanted. The flip here from Bond's going to be made out, not going to make it through. Basically the cool and collected attitudes of the Joker and Megaverse right now. Now the Joker, good pass up and in, the piercing shot is going to find it. The flip's going to come out. The X Maximus though keeps the core going for the side of Sad Boys. The flip unfortunately is going to whiff, as right now You Already Lose. The side Glitch Pop almost goes wide, unfortunately, as right now barely saved away by Megaverse, but it's going to be just taken away right there. I think a Giga Blast from the Kai is just going to take away the entire series, despite a valiant attempt from Showtime there. They looked really good in those final sets, but unfortunately, Sad Boys, we're approaching playoffs. They look to be in form, and they're looking good, as per usual.
Yeah, I will say we don't really get to see Bells play much. I know sometimes he streams solo queue, but I personally have not seen him play lately. Maybe he's been playing in the high elo servers that I'm not part of, but that was like one of the strongest Bells showings I've ever seen. I know he's an insane player who can kind of just pick up the game like a bicycle and come back and just be really good at the game, but that was just really good by Bells. He's had some games where he just wasn't performing as well as he could have, but those two games were some of the best Bells play I've ever seen. So I think can anyone stop Sad Boys' current momentum, even though they have lost some games, and they've lost a series too, correct?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that was just all three of Sad Boys played so well. I mean, the result almost felt oddly inevitable. As much as I love Xianzhu, the Joker, and Megaverse, the boys were just on their game today, and it really showed in both games.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I think Xianzhu actually really played well. Joker as well, I think. All three players, from Showtime, I feel like if they were playing against like any other team, like they could have potentially just won. I feel like they played so incredibly well. They had so many good mechanical plays. Shianzu as well in so many situations, just like literally 1v3ing Sad Boys. Like, who could say that they've done that on a stage as big as the North American Strikers League, that they just like won a point 1v3 against Sad Boys? I feel like very few players have that honor, but he did it. Despite all that, though, I think Joker and Megaverse, they showed immense control, able to adapt very well to a quick strike start as well, able to get a lot of really great dribbles or work the core around Bells, and you already lose quite a bit. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Sad Boys taking the series as well. I think that they, like you mentioned, they played incredible. They're looking like a very strong playoffs contender to just take it all. And if that continues, who can stop them?
Yeah, that means boys tend to be that team that kind of like goes through the series and they're just going to be a top team no matter what, but they don't always look like maybe the strongest, and then they come into playoffs and they look like the number one team, right?
Yeah.
That looks to me, a lot of those games, a lot of that looked like playoff boys. So watching that, I think they're going to be nearly unstoppable if they're able to continue that kind of play as they were going to. But this has been one of the fastest Nassel days ever, I think. I think every game was every series was a 2-0. We're here about to go to the post show at what time is that? 5:13. 5 Pacific.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, West Coast, baby.
Yeah.
Fist bump.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just quick 2-0s, a couple just unfortunate disaster games for some teams today, and some just very convincing 2-0s here and there mean that Nassel is done. We're gonna go to the post show soon. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'm Nubsta. This is Brickbat. Take care.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with some of our wonderful players on the post show. Bells coming off of that win on the Zenless Zone Zero match of the week. I mean, great performance from you guys there. Maybe a little bit of stat padding even, but Will, how do you feel about in general, Finny goalie and your team, and clearly think X is pretty strong. How do you feel about like the meta right now after the last patch?
I think I think Finny goalie is really good when Caleb plays it, but it's still a very hard pick to like pull off. So I think generally, I would say it's not the greatest pick, but Caleb makes it look really good because he's Caleb, and it just works really well around like how we play. So I really like the pick on our team specifically. But overall, the meta, I think X is probably better than Kazan right now, which I think a lot of people would disagree with, but that's just what I think. And this Mag Soul stuff has to stop. Like, guys, they nerfed slick kicks by 0.25 seconds, and people are taking this Mag Souls thing. It's not good.
Bro, the Mag Soldiers were charging today. I don't know what you mean. Did you see how fast they were when they were on the midfield line, though?
Yeah.
Hey, well, hey, we'll see. We'll see how that develops. Also wanted to talk a bit about some meta opinions. Is Snake brought out that Mako forward today. There weren't that many brawler options available to you guys that do a lot of damage, but you were doing a lot of damage on the Mako. But how do you actually feel? Do you think that pick was part of like the reason that game was close, or do you think it was strong and it was just EKC playing well, 1-2 punch shenanigans?
I think the pick is good. I think it's harder into characters like Estelle and Vice, just because their range hit stun is a lot easier to disrupt your potential barrier takes. So it's a little bit like a comp gap, honestly. Like I picked it into like a bad matchup, but I just wanted to pick it because it's fun and it was a 1-2 punch start, which I think is probably the champ's best awakening. So that's why I picked it there.
Yeah. Do you think how do you feel about how EKC performed in general? It was kind of interesting. I don't think anyone expected that first game, especially for them to bring it so close with 2 subs in. Do you think like it was do you think those players like played especially well, or do you think it's something on the other end?
Well, Gumi has COVID. My ear is acting up again. If anyone knows, I have gotten like a lot of ear infections in my life. So it's a little hard to focus. I won't blame too much of it on it because I think we could have definitely played better. But I also don't think they played bad. I think their performance was better than expected, to be honest, and probably better than most of the other teams that were tied 3-3 before this week. So props to them. You know, shout outs to them. But I think our performance could have been a lot better if we played better and also some outside factors weren't too crazy.
Yeah, something to look forward to is like if the team, even though they have subs in, maybe they like. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing more teams subbing in players as the season goes on. But being one of those teams of 3 wins is really critical right now because only one of those teams can make playoffs. It's definitely possible for more than one to make playoffs, but having those strong performances as those teams is really important. But Demons Raw coming out top. Congratulations on that win. And moving on, I want to talk to Josh. You've been playing substitute. This is your 3rd match so far. How has it been, like subbing for different teams, and how's it been fitting into this environment and grabbing that win?
It's been really chill. I think ETC is like a really easy team to like fit into. Even though they play a lot of the kill comps, they kind of played around me as core control, and we almost won against Bozo the first time. It was a really good close game. So I think I fit in with them pretty good. And then Calm, it was pretty easy for me because I really love Tony. If y'all are familiar with the Bad Shot Boys, you know, I'm with them. I love those guys. So it was pretty easy for me to sub in for Calm.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on just like this week in general and just playing in Nassau? Any like do you think this was probably your last game? You've told me, unless some other
Unless
weird
it's
stuff
a
happens.
tiebreaker or something happens.
But
A lot of people say I'm not like NASA level, which I'm like on the edge of it. Like I don't really know if I am or not, but I think stand pretty good against the midfielders in Nassau, in my opinion. But I think
Right.
all the games were really close and it was really good to watch. So
Yeah, I think you definitely proved
fun.
yourself today, if anything, especially in that first game. I think you played pretty crazy on the Estelle. Scored in a lot of power plays, I felt like, and were grabbing those barriers.
Appreciate it.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
thank you.
cool stuff. Moving on, we're going to be looking at next week's matches, though. Like you saw from the standings, Showtime, Boza Bunch, EKC, the big teams to look out for. Currently, Last Call and Lob City have, I believe, completely lost any chance of playoffs, unfortunately. 07's in the chat, please, for them. But Demons Run, Sad Boys have clinched playoffs. They're both guaranteed to at least be in playoffs. So good job, you two, making it there. But next week, the matches that matter a little bit more, and of course, Demons Run, Sad Boys matches still matter for seeding. Let's take a look at those. Maybe starting at the top of the list. It'll be Sad Boys versus Bun Bun. So what? I'll start with you, Bell, since this is your matchup.
Honestly, so we're not gonna have Vaughn for this game, so it's gonna be Puffy. So I honestly think this game will probably be closer than expected. Well, I guess maybe not because they played really well against us in Nassau playoffs.
Yeah,
but I still think it'll be a close game overall. And obviously, I'm gonna say boys over Bun. So yeah.
Yeah, that's last game. I mean, I looked over those matches when preparing for Bun, and Bun looked really, really good last playoffs, and they're looking really good now. So, gonna be interesting seeing them play with the slightly debuffed Sad Boys, but I mean, Puffy's a beast. Snake, what do you think about this matchup?
I'll give it to boys just because. I mean, it's Sad Boys. I mean, what else can I say? I think Bun Bun definitely has a chance, though, looking at last season's playoffs and also looking at their new comp they've been playing, where it's Stricklar, Finney, and then they just pick the Estelle now or whatever midfielder they want. So it could be close, but I'll just still give it to boys just to be on the safer side there.
What do you think, Josh?
I'm gonna go with Bun Bun. I think Bun Bun is pretty good, and since boys has a sub, I think they can take it over them. Even though Puffy's a really good player.
I'm honestly, I mean that I'm down to give it to Bun Bun as well. They have been playing really well lately, and if they're playing against the sub, I think their chances go even higher. But our next matchup is going to be Bozo Bunch versus Last Call. So actually really important match for Bozo to win, and Last Call not quite as important. So we've been in the spot before in previous Nassau seasons. A lot of stuff could happen. Snake, what do you think?
I think Last Call has a plan going into Bozo Bunch, and I think if they execute that plan well, they can win. So, we'll see. I mean, their run doesn't look like there's much hope left for them, but I think that's all the more reason for them to try and at least screw some other teams over in the process, just for fun. So I'll give it a Last Call, and we'll see what they can do next week.
Last Call, Storm to keep. Josh, what do you think?
I think going into next game, Last Call really wants to win, but I think Bozo is probably just gonna sweep them. I'm gonna be honest.
Bozo sweep. Bells?
I mean, to not sugarcoat it, I think I've lost all hope in Last Call, unfortunately. Yeah, I think Bozo will win and will be close.
Yeah, you might think it's a lost cause. Is
Yeah.
what I'm hearing. Yeah, I'm also going to give it to Bozo. I love Last Call, but Bozo Bunch, despite losing their last game today, are definitely, I think, a strong team. Third match is EKC versus Lob City. Josh, if you want to start us off with this one.
Two teams that I sub to, so it's really hard to pick against this. But I think if EKC has the full team, and if Shape is not playing, then I don't even care about Lob City. So I'm gonna go with EKC.
Yeah, and Lob City, another team that's out of playoffs. Bells, what do you think?
As much as I want to say EKC, I really want to see Lob City win a single game. So I'm gonna cope and say that Lob City's gonna win.
Yeah, I've been talking about this. Lob City, I think. Well, I'll let Snake talk first, and I'll go over my line. I'll let Snake go first.
Sounds good. I think ETC's been playing good recently. I think Streak will be playing again next week for Lob City, and seeing his performance at the LAN, I feel like after today, if he is playing again, he's probably going to really want to win, and he'll hopefully put the time in on the meta relevant characters, as well as eject button and not strike shot. So, that's just a little bit of a prayer, but I think I would really enjoy, because I think if they do win, then it would be the first season we'd have a team that doesn't go 0-9. So I would like that personally. I'd be down for Lob City to get this win for this next week.
So I think EKC will win this week, but the week after that, they're going to be playing Showtime, who are probably going to be playing a game where if they win or lose, it could decide their playoff contention, and then that's when Lob City is going to come from the top rope. They're going to fully scale, and they're going to take Showtime out of playoff contention. But we'll see. We'll see. I do think it's EKC for now, though. Next matchup after that, we got Bang Bang versus Cosmic Calamities. Josh, you subbed for this team today, so I'll let you talk.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Fudgy, but I think Colin got this. Forgot's gonna be back, so I think they're gonna come back wanting to win, and it's for the playoff spot, so I think they take it.
Yeah, this is a very big playoff game.
Yeah.
But Bells as well. What do you think?
I think Cosmic Calamities is like a really good defensive team, and Bang Bang is also kind of a defensive team. So I'm expecting kind of a back and forth, but I think Bang Bang will probably win.
Love that. Love that. Snake?
I'll give it to Calamities just because of Forgot's recent LAN performance, and I guess Bang Bang's as well. But it's more, if anything, Forgot's. I think he played really well. Especially if two people you wouldn't consider like national level starters. So I'll give it to Calamities. I think they have a good shot.
Land from home, bro. Land from home. But I'll give it to Bang Bang. I love Bang Bang. Yeah. Bang Bang. All right. Last match, probably match of the week. Showtime versus Raw. It's pretty. Hey, these two teams. The Showtime could really use a win right now. But what do you think, Bells?
I would love to see Showtime in playoffs, and I think Raw will not have Snake, which I think both Sad Boys and Demons are a team which kind of need their whole roster to function like really, really well. So I think Showtime can clinch a win.
Snake, what do you think? This is your team. I mean, apparently, you're not even going to be there. So how do you believe in them with you gone?
I am not going to be there. I have a little family trip. Honestly, it will be difficult because it is most likely their full roster. Well, I guess full roster is a little weird because
Yeah.
they're always playing like a different goalie. But at the very least, it's probably Joken Shianzu. It'll be tough, but I believe in Fiery. He should be subbing in for me that day, unless something goes horribly wrong. But I think that guy is like really good at the game, and I think that just gives him more chances to like prove himself, which he already has in the Boza Bunch game in week 3. And honestly, with his LAN performance, he might have not like gotten super far in the LAN, but I think he played phenomenal for just all the circumstances. So I'll give it to us for week 8.
Okay, and then Josh, what do you think?
Depending on Showtime's goalie, I feel like if Barco plays, they probably win, but if not, then they probably lose. So I think I'm gonna give it to Raw.
Okay, I'm also gonna give it to Raw. I think Fire's a beast, and I have one of Gumi and Fiery. We won a tournament together. We Blue Lock lore, so I think they got that synergy there. I think that's gonna be a really big deal, and Mankind is gonna be playing very likely, so that's a big help as well. But that's it for the week of next week. So some interesting matchups there, some really big playoff affecting ones, especially Showtime versus Raw and Bang versus Cosmic Calamities. So look forward to those, but that'll be it from this week. Thank you, players, for coming onto the post show, and I'll see you all next week. Or I mean, there's also NASA tomorrow and stuff, so you should watch that too. But like, bye. Yeah, bye.